Intense energy was emitting from Athos during the fight. It was so strong that it affected his surroundings. The ground was constantly quivering, and the smaller rubble would disappear altogether. In reality, they were breaking down into fine particles instead of condensing due to the power. As a result, many were forced to get away from the fight. One of them was the other golden-colored female Amra. She was tightly holding both swords and was constantly on the move, slashing through the rocks thrown at her. "Hey, are we just going to keep tossing these rocks?" Nock asked while picking up anything he could find and hurling it as far as possible. Even if they were to hit the Amra, the rocks would do nothing. It was as if a child was hurling a piece of dirt at an adult. However, since there were 3 of them and each had 4 arms, these piles of dirt added up and were quite distracting. "Do you suggest we fight this one head-on?" Dober replied, still picking up things from the ground. All 3 were also stepping away from the fight to not get caught in the mess, and soon they had stepped out of the danger zone, and even the rubble around them had lessened. And now their attacks slowed down a bit. However, the female Amra was already annoyed enough by them. She smacked the air with her 2 swords, releasing strange energy. Then her swords began vibrating, and whenever the rocks came close, they would instantly get crushed, falling to the ground before reaching her. "How dare you embarrass me?" the female shouted. "You haven't even climbed the tower. You haven't been through the things I have been through, and yet you dare to annoy me." Immediately, she dashed forward, covering the distance between them and her in an instant. Gio could see her blades swinging down. At that moment, he pushed Nock out of the way, and the sword went right between them. Hitting the ground, it sliced through, but it didn't cause the ground to be uplifted like an attack usually would. Both of them had barely survived the deadly blow and were safe from the sword, but Dober noticed that Gio and Nock struggled to stand. "This weight, it's like the other floors of the tower. What is that weapon?" Gio shouted. Holding her sword in her other hand again, she was ready to slash it, to kill both of them in one hit. "It's not the sword that is causing that. It's the power given to me by him." She swung her sword, and Gio, at that moment, felt like this was going to be his end. But just before it sliced him and his friend, a strange object coiled around the sword. It was red and black with several glowing blades on it. Like a chain, it looped itself several times around the giant sword. Suddenly, the sword stopped. No matter how much force she applied, the sword had come to a steady halt. "This strength. Thank you for helping me out earlier. Now let me return the favor," a voice suddenly said from the side. The next moment, the female Amra felt an immense force pulling her sword. When she tried to pull back, nothing worked, and even though she applied her full strength, she only lost her grip and fell directly to the ground on her back as she lost her balance. When she regained her composure and raised her head to see what had happened, she saw a small figure with black wings and glowing red armor above her. It was hard to tell it was the same person, but after a moment, she knew it was the same person from before, one of the 2 that had attacked. "I wasn't planning to kill you. I wouldn't have if you didn't involve yourself. But I can't just let these people die," Quinn said. The weapon from before was his soul weapon. The armor on his body was the hardened celestial blood that would be powered by his own blood. However, the strangest thing was that only one of the twin tail chains was currently in its chained form. Meanwhile, the other one had transformed into a gauntlet that appeared on Quinn's other hand. His hand was in a claw-like shape as the fingertips on the gauntlet began turning bright red by the second. Then they started to elongate, and a claw made of red aura appeared slightly bigger, covering the entire gauntlet. Suddenly, Quinn started to move towards the female Amra on the ground, but it wasn't by his own will. Rather, he was being pulled forward. With the single twin chain around the sword, Quinn was currently retracting the weapon back into itself and back into his body. Doing this was far faster than him running or at any flying speed as well. Quinn had come down at an incredible speed, crashing into the hard armor body with his claw hand as they ripped through any armor and hard skin she had. It was so swift and seemed effortless, as if he was slicing his hand through a lake. Blood gushed out immediately from the wound. Then, once his hand was in the body, he pushed it further in, and 5 lines of aura spread out from the gauntlet, ripping through her body and cutting it entirely from her stomach down to her legs. When Quinn pulled out his hand, the female Amra was no longer alive. Retracting the claws, Quinn stood there and turned towards the other three. Geo was on his backside, seeing Quinn hold his hand up as if he was in some victory pose, and now seeing one of the greats of his race defeated so easily. He could only think one thing. Did we make the right choice, helping this man? Because at that moment, honestly, he couldn't be sure. 3,420 celestial points have been added. When using his celestial soul weapon, he had just learned that attacking his opponent with it would also allow him to use the celestial drain ability and gain the celestial points from the dead. Staring at the prompt, Quinn knew Athos had invested quite a lot in the two around him. "Thank you, and you have another use as well," Quinn said as he raised his hand, and the blood from Amra's body started to rise up, and then it began to swirl around Quinn like a tornado, eventually going to his celestial gauntlet. A large amount of blood had come out from the giant Amra, and it had all disappeared like that. What Geo and the other two witnessed was clearly a feat that only a god could accomplish. Flapping his wings, Quinn was off again, heading straight towards Athos. It didn't take him long, and he could see that the area where he was fighting once before had changed entirely. There were enormous craters everywhere on the battlefield. The holes went so deep in some of them that lava had come out from below the crust, but it was easy to find where the two were fighting. One would just have to follow the energy. That was when Quinn saw that Athos was somewhat fighting evenly with Syl. To be more specific, there were 9 different Syls. "Hey Quinn, this energy is making it hard to move. I could use a hand," Syl shouted when he noticed Quinn while he swung his small sword, clashing against Athos' large sword. Then the two collided, and a large energy blast went above the sky, splitting the clouds and traveling far enough into space. The clash between Syl's weapons and all of Athos continued, and the shock waves were going everywhere, destroying whatever they touched. Just then, one energy blast went right past Quinn, causing almost a nuclear explosion in the background. In all honesty, Quinn didn't know how much more the planet could take before it was destroyed. Placing both of his hands out, his gauntlet and the twin-chain blade started to glow again, this time creating a completely new shape that he hadn't used before. When the red glow faded, one could finally see what was in his hands. "It's time to go back to my roots," Quinn said as he held 2 giant red celestial blood scythes. The scythes were a dark red, almost black. Where it was curved near the edges, it was shrouded in glowing red energy. Moments before Quinn had arrived, Syl had given 10 of his clones the strongest pieces of equipment he had stored away with one of his abilities. He had gathered these weapons over the last few years while exploring the world, defeating beasts and gods. Each of these weapons in the past would have caused wars to be fought over them, and in all honesty, Syl had never used them against a single person before. However, Syl noticed something after seeing Athos strikes. This celestial was different from the last one he had met. This one showed no fear while fighting and kept on counterattacking. He didn't even flinch or show reaction even after losing one of his strongest allies. There was something in Syl that was telling him he needed to do at least this much. One of Syl's clones pointed its spear toward Athos, activating one of the skills, and it grew larger. Its head now looked almost the size of a cannon, and he was gathering a large amount of energy. At the same time, Syl used the ability of foresight to predict where Athos would dodge. After that, he would follow up with the other clones, each using a weapon, and then finish Athos with his favorite weapon, the trident. Syl had planned every strike. As predicted, just before the spear shot out its beam of energy, Athos stomped on the ground, and several cracks formed below his foot, looking like spider webs. Through these cracks, the white energy emitting from Athos came out, and the cracks eventually reached Syl. "I saw this in my vision, but it doesn't change anything." Syl stood at the perfect place and avoided all of the cracks. He knew where they would appear, and his first attack was ready to launch. However, just moments before his Dementir spear fired, the light from the cracks rose. At that moment, he suddenly felt a great weight on all his clones. It was so sudden and intense that all the Syls fell to the floor. Taking advantage of this, Athos had already shot an arrow, and it went right through the spear holder's head, killing the clone as the spear dropped on the group and the gathered energy dispersed. What just happened? My prediction. Nothing like this happened in it. Sil thought. Still, using his foresight powers, Sil started to teleport. Unfortunately, he couldn't move too easily because the gravity around him had suddenly increased 1,000-fold. However, as soon as he and the others stepped out of the unknown range, the pressure on them disappeared. So this is the range? His celestial power most likely has something to do with gravity. But why didn't my foresight work? Shouldn't it be able to reveal everything that is going to happen? Or maybe it's because it couldn't predict how the celestial energy would affect me. It only knew how it normally would work. After all, what I see isn't truly the future. Sil thought. Either way, Sil had second thoughts about using his foresight ability. It was the first time since using it with this much power and MC cells that it seemed to have failed him. Instead of wasting his energy on the foresight ability, he used all the different abilities and powers at his disposal and fired them toward Athos. Lightning, fire, wind, water, and earth were at their strongest levels. While using these attacks, all of the Sils charged toward him, including the one with the trident. Seeing this, Athos lifted his large shield, which suddenly started to glow. When it did, all of Sil's long-distance attacks changed the trajectory, and instead of hitting them, they slammed into the shield. And when they hit the shield, they dealt 0 damage. There was not even a tiny scratch. Deal with this. Sil threw his trident, and it started to multiply when it left his hand. 1 became 10, 10 became 100, and 100 became 1,000. Unlike before, the shield didn't seem to work on the weapon. Seeing this, Athos once again stomped on the group, and the ground began to shine. And just when the tridents were about to hit Athos, they all began to fall as if something was pulling them. However, the other Sils with their weapons were able to reach Athos. They used their powers and weapons as best as possible and clashed against Athos. Sil knew he would lose out in a battle of strength as his clones were kicked to the side and crushed on the ground, but at times an attack or two would get in and hit Athos back. At the same time, Sil was looking for the right opportunity. The trident had reappeared in his hand as it was one of its abilities. It could come back to him no matter where it was. He would throw the blade when he saw the chance, trying to cause a fatal blow. However, every time an attack came close, Athos would use a weapon or his shield to block the attack. And whenever he was overwhelmed, he used his celestial powers to increase the gravity around him, causing everything to fall to the ground. Right now, neither of us have the upper hand, but there was a reason I didn't create multiple clones of myself. My MC cells. This fight has already gone on for much longer than I thought. I assumed he might tire out, but this man has a warrior's spirit. It feels like he'll keep fighting like this until his last breath. Just then, he caught a glimpse of Quinn flying toward him. As soon as the latter reached within earshot, Sil yelled out for him to help. He was getting frustrated, but rather than waiting for an opportunity to strike with his trident, this time he was going on his own to create a chance for himself. He could see one of the large hands with a sword coming his way. Sil pushed himself up with his great wind powers and then used the fire ability on his arm to thrust himself towards the incoming attack, and in the next instant, he quickly switched to a strength ability. The trident and the sword collided, but they remained mid-air, as both powers appeared somewhat equal. "I'll give you a hand with that." A voice resounded, and a red curved object appeared from beneath, hitting the bottom of the sword and chucking it up somewhat. Sil could see Quinn flying through the air with his 2 red blood scythes in his hand. Quinn had already swung his hand, throwing the celestial soul weapon scythe towards Athos, and the latter moved his shield to block the attack. As the red scythe clashed against the shield, it looked like the latter had blocked the attack well, but something strange happened. As the scythe made contact with the shield, it looked like blood was oozing out of the end of the bladed part. It quickly spread around the whole shield like some type of plague, and going around the shield it branched out, heading straight towards Athos. Using his other hand and a mace, he had managed to cut it before the strange red blood-looking veins reached his neck. At that moment, Quinn landed on the ground and swung both of his scythes into the floor, and the same thing happened. 2 spots of blood marks started forming, and they quickly went across the ground in spiderweb shape before shooting up and sticking directly into Athos's legs. They had pierced and caused great pain to run through his body. Athos jumped up, and the blood web broke off again. However, since the beginning of this fight, this was the first time in this fight you weren't wounded. Quinn started to swing his two scythes in circles, spinning them. The blood that looked like hard ice icicles began to melt, turning into a more standard blood consistency, heading straight toward Quinn. Getting close, the blood jumped onto the scythes, and as it was absorbed, the energy was passed through and into Quinn. Celestial blood has been consumed. Your celestial powers have increased by 10%. Resistance against celestial power from celestial Athos has been applied. Upon seeing this, a smile appeared on Quinn's face, and he raised his head to stare at Athos. Your blood. It's quite tasty. The system message was a surprise for Quinn. This prompt made him feel that there was still a lot for him to learn about his celestial self. He knew this due to him currently being in the lower levels of a celestial, that there would be more things to learn, but this message made him realize that even more. The change in soul weapon was quite handy, as he could control his celestial blood and his blood aura in more menacing ways compared to when he just used his standard blood control. The scythes he used could expand the size of the handle and the blade, while they would emit a red blood aura from their ends. On top of that, Quinn noticed that not only could he use his blood, but just like before when using his soul weapon, the addition of others' blood helped him become more versatile when using his blood moves. The system hasn't come up much since I've turned, Quinn thought. But then again, maybe it's because I have changed and was going up against those that weren't like me. Now things are different, Quinn said, tightening his grip on both of his weapons. Well, it looks like you one-upped me for once, Sil said, gathering the rest of his clones and creating one more as he quickly whipped out his book to change his ability. The new clone had also picked up the spear, and now 10 Sils with 10 demon tier weapons had lined up. You got him to jump back. You scared him, which is a first. Looking at Sil, Quinn couldn't believe what he was seeing. He knew Sil had a few weapons up his sleeve he had yet to use during their fight, but to think the latter had so many weapons. Although it wasn't working so well against Athos, perhaps because of the giant's own set of weapons and limbs, it did make Quinn wonder how well he would do against Sil. Sil had been fighting Athos alone this whole time and could barely survive. On the other hand, Quinn had only caught Athos by surprise due to his attention on Sil. It's not a contest, Quinn replied. Besides, without blood, I can't use these for long. HP 64/100. Very rarely did Quinn have to keep an eye on his HP these days. There were a few reasons for that. One of them was that blood attacks didn't affect his health anymore, but the celestial energy was a different story due to it being trapped in his body. Quinn had only figured out how to use it by literally making cuts on himself and drawing his own blood out. The soul weapons he was using acted a little differently, but eventually they would also drain his HP. It's the same for me, my friend. The longer this fight draws out, the worse it is, Sil replied, thinking about his MC cells. Once his MC cells ran out, he would be helpless against Athos, and this was what they had to prevent. With these thoughts in their minds, it was time for them to charge forward. Quinn ran across the ground, stomping his feet on the surface and using his blood control to control the hardened armor around him, which allowed him to move faster. On the other hand, Sil was teleporting all over the place, putting his trust in the foresight ability once again. This allowed him to dodge all the incoming attacks. Athos was getting frustrated. Stomping his foot, he created several cracks in the ground again, and the white light came out from these cracks. Knowing what this would do, Sil teleported all of his clones directly to where Athos was. I'll hit you before you can use that crap on me, Sil shouted as 3 of the Sils struck with the sword on Athos' sides using flames and their demon tier weapons. It imbalanced Athos, and at that moment, Sil was able to thrust his trident forward. As he did, a stream of water appeared through the air, suddenly giving Sil a boost as he struck the trident deep into the giant's shoulder. A successful hit had landed on Athos, but it was due to him now being distracted by another as well. The white light from the ground had hit Quinn, and he could feel it somewhat affect him, but thanks to the blood he had consumed, Quinn was in a slightly better state. Just when he was about to swing his scythes, he saw Athos was getting his shield ready, and that's when he decided to modify the attack plan. Then, without any hesitation, he swung the scythes. However, mid-swing, they started to glow red as their form changed to the twin blade chain. Their pointy ends stuck into the shield, creating a small dent. Then, using their ability to retract, Quinn pulled himself and flew towards Athos. Seeing this, Athos, with his other hand, had his spear ready, its tip glowing like before, and using his strength, he thrust it out, perfectly aiming for Quinn, but the latter was ready this time. That was what I was waiting for. Shadow Overload skill activated. Quinn had his demon tier chest piece on, and the wings sprouted in the back were wrapped by shadows. As for his legs, they were covered in his red blood celestial armor, and the twin tail chains were held tightly in his arms. The Shadow Overload skill would usually shroud Quinn's body with a shadow body upon activation. As expected, when he activated the Shadow Overload, the shadow enveloped his skin, but strangely, it went underneath the celestial armor, and one could even see the twin tails through the shadow. As the shadow clad his body, Quinn looked less and less like a human, but he wasn't bothered by this fact. Just then, as Athos' spear was about to hit him, he surrounded himself in his wings and deflected the attack. The spear's tip was so large that it nearly covered an entire wing, but at that moment, something strange happened. The spear went through the wing, but instead of hitting Quinn, it suddenly came out the other wing and was heading straight back towards Athos. Becoming a Celestial and using my skills with this demon tier equipment, a lot of things have changed, and I have found that the Shadow Overload skill and the demon tier armor's active skills meant that I won't lose MC points as long as the shadow is on my wings. It acts like a condensed form of the shadow, but I can use its other traits just like I usually would when having the Shadow Overload skill. With the spear coming out from Quinn's other wing like a portal, it headed straight for the shield and crashed into it. The shield didn't break, but the momentum had pushed back Athos. But just then, along with Sill's trident hitting his shoulders, the force caused him to lose balance as one of his feet rose, and he fell on his back. Without wasting time, Quinn summoned several shadow portals over Athos' position, and he then swung his two twin blades, creating countless blood slashes. As they went through the shadow, they began hitting Athos' body. At the same time, in the air, Sill had raised himself onto a pillar of earth and threw down his trident. It started to multiply and hit Athos on the ground. With each attack, Athos' body sank deeper, and the two didn't stop until they heard an almighty roar. Arg! Athos, now enraged, leapt up from the ground, and the whole world seemed to react at that point. It shook from the force and aftershock when he landed in a different area from where the two were attacking. It felt like the target they were on had moved slightly as they felt a strange feeling in their stomach. It was as if the planet itself had moved. Athos stood there in anger, huffing and panting, and had blood wounds all over his body from the attack. He was hurt, but it looked like he was nowhere near his end and could still fight on. HP 44/100. I have already used my blood bank, so how much time do I have left? It's definitely not much, so I must end this fight as fast as I can. Thinking of this, Quinn decided to change his weapons to the blood scythes once again. It was his weapon's strongest form and made it easier to drain blood from his opponent. Sill, we have to stop him from moving, use whatever you can. Then we will attack him with all we got, and I meant it. We must use everything at our disposal. I am sure that we can take him down, he said. Oh. So you're saying you would have lost to him without me here? Well, I have to admit, I feel the same way. One hit from this guy, and I feel like I would have died. I would have been out of this fight if it weren't for you. Also, I have a feeling someone is watching us up there. Sill joked. Up there? Haha. Quinn smiled, thinking of the celestial space. You're right. Someone is watching us from up there, but we decide our own fate. Come. Let's finish this so we can finally get back home. Inside the celestial space, none of the Celestials were chatting as they stared at the orb in the center and closely observed the ongoing battle. Many wondered if they could survive or how long they could last if they faced these two. The strength of this duo was certainly impressive, and it looked like the planet was already done for. They had tossed around too much energy for the planet to bear, and it was already on the verge of destruction. Athos will win, right? One of the Celestials asked. Look at his strength, and even after those attacks, he barely has a scratch on him. Not to mention, he has plenty of celestial energy still to use as well. Although he was betting on Athos, his nervous tone betrayed his thoughts. You know, the celestial energy isn't everything. It allows us to do things that others could never imagine, but it doesn't mean we will win all of our battles. We can use only so much celestial energy in a fight, and it seems like the other celestial is a strong fighter along with the Godslayer. These two are a deadly duo. Biting her nails, Bliss continued to watch because she honestly wasn't sure which side she wanted to win. Although Quinn was causing trouble for Earth, where she thrived and originally came from, she wondered if she was delaying the inevitable. The other Celestials and Ancient Ones had been trying to claim Earth for themselves for the longest time due to the abundance of life in and around the solar system. As for who would win this fight, it was too close to call. However, according to Bliss calculations, Syl and Quinn were already at the edge of exhaustion. Bliss was right. The exhaustion was why Quinn decided to gamble everything on this next attack. He had no more cards to play, so all he could do was try to win with his strength. Remember what I said, Syl. I trust you, Quinn shouted, running forward. He held the scythes by the bottom of the handle and changed the shape slightly to create a small loop at the end. Then, putting his finger through it, Quinn started to spin it while still holding the other one steady. His wings allowed him to fly slightly in the air to ensure the bottom part of the scythe didn't touch the ground, and in the next instant, Quinn flew forward. After spinning the scythe to a degree, Quinn gathered his normal blood aura rather than his celestial one and began swinging the scythe swiftly. As he did, a large tornado of blood came from the scythe. It ran across the ground, destroying everything it touched and anything that would come close to it, heading straight for Athos. After a moment, Quinn swung the other scythe and did the same, and now there were two large tornadoes of blood heading straight for the giant. They had started small but had grown just as large as Athos himself. Seeing this, Athos grabbed his mace and his sword and swung them both down directly at the attack, destroying it and making it dissipate. As soon as his sword had sliced through the blood tornado though, a large energy blast hit Athos on his shoulder, compelling him to grunt in pain as he noticed that it was the other one with his clones and demon-tier weapons. The one holding the spear looked like he could finally use his weapon in an attack. Taking on two of these is harder than I thought it would be. I need to get my act together. Athos tried to concentrate. As more blood tornadoes came toward Athos, shadows appeared with different blood attacks on him. Seeing this, Athos started to spin his whole body and, while doing so, used all of the weapons he could to attack and block the attacks. Mainly, Syl made the stronger aggressive attacks as his demon-tier weapons went to work. It was taking nearly everything for Athos to stop himself from receiving a vital blow. Once again, it looked like Syl was able to gather Athos' full attention, as his 10 clones had gotten in an equal distance around Athos, and all of them were attacking with various weapons and abilities. Seeing this, Quinn thought it was time for him to act. So he continued to swing the large scythes, and now they were growing in size. They got larger by the second, and Quinn even started having trouble controlling the energy and supplying his blood to it. 16/100 HP. This is it. If this attack doesn't hit, we've lost this fight. Quinn was flapping his wings once in a while so he would remain around chest height compared to the giant. His scythe spun and the range of the blade was now as large as the giant god himself. For the first time, Quinn felt there was a strain on his body, holding the large celestial weapons. In fact, after reaching the 50 HP mark, he realized it long ago. It was almost as if his body wasn't special anymore since most of his blood was out of his body. It looks like Quinn's ready, Syl thought. At that moment, using the teleportation ability and his foresight, Syl had teleported each one of his lines into a certain position. Instantly they all put their hands on the ground, and out of it, a solid large ice pillar appeared. They were giant in size, solid and thick. The pillars didn't just come straight up out of the ground as if they were trying to hit the clouds. They had come out at all sorts of angles, going through Athos' legs, going through his arms, and crossing each other narrowly, as ice touched ice. Eventually the 10 pillars and went through all of Athos' limbs, and were also crossing over in such a way that 4 pillars had trapped his head as well. This is it, Quinn, I'm out of MC, and I don't know how long this will hold him for, but I can still use my weapons. All of the clones of Syl started to charge up their weapons as they were ready for one last attack. At the same time, seeing Athos trapped, Quinn swung both of his giant scythes from side to side, straight for Athos' head, planning to chop it right off. Athos could see his death coming before his eyes. He was no fool to think that the scythes wouldn't slice his head clean off, so he gathered his energy, his strength and power to fight out of the ice pillars. As he did, they began to crack, but they were solid and strong, and the attacks coming from Syl were making it hard for him to charge up his energy. Arg! Athos screamed and lit up in a white glow. The ice pillars were destroyed, breaking and falling to the ground, but the scythes had already been swung. As he leant back, Athos followed with his eyes the tip of both of the scythes and saw them cut through the hard skin around his neck. Instantly blood started to squirt out and Athos was falling to the ground. With 2 of his arms he held his neck, but the color in his eyes was fading, and he finally crashed on the ground. As he fell, the white energy started to fade around him, and that's when both Syl and Quinn knew it was the end of the fight. Still a little concerned, Quinn was in his current form as he flew to Athos' head, where one of Syl's clones was standing as well. The 2 of them looked at his giant eyes slowly losing life. "We just wanted you to take us back to Earth. It didn't have to end this way," Quinn said. "It still doesn't. We can find a way to help you. Just agree to take us back." Athos' pupil moved to look at Quinn, but in the end he said nothing. "You said you were a good guy, so why are you stopping us?" Quinn shouted in frustration. Finally, Athos moved his lips. "You're meant to be on our side," he said with heavy breaths in between. Seeing Athos still breathing like this and not giving up, Quinn felt like he had no option. "My friends are more important than any of this celestial crap," Quinn replied without hesitation. "If you won't help us get back to the Earth, then I have no choice." Quinn moved over and placed his hand on his head. "Skill Celestial Drain has been activated. Celestial Athos points will now be added to yours." The Celestial Drain was a skill Quinn had only used once before and never on another Celestial. It was his first time, and seeing how Athos was on his deathbed and with no one to help him, it was the perfect opportunity to use it. "I don't really know how this Celestial Drain works. Do I get all of his Celestial points?" "I don't think that would be the case because gods are meant to reincarnate. If I remember correctly, the system stated I would get his Celestial points, and when he reincarnated, the Celestial points I gained would return to him. But how long? Until he reincarnates," Quinn thought. Either way, it would be a power boost for Quinn, even if it was temporary. It wasn't his primary objective in the first place. They had somewhat failed their primary objective because they now had no way of getting home. Quinn's hand pressed Athos' head, and the white energy rushed through him. It wasn't a painful feeling. Rather, it was quite pleasant, more pleasant than anything feeling he could even describe. It was as if someone had been deprived of sugar for most of their life to have their first ever ice cream. It was truly magnificent, which was why Quinn also thought it was dangerous. Inside the celestial space now, the fight had come to an end. There were a few comments here and there about what had occurred. The infamous God Slayer still lives, and it seems like he has killed quite a skilled celestial for the first time. "Should we spread the news?" one of them asked. "This is the type of news that is impossible to keep just to ourselves," XOX almost shouted in excitement, and his bald body was quite sweaty at the moment. "Too many people have witnessed the event, and you know it's impossible to tell a celestial what to do. It will just cause arguments." "Well, what I want to know is who that other celestial is that is helping him. If they are celestial, they can enter this space, and if that's the case with the 2 of them, they could plan to get rid of a large amount of us. I suggest that this matter has to be reported to the Ancient Ones." The others around the man nodded in agreement. They were quite fearful of what they had seen for more reasons than one. "I'm sorry, but I'm quite new here," a short celestial said, raising their hand, They were about half the size of a normal human but had a similar shape with a pair of forceps in their head. Or at least that's what the outline of energy looked like. Is it really a big problem? Athos was a strong celestial, so he should reincarnate and have plenty of followers. So, as long as the two of them don't suddenly start killing us all, will it be a problem? Since they were a new celestial, they themselves had never experienced reincarnation. However, there were times when even celestials would die from those that weren't even god-slayers. It is a problem because Athos might not be able to come back, XOX explained. As you said, a celestial can reincarnate as long as they have a follower. All of Athos' dedicated followers were killed by the two we watched. On top of that, the celestial drained his energy away. When draining energy, there is a chance that too much is taken, and it lowers our celestial powers to the point where we can't reincarnate. Even if that's not the case, reincarnation has many problems in itself. For one, the time it takes to reincarnate. What if a god reappears after 1,000 years? If that were to occur, by that time, there might not be a single being alive that can remember Athos. If that's the case, he is no longer a celestial and, therefore, can no longer reincarnate. Then there are the cases where one has been reincarnated but lost their memories, another where only their soul and powers have been put in another being. Now hearing it from XOX, the new celestial really knew how dangerous it was. He thought due to the reincarnation that they didn't have to worry, but with another celestial there and killing the God-Slayer, there was more of a chance that Athos would never come back alive again. Then doesn't that mean we should report this to the Ancient Ones or the stronger celestials? Maybe they can come up with a plan to take these two out. Another replied. Wait! A voice shouted out to the relatively large group. There's no need to do that. As for the one they could see speaking, it was none other than Bliss. Remember that Immortality is part of the other realm that controls Earth. If there is ever a large or serious problem, he will deal with it. Even if he has to personally in some way. This is just a small hiccup in the thousands of years to come. Besides, you all know that if celestials were to come to Earth, it would attract all types of different celestials trying to go there for their own purpose. These actions could cause infighting between us and in turn upset the balance. It was a plea and many of them knew that. They knew who the god was in front of them. A fairly old one that had been doing things for a fairly long time. But it wasn't her they were afraid of. Wait, the Celestial and God Slayer, don't they both come from Earth? They both have a similar form, and if they're fighting together, they most likely know each other. How can you not keep a Celestial from Earth in check? Bliss. Or maybe you are working with them. Another shouted. Hey, wait a second. Didn't that big guy say he came from Earth as well? Yeah. The new Celestial. You don't think that was him we saw fighting right now? The talking between the Celestials was getting larger, and it seemed like Bliss's intervention had stirred up more conversation, only making their determination stronger to inform others about what was going on. What do I do now? Do I inform Quinn? Do I send him back? But if there is an attack on Earth from other Celestials, then we will need to prepare and Quinn will have to get as strong as possible. Bliss let out a big sigh as she suddenly disappeared out of the space. Her interventions and her ability to see what would occur usually gave her issues. It just had given her major issues this time. Back on the planet that continued to shake and rumble all over, Quinn had finished using his celestial drain. Athos's body was now slowly disappearing, turning into particles, and as he did, so did his other two dedicated followers. Come on, Quinn. I let you do your magic thing, but we have to get off this place now, Syl shouted. Using his powers, a large spaceship was brought out from a portal. Seeing this, the other three Arma that were not too far off were seen running towards Quinn and the others. Based on what he had seen, Syl knew these guys were friendly. After letting everyone on board the spaceship, it quickly blasted off, heading out of the planet's gravity pull and into space. A few moments later, and looking back, they all could see the planet explode right in front of them. A large force could be felt dragging the spaceship in slightly after the explosion, but the ship, using extra power, had blasted off heading out. You mean, we would have died if we stayed there? Nock commented. It was a close call, but to Quinn, who was staring off into space, it didn't seem to be a reaction at all to the planet exploding. Instead, he was staring at nothing but the air in front of him. 252256/28546 Celestial Energy. Congratulations. You have received enough clientele energy to level up. You are now level 4. Congratulations. You have received enough celestial energy to level up. You are now level 5. The following skills have been obtained. The number of celestial points was beyond what Quinn could think of, even though he knew Athos had an abundant amount of it. For instance, the latter created these large towers that had their own world within them. Every time Quinn absorbed the nest crystals with the celestial marking, he could tell that Athos put a large amount of celestial energy into them. However, after only completing his condition somewhat with many of those on Earth, he didn't expect much. How many years were you storing this for? Getting those to complete your condition? And you gave it all up for what? Quinn didn't quite understand Athos' reason for fighting against him. Maybe he was arrogant, or he just wanted to start afresh, or perhaps he had even grown tired of this whole thing. Currently, Quinn was in the spaceship, and they were heading back to the planet where Athos originally resided. Dober was helping Syl navigate between the parents to find out which one was the right one. Dober was always interested in these particular things, even in the tower, which was why he had so much knowledge, even about creating vessels that could travel in space. Although, after finding Syl, they no longer needed a ship, they just needed to know the directions. Now that Quinn and Syl had defeated Athos, they couldn't help but wonder what would happen to the tower and how the people would react to this event. At the same time, Geo and the others tried to forget about the planet they had destroyed. Although Geo didn't know any of them personally, he seemed somewhat upset that all of the Amra, those of the same race as him, had died on that planet and could have been partially due to them. All 3 of the Amra were in disbelief of what had occurred. Their god that they had never seen until today was suddenly defeated like that, and killed. It was a tale that they would find hard to believe if someone was to tell them. When everyone was quiet on the ship and lost in their own thoughts, Quinn used the time to understand and see the new changes after leveling up. First, he wanted to know what he had achieved through leveling up, as there was a new celestial power with each level. Reincarnation has been unlocked for the celestial Quinn Talon. Reincarnation will ensue upon your death. Death, natural or not, will incur a loss of celestial points, and this ability will use a certain number of celestial points to activate. The time and the state of reincarnation are unknown. Now that reincarnation has been unlocked, it has been added permanently to the celestial condition to activate, as long as there is one dedicated follower of the celestial or someone who remembers the celestial and is still alive. Apart from other celestials, reincarnation will be possible. I've unlocked reincarnation. Now I really am becoming more and more like them, but it's harder than I thought. Quinn thought as he realized that even though they could reincarnate, death for a god wasn't always a safe bet. Although he didn't know why, perhaps it was because he was reading it on a system screen, but the information just seemed lackluster. For such a special ability which could theoretically make someone immortal in a way, it just didn't feel real to Quinn. Especially since there were no power boosts like when he previously leveled up, just more skills he could use. You can now create a personal space. A personal space is an independent space that celestials can create using their celestial energy. The amount of celestial energy consumed will depend on the size and stability of the space. The space created by a celestial will be fully under their control, and they can control the flow of time depending on the amount of celestial energy available to consume. Upon reading the second skill he had unlocked, Quinn pondered 2 things. One of them being about the celestial space that he could already access. It sounded similar to that. Does that mean the whole giant space was created by someone else? Maybe by a real god or something? Or is it just the universe acting like what that damned Bliss blabbers about all the time? As for the second thought, it was to do with Bliss, the space she had created before she had taken Quinn away from everyone. I would like to test my personal space skill and see how it works, Quinn thought. But now probably isn't the best time. With this many celestial points, I can start experimenting with more weapons and markings. This was something Quinn was looking forward to most. After fighting against Syl, He realized that there might be opponents in the future that his set of skills might not give the outcome he wants, but with weapons, he could make his arsenal much more versatile. It was a close call in the fight against Athos. Without Sill's help, Quinn would have most likely lost the battle. Thinking about this, he remembered there was something else he needed to do as well. He then stood up and walked over to the table where Nock and Geo were seated. Then, moving the chair, he sat across them and placed his hands on the table. "I first want to apologize," Quinn said. "I never meant to kill your god, your celestial. I know you guys looked up to him. And honestly, I just wanted to leave this place and return home. But unfortunately, the two of us were in a tricky situation, and for some reason that I am unaware of, Athos was trying to kill us. If we didn't go all out, it would have been the end of us." The two were silent for a while. In the end, Geo was the one that replied first. "You saved us. I admit this wasn't what I expected, but our God was using us as a way to force you to act. We saw that. Your dispute and reasons are probably beyond what we can understand. I am just worried for my people and my race now that he is gone." "That is actually what I wanted to talk to you about," Quinn replied. "I gained a lot of energy after defeating Athos, and I don't know how much it will help, but I would like to pass this on to you. In fact, to all of you three. I think you will be able to use it well to defeat enemies, help your people, or create order in the race, which will soon become chaotic without Athos." The others didn't understand what Quinn was saying, so he decided to show them when he returned. In the first place, he wasn't even sure how much celestial energy they could hold. Quinn took a while to explain what he was going to do and what might happen to them. He also explained how this would link them to him, and if Quinn were to die, they would also. However, instead of hesitating, all three of them were over the moon after hearing everything and were willing to give it a try. "Well, that's a surprise, but I'm happy for you all," Quinn said. "When we get to your planet, we will first gauge the situation, and then we will decide on the next step." "What about your people, Quinn?" Geo said. "I want to thank you for everything you have done, and I want to say that in the future, and although we can't help, if there is ever anything you need help with, you can contact us." It was a good gesture, and Quinn shook Geo's all four hands at once to take his word on it if the time would come. It looked like he had made a good ally on this short trip. Just then, as they were approaching the planet, Quinn received a message from his system. "You have received a message from Celestial Bliss. Would you like to read?" What is she trying to do?" Quinn thought. When Quinn entered the celestial space for the first time, he had learned about the message function. Opening up the system at that time, there was a long list of names to those he could send messages to, but he couldn't send any because his celestial level was too low then. Also, there was another issue. Nearly everyone was under an alias, so he had no idea who they were, not to mention he didn't know any of them either since the only celestial he could think of was Bliss herself. At the same time, the celestial section of the system could only be accessed when one was in the celestial space, which meant that Bliss was in there at this moment. "After teleporting me out here in the middle of nowhere, she is finally reaching out to me," Quinn thought as his clenched fist slightly trembled. Although he couldn't imagine what had gone on while he was away, there was only one plus side to it. He was now with Sill. "I really want to just ignore this message, but at the moment, after we drop off Geo and the others, we have nowhere to go from here, and I am curious about what she wants." In the end, Quinn reluctantly clicked to open the message, and he was pretty surprised upon reading the message in the prompt in front of him. "This message is paramount for you and the whole human race. I know we got off on the wrong foot, and you most likely hate me for things I have done, but everything I did is for the human race and its survival, so please do not ignore this. No introduction, no sweet hello, as expected from someone like her." Quinn continued to read. "Your fight with Athos has gained great attention in the celestial space. Don't return to the celestial space if you want to avoid trouble and help the Earth and everyone on it." The message said nothing more, and there wasn't much for Quinn to go by. "They know about my fight against Athos, but how? How were they even able to watch us fight? Do they have screens in there or something? I didn't see people doing that before when I was there. Then again, I was focused on my own goals and didn't bother about anything else." Quinn thought. But is she even telling the truth? Since my level has increased, I originally wanted to head to celestial space to see what else I could do. I thought I could walk to one of the white energies and transport myself to their space. But then there's Syl as well. Still, there might be some information there that can help us get back to Earth. And how did she know this was me? I didn't use my real name. I just used an alias, B. There were many things that weren't adding up to Quinn because he was unaware of what was going on in the space while they were fighting against Athos. But either way, there was one thing Quinn was sure about. Bliss was currently in the celestial space. Everyone, I will be meditating for some time. In fact, I don't know how long it will take for me to get back, hopefully not too long. Quinn said while crossing his legs to sit on the floor of all things and then closed his eyes. Hey! Was he always like this? Syl asked. I mean, like, he seems a little weird. Just then, Quinn opened his eyes and fell to the floor like he was in extreme pain. Syl rushed to his side, and when he held Quinn, he noticed the latter was extremely sweaty. Quinn, he shouted. What happened? Quinn slowly controlled his breathing and held his chest as he looked at Syl. I think I just died, Quinn replied. A moment ago, after Quinn had closed his eyes, he had entered celestial space, and in doing so, a couple of message prompts from the space system greeted him. Due to the increase in your level, certain features have now been unlocked. Ability to send messages has been unlocked. Ability to travel in celestial space has been unlocked. This is great, just like I thought. Since Bliss sent me a message, I should be able to send her one now as well. Although, what do I send? I might just scare her away, so maybe it's best if I just look for her first. If I remember what that floating ball said, once I know who is who, then I just need to remember the feeling of their energy, and then each time I come here, I'll be able to find her. So I just need to run into her once. With that, Quinn was on his journey, and almost immediately, he noticed a significant distinction in himself compared to the last time he was in space. While in space, one only appeared as a pure form of their celestial energy, and no distinctive features could be seen beside their outline. This time, though, his energy form was radiating with power. It had even grown quite a bit compared to before, and the change was quite apparent. I can tell a bit more now that my level has increased. After fighting Athos, I have a rough idea of everyone's celestial energy and how strong they are, Quinn said, looking around at the others. While walking in the space, Quinn was mainly looking for those with a human-like figure since he could rule out all of the celestials that didn't. However, he quickly latched on to the idea that something strange was happening. As he walked past certain white balls of energy, some of them would whisper and glance at him. I don't like this. I thought I was safe because of my alias, but it looks like something has happened. Bliss is right. Just then, Quinn spotted a familiar energy ball he met last time. The ball of energy known as XOX also noticed him and came to a stop. After a moment of silence between the two, XOX instantly turned away before starting to dash. But Quinn was much faster and sprinting across the floor. He soon jumped in front of the ladder. It's nice to meet you again. Do you mind explaining why everyone is looking at me a little strange? Quinn asked. XOX turned left, but Quinn quickly got in front of him. He turned right and Quinn stopped him once again, and finally he grabbed the ball with his hands. I don't really know if there are rules against any infighting here or what happens if someone hurts others, but I don't mind testing it out to find out, Quinn said while clenching his fist, ready to punch the ball. Wait. Okay. Let me explain, but can we get away from the others? XOX whispered while looking around. They soon arrived at the sparse part of the space, which was a lot in there. XOX looked around before speaking to Quinn. Look, you have to get out of here, B, XOX said. The Celestials have all figured out that you were the one that took out Athos. A certain group is after you, and if they see you or anyone else talking to you, they will do everything in their power to get rid of you and the person talking to you. Wait, slow down. What do you mean? How did they figure out I'm me? Quinn asked. Don't you remember you were the one that told us you were from Earth? There aren't many Celestials from Earth, and many witnessed the match between the Godslayer and Athos. Seeing a Celestial there who helped the Godslayer, and then because Godslayer is from the Earth, it doesn't take a genius to figure out who you are. People remembered you from the last time because you were doing strange things in here. XOX's tone showed his nervousness as he continued to look around to keep an eye out for himself. Just then, XOX noticed something and decided to run off before Quinn could say anything else. Wait, I'm not done yet. Help me find Bliss? I need to find her. You said you know everyone's image readings, right? Quinn shouted. Turning around while floating backwards, XOX only had a few words to say. Remember our deal from the last time. I have nothing to do with you, remember that, so don't drag me in the mud with you. Hearing this, Quinn frowned, and after a moment of thought, he turned around. And when he did, he finally knew why XOX had suddenly run off like that, because now about 20 Celestials were standing in front of him, all with different shapes and sizes with varying amounts of celestial energy. B. One of them shouted. You teamed up with a God Slayer. We all saw it, so don't you dare deny it. You even killed one of us, which is why we have decided collectively as a group that you are not welcome in this space anymore. We will spread the word and continue to spread it far and wide that Celestial B from Earth is no longer allowed here. And if anyone is to see him, they are to get rid of him by force. Quinn did not need to be told twice. It was clear he wasn't welcome in this place. However, their actions spoke louder than words as they inched slowly towards him. Wait, guys, let's be civil here. I can explain everything. I wanted to return to Earth, but Athos wouldn't send me there. Why can no one understand that? Quinn said, stepping back. The other Celestials didn't seem to care about what Quinn had to say, as none of them reacted and kept coming closer. This only annoyed him more about the entire situation. One option was available to him though, and that was to exit the celestial space as asked. However, Quinn thought about it for a moment, and instead of taking a step back, he looked forward toward them. Since none of you is willing to listen to me, I will consider that you guys have already determined that I'm your enemy, Quinn said, clenching his fist. I never liked you guys anyway, but as I have with everyone in the past, I'll give you a chance. I just want to find Bliss. If you tell me where she is, I'll be out of your way, but if you get in my way. Before he could finish his words, the Celestial at the front had already arrived in front of Quinn. It looked like a giant beetle due to its outline and even had two large forceps, tentacles or whatever they were. As he charged toward Quinn, the latter lifted his hands and grabbed them before they could reach him. I can only use my celestial powers here, so I'm a bit weaker, but I will have the advantage when it comes to hand-to-hand combat, Quinn thought as he kicked the beetle in the chest. It had knocked the latter away, and particles dispersed into the space. Before the beetle could recover, Quinn stepped in with his fast speed and sent an elbow straight towards the former's chest, hitting him in the same spot again. It was a decisive blow that would have sent the Celestial flying if it wasn't for Quinn, who had lifted his leg before that could happen, stopping him with his foot. Dragging his opponent towards him with his foot, Quinn slammed his opponent's face into the ground before stomping on top of his head, making his whole body disappear into nothing but particles. Celestial B has gone crazy. Is he really fighting in this space? One of the others shouted. The 20 or so Celestials didn't seem confident after witnessing what Quinn had done. They already knew he was strong, and only his celestial powers were quite lacking. But now, with Athos' defeat, his celestial powers have grown exponentially, not to mention that he was already a master in combat experience. B, you might be a new celestial, but even you should understand the consequences of fighting in this space, another shouted. We just banned you from this place and decided not to take further action. You could have lived your own life without causing any more trouble for others and yourself. Instead, you decided to act and made every celestial as your enemy. There will be those you defeat here that will hunt you outside. Quinn was looking at the floating particles. It seemed that destroying one of them hadn't completely scared them. It meant either the Celestials didn't care for their own or each other's life, or the death inside this space wasn't the same as outside. Quinn predicted it was the latter for a while now, especially after hearing that they would come for him outside of this space, but there had to be some consequence. You are threatening me. My planet has been in trouble numerous times, and even now all I want to do is to protect it. I don't understand why none of you is willing to hear me out. Why are you so eager to make an enemy out of me? Quinn asked. People like you, the ones that think you can control everything and have things go your way, are exactly like those on Earth before. So I will warn you again, and believe me, for I am in no mood to joke here. If you try to come to Earth, I will ensure your death, and kill you over and over again, no matter how many times you reincarnate. Playing nice wasn't working. It had not for a while with these lot, which was why Quinn had to change something, hoping he could strike fear into them. However, his words didn't seem to work, as they all began to charge straight toward him. Extending his hands out like claws, Quinn was ready. He dashed forward, flipping the first one over his back, and then with the next, he quickly gave out a shocking thigh kick, causing them to be sent flying into the white space in an entirely different direction. As for the next, he grabbed them by the head and started running forward, using their body as some shield as he crashed through them. It was strange fighting like this, not just for Quinn but for the others as well. Since they were only in their celestial energy forms, Quinn was still winning out, but that was when he began to notice something. Although he was doing well against the celestials against him, there were more and more of them coming his way. Damn it! I just want to find bliss. Will this get your attention? Will it? Will it? Quinn shouted in his head. From the outside, XOX noticed how many celestials were now running forward. Word spread that B was going on a rampage, trying to kill every celestial within the space. Of course, with XOX not being much of a fighter, he started to float around with no intention of getting involved. I might be a bit late, but the other celestials should be able to deal with him by now. Still, let's just see how much damage he's caused. XOX stopped there because an entire crowd of celestials, all of different shapes and sizes, was charging forward. Suddenly, one celestial that was as large as a tree could be seen starting to fall over, and on top of him was Quinn. However, he was unbothered by the fall and clawed one of the celestials, ripping the energy from them, and quickly used his body as a base to push off his legs and dive into the others. His speed was faster than most of the celestials there, and the ones that could keep up could not deal with his power and skills. What is this? This is a first for celestial space. I think this is the first time anything like this has happened before. If this continues, even the ancient ones might get involved, XOX shouted. However, Quinn wasn't coming out unscathed. He was getting hit by the faster celestials, tossed with powerful blows, and from each hit, he could feel his energy dissipating as his glow slowly began to fade. However, his speed, power, and skills never faltered. If this is what you guys got, then I welcome you. You won't even be able to defeat half of the people from the Earth. Quinn shouted like a madman before throwing another punch, completely exhausted. He could feel a strange strain throughout his body. It was almost as if he was completely disappearing. Still, Quinn didn't give up as he kicked, pushed, and clawed at everyone who came at him, but even for someone as great as Quinn, as powerful as he was, it was too much. Just then, a giant tail hit him, and finally, the energy of his whole celestial space body dissipated. Is he gone? Is he finally defeated? XOX thought with excitement, since the worst of his days was over. But, looking around at everyone's faces who had been there since the fight had begun, it was hard to tell if they had one. Then a shiver ran down his spine as a dreaded thought came to him. What would happen next? How would everyone react to this? From the looks on their faces, he could tell no one now wanted to fight the real B. If he was this strong in here, he was definitely out of their league in the real world. Although this was the case for the majority of the Celestials, it wasn't for them all. Quinn was thrown to the floor from his sitting position as if something had hit him. His body had slid across the spaceship floor before Syl moved and stopped it. Upon checking the former's condition, Syl found out Quinn was sweaty, and his chest was strangely rising up and down, which nearly never happened before, and after a moment, he finally opened his eyes. Quinn, Quinn! He heard Syl call him out, bringing him out of the trance. What happened, Quinn? I just died, Quinn replied. Just like before, next to no time had passed in the real world. However, after being through such an intense situation for an incredibly long time, it felt all strange for him. It was as if he was stuck in a dream, but it wasn't fake, and everything he did was real. What do you mean you died? What happened to you, Quinn? Is this because you were in slumber for 1,000 years or something? Syl asked again. After sitting up on the floor, Quinn decided to explain everything to Syl about the Celestials and the celestial space. He also revealed how they were after perhaps not just him but Syl too, after what the two of them had done to Athos. What was frightening to Syl in the story that Quinn told was the number of Celestials in the space. From the sounds of it, Quinn had fought and defeated many of them, but the number of Celestials seemed endless. You did what I would have done as well, Syl replied. In my travels, I've seen some strange things in the places I have been. These Celestials don't see life anymore, and I'll be honest, as time passed, the perspective of life has changed a bit for me as well. Quinn somewhat knew how Syl felt. Although he hadn't lived through the years that Syl had done, the feeling after becoming a Celestial and seeing how the universe reacted to things made everything just feel a bit pointless. We can't think like that, Quinn said, shaking his head. There are still people that me, you, and everyone care about. We must think of them and ensure these Celestials can't just do what they want. Heck, I don't want to even think about leaving this world or the next until I have gotten a good hit on bliss, Quinn swore. The spaceship was soon approaching the original planet where Geo and the others had come from. During this time, Quinn checked a specific notification he had received while fighting. Your celestial body has been destroyed in the celestial space. You are unable to enter the celestial space for 1 week. I knew there would be a drawback to dying in that place, but a whole week before I can enter again? It means I won't be able to travel using the celestial space function, and we'll have to find another way out of this place. Quinn thought. Still, can I even go back to that place? If I do, the same thing will ensue again. So what the hell do I do then? Quinn thought. On the bright side, at least Quinn's celestial energy, among other things, had remained the same. So there was not a huge downside to dying in the celestial space. The spaceship soon entered the planet's atmosphere, and upon reaching close to the land, they decided to dock just in front of the tower. Seeing that the tower was still the same, Quinn was quite surprised. However, several armor guards from the first few floors were also outside, with confusion on all of their faces. When the ship landed, everyone was on guard, but as soon as they saw Geo, an evolved version of the Amra, and one of those from the higher level floors, they bowed down. They knew he was at least a SETI rank based on his colors. Well, this is unexpected, Knox said as he looked at the tower guard leaders, even those that were condescending to him in the past. It's good that you are all here in one place. It will make things a little easier for us. Geo addressed the guards. Geo explained what had transpired and how there was a battle between gods, although he chose to skip some details, because many didn't know what Athos looked like. Geo claimed that Athos was the same shape and appearance as Quinn. This way, Quinn getting rid of their current god didn't seem to hurt them as much. While speaking to the guards, Geo learned that the tower was still functioning how it used to before. Syl and Quinn looked at each other. It was possibly this was the only tower they hadn't taken the nest crystal out of and claimed its energy. Then, what should we do? The captains asked. Is this our new god then? The one that has invaded us? Geo turned towards Quinn as he wanted the latter to answer. And it was then that Quinn walked over and put his hand on Geo's back. Don't move, Quinn instructed. A red marking started to burn into Geo. It was the marking of the celestial Quinn, a red dragon with 2 large wings. Quinn had informed Geo on the ship what he had planned to do, and even taught Geo a sign to make him stop if he began experiencing pain. You have gained a dedicated follower. Energy continued to transfer from one to the other, and it was a surprise for Quinn when Geo raised one of his arms at around the 10,000 celestial energy mark. This action was the subtle sign Quinn had told him to make if he felt too much pain. He can hold a lot of energy. Is it because of his race or something else? Anyway, he deserves it. This is their place to look after, and I technically took this energy from their god. Quinn thought. The others could see a red radiating glow around Geo. Some also noticed that the energy was similar to a few places in the tower. Although it wasn't exactly the same, they had somewhat felt it before. After this, Quinn decided to do the same for Nock and Dober. For these two, the celestial points reached around the 1,000 mark, which was still impressive compared to what Quinn had expected. "I am a god of another world." Quinn then addressed the confused and amazed guards in front of him. "So I cannot stay here, but I have passed the energy that I have gained from your previous god onto these three here. They are all good people who helped me, and with their newfound prowess they will be able to protect you. Heed to these three if you have any problems with the tower or what to do from here on." It took a while for the Amras to realize what was happening, but surprisingly they seemed pretty welcoming of the change. These people needed someone to follow, give them orders and guide them, and none of them felt ready to step up to the challenge. After the guards dispersed, it was time for Syl and Quinn to head somewhere else, to try to find a way home because there was nothing else they could do here, but Geo wished to say his goodbyes. "Quinn, I can't thank you enough. I plan to completely change this place into a far more peaceful place," Geo stated. "Our people didn't live horrible lives, but they certainly did live difficult lives. I want everyone to be able to experience everything they can in this world during their lifetime, and I hope I can achieve that. Quinn, do you remember what I said before? If there is ever anything you need, you are free to contact me." Quinn smiled at Geo, and a thought came into his head. "There is one thing you can do. If you can you build a statue of me? Then, once a month, you can get your people to present a few drops of blood with the statue's image in their heads. It would be a big help." It was a strange request, but after finding out who and what Quinn was, Geo thought it might just be something they did, so he nodded to the request. Turning around, Quinn had a small smile. "In the celestial space, I only have my celestial body to fight with. So I will now focus on gathering as much celestial energy as possible. And when I re-enter the space, I'll make an even bigger entrance." The current situation was quite strange for Quinn, to say the least. He was currently with Syl in the latter spaceship, and they were traveling through the endless space but without a planned direction. Although they had their goal, to head back to Earth, they had no clue how to get back there. Which was why Syl had said for them to just travel. In fact, this was what Syl would usually do. He would go from one solar system to another, finding new life as he searched for these celestials to hunt. And this was what the two were currently doing. They were heading out of the solar system, which once belonged to Athos and had all the planets with the Amra on, knowing that none of them could help, in search of someone who might be able to. "Is there really not a better way than this? Don't you even at least know the direction that Earth is in?" Quinn asked as they had been floating through space for a while now. Syl pressed a few buttons on the ship, and a list of locations appeared, but a big red sign also appeared, displaying an error. "I'm afraid not. Although Logan had installed a navigation system that would create a map as I went on, in fact, I could get back to Earth or the Blades that way, at least before I could. But I traveled for a long time, and one day I encountered a few strong beasts that sent me completely off course and must have ruined that system. I have no clue where I am and just continued for a few years since. Ever since then, the system hasn't been working," Syl explained. "Anyway, from what you explained, as long as there is life in a particular solar system, there should be a celestial or celestials overlooking them, right? I'm sure if we travel enough, we'll be able to find a celestial or a beast or anyone that can help us in getting to Earth. Not everyone will be like Athos. I'm sure there will be those who care for their life, and besides, if you don't want to do this, I have something else you can do." Quinn knew what Syl was hinting at, because Quinn had been trying to write a message for some time. When entering the celestial space, he managed to survive for quite a while, and had received a message from Bliss. The person who got him in this mess could also effortlessly get him out of here. The contents of the messages sounded like she actually cared about humans, and if she was warning Quinn, there had to be a reason. But he was confused with deciding on how to approach his message to her. Should he send an aggressive one, a threatening one, or one that seemed open to communication and working together? Whenever he thought about the last option, though, he would feel like vomiting. In the end, Quinn couldn't think of any nice way to put his message, so he decided to use his time better, and standing up, he began to stretch. "Let's see what this celestial system can do," Quinn thought. "Now that I can no longer enter the celestial space and have a lot of time to kill, I can focus on figuring this thing out." Just like with the system before, this one was also a shortcut for him to learn skills. All he needed to do was select the skill he wanted to use. although there weren't many and the two systems from the old and new had somewhat merged. After selecting the skill, the energy was already being drawn out of him. However, as he had done with every skill he learned before, he tried to remember the feeling of doing what the system was forcing his body to do. Closing his eyes was the best way to heighten his senses at first. It was taking him back to his time with Leo. Once he learned how to do things himself, he could always activate things quicker rather than going through the system. Quinn did notice that it was the first time he could expel celestial energy out of his body. How does this exactly work? Whenever I try to use the celestial energy, I can only activate it in my body and only then I can use it as a type of blood armor. So if I can learn to add it to my blood aura this way, I'll be able to use it in my attacks without hurting myself. Quinn thought. Either way, it was food for thought for now. Using the celestial energy to create space was easy enough because it was similar to how Quinn would control his shadows and make a dome around himself. The smaller the circle of energy, the fewer celestial points it would take, and the larger the circle of energy, the more it would take, just like his MC points. When he created a space enough for himself, two prompts appeared in front of him. Basic celestial space has been created. Current time is 90% of that on Earth. 90%? Does it mean the time spent here is 10% slower than on Earth? So for every 11 days I spend here, it would be 10 Earth days. Is that correct? Quinn scratched his head, realizing that maths wasn't his forte. He soon realized, though, that keeping the space operational cost a certain amount of points, but if he used more celestial points, he could upgrade the space to slow down time even more. It is not as good as the celestial space, but it works the same way. So this must have been what bliss took me in at that time. But wait, so where am I right now? Am I still on the ship? Quinn thought. While he was busy with the celestial space, Syl was busy on his own. He suddenly noticed something strange. 1 second, Quinn was there, and the next moment, a bright white light enveloped him, and as it dispersed, Quinn had disappeared. It seemed like quite the magic trick to just disappear from the spot. However, walking through where Quinn once was, Syl suddenly sensed something in the area. He continued to pace backwards and forwards, wondering if he had just imagined things, but the energy certainly felt strange at some spots. Almost as if something was there but at the same time not. Then, while reaching out to the energy, suddenly Quinn appeared out of nowhere, and now Syl had his hand directly on Quinn's mouth. "Right, what are you doing?" Quinn asked with a muffled voice because of the hand over him. Retracting his hand, Syl laughed and explained himself. It made Quinn wonder if it was something Syl could feel because of his own ability, or can anyone sense and break the space from the outside. He had many questions, and there was no way of getting answers right now. "What were you even trying to do anyway?" Syl asked. "I'm just testing something. The ship is on autopilot to, well, nowhere, right?" Quinn asked. "Yeah." "Well then, great. I want to see if you can come in this space with me," Quinn suggested. Without asking any further questions or waiting for Syl to agree, Quinn created the space again, and this time he made it large enough for both him and Syl to move freely. When they opened their eyes, both of them found themselves in a large white space. "Whoa! Did you just teleport us? Where are we?" Syl asked. "This is my space. I think it's like a world that I've created myself. It's this place that you could feel earlier," Quinn explained. "Anyway, inside this space, time passes 1/10 faster than it does outside." Syl couldn't believe his ears. What Quinn was explaining certainly was something that only gods could do, but then again, Quinn was one. "I upgraded the space as much as possible, and this was the maximum I could slow down time here, for now at least. With the number of points I have, I can keep this space open for 70 days, which would equal to 70 days on the outside." Hearing this, Syl could only think of one thing. With time passing more slowly inside here, it meant one thing: extra time for them to train. That's not the best bit. Do you remember when I told you about the celestial space? I could only use my celestial energy. Well, inside here, I can still use my shadow powers and blood powers, which is why I invited you in here. I want you to be my sparring partner for the next few days. 7 Earth days to be exact. Quinn smiled. The celestial space that Quinn could create with his system was intriguing, to say the least. It was completely white and one might mistake it as an endless, but it did, in fact, have an end. When Quinn walked further into the space that he had created, it would begin to distort and he would even see the parts of the ship around him in the real world. At the same time, when he tried to expand it further, he found that the white space could be much broader than the whole ship they were on. However, when he reached the edge of the space, and the distortions would begin to form, he would himself on the exact spot at which he was sitting earlier when he made the space. To put it simply, the celestial space that Quinn could create wouldn't be linked to the outside world. But when he returned, he would always be on the ship. It was a bit strange since, technically, the ship was always moving, and the space was also moving with it. Either way, it was how it worked, which was perfect for Quinn. However, there were some downsides that he found. For one, although he could increase the time flow by around 10 times and believed he could do 70 days worth of training in just 7 days, he didn't take note of a few things. Sil could use his powers in space to train himself as well. Using his powers made him the perfect partner for Quinn. The system had prompted Quinn, informing him if he wanted to suppress the former using his energy. Quinn didn't try to find out how many points that would cost, but it was nice to know in space that there were more things he could do with his celestial powers. For someone like him who couldn't utilize his celestial energy well. But when they were sparring and training, they found that it would damage the space, which would take celestial energy to mend it, just as how the shadow would take up more MC cells when using the shadow dome. So, in the end, after about 50 days of training within the space, Quinn's celestial energy ran out, and they were back on the ship. "Man, I'm hungry and worn out," Sil said, lying on the floor immediately. "It's weird. Earlier I could go for a long time without eating. Is it because my body is reacting in real time? Is that why I got tired in just 5 days? Anyway, who cares? I need to eat something." Looking at Quinn's points, it was the first time he had completely used up his celestial energy like so. Before, he would only use it to enhance his attacks. But, even if he ran out, his blood aura and chi were enough to push him through. "I didn't try to learn more about celestial energy because if I used it, I knew it would lessen our time inside," Quinn thought, "so I decided to just focus on blood skills and, more importantly, improving my shadow powers." He found it quite funny that while in celestial space, he could only use his celestial form, and now in his own space, he just focused on everything but his celestial form. However, that was just how things had worked out. Also, now that his celestial energy had depleted, it also gave him a chance to learn how long it would take for him to fully regain his celestial energy. On the other hand, since it hadn't been 7 days either yet, he couldn't access the celestial space at the moment. "You were trying out some new things, and I'm surprised with how quickly you were able to improve. Whenever I think you're at your peak, you keep improving," Sil said, taking a long sip of a canned drink. "Well, I never really had time to focus on these things. I trained a bit of the shadow with Arthur and chi with Leo, and blood control was all over the place as I learned it on the flow with Vincent. I've had a lot of teachers that have helped me improve and get stronger within a short period of time, but I never really had the time to focus on just one aspect as things kept piling up and I would have to focus on many things at once. And honestly, even shadow powers have been at a standstill for a while, and after learning that this is some God Slayer type power, I feel like it could be more powerful than it currently is. Now that Quinn could create space and change time flow, he would have plenty of time to train himself, and whoever he would face next, be it Celestials, Dampiers, or even God Slayers, they would be in for a surprise. Beep beep beep. "What's that noise?" Quinn asked. He had just gotten out of a cold shower and was in the middle of putting on his clothes when the beeping noise came. Wearing the clunky armor all the time was tiring, and since there was no ongoing threat, he had put it all away in his shadow space. Sil had done something similar. He had an ability through which he could equip all of his gear at once like thought, and also had his storage ability to keep his ship and all his other items. "I don't know. I've never heard of that sound before," Sil replied while scratching his chin. "Wait a sec. Now that I think about it, I think the last time I heard about it was when I was..." Immediately, a surprised expression appeared on Sil's face, and he rushed to the ship and looked at the scanner. He could now see a giant blip on his radar, and it was bigger than anything he had seen before, bigger than the blip he saw when a colossal beast had attacked his ship, which was the last time he remembered such a thing happening. I think I might know what it is, Quinn said while looking through the glass. In the distance, they could see an enormous spaceship. It looked like a giant blue whale floating about in space. It was far bigger than anything they had seen. It looked like 100 cursed ships or 10 Bertha ships were put in a line to create such a thing. Yet it looked far more impressive and powerful than any Bertha or the cursed ship. Well, we wanted to find life. There should definitely be life on that thing, right? Syl asked. Where are we, though? Are we out of the Amra solar system yet? It doesn't belong to one of them, does it? Quinn asked. Checking the map, they had gone entirely out of the Amra solar system in the 5 days, and we're in a new area altogether. As for who or what was on board, it was hard to tell all the way out here. Could be a new race, humans, or maybe humanoid beasts. As the large ship got closer, another part of the console also began to flash. This time Syl knew what it meant, so he didn't hesitate as he pressed one of the buttons, opening up a line of communication between the two. This is the Marpo luxury line. We are communicating to confirm if you are friendly. Over. Syl looked at Quinn, who just shrugged his shoulders as he had no clue what to do in this situation, but at least they were able to communicate. We're a bit lost, but we're friendly, squishy, soft beings. Over. Syl awkwardly replied. Squishy beings? Are you saying we're fat? Quinn said. Well, I mean, I didn't want to say we were fat and make them want to eat us, and I didn't want to scare them off either. Anyway, if you don't like that I'm doing the talking, then why don't you do the talking? Just in case, Quinn was ready to battle with whatever was on board. And he wasn't being reckless. In fact, more times than not, he had been attacked, and even if it weren't the case at first, they would eventually need to fight anyway based on his luck. If you wish to get on board and enjoy your time here on the ship, that is possible. Although there will be an admission fee, please reply if you wish to come aboard. Over. The ship responded. Honestly, there was nothing else for the two of them to do, and with how large it was, there were sure to be multiple people on board. The more people they encountered, the higher chances of them finding a way back home. Do you think they'll accept credits? Quinn asked. We would like to board. But before that, I would like to ask what form of payment you would like? We don't know much since we aren't from around here. Syl asked. Usually we would accept bond tons, but if you are not from around here, we also accept beast crystals. It will be 1 demi-tier crystal per person. The voice on the other end responded. In the past, hearing such a thing would have made Quinn faint. Demi-tier crystal wasn't something an average person would be able to come by. I don't have any crystals that high, do you? Quinn asked. Of course I do, Syl replied, pulling out 2 from his storage and holding them in his hand. It looks like we're going in then. Just a little longer, you guys, and we'll be back. Technology was always a fascinating subject for Quinn, and looking at the massive spaceship in front of him reminded him of the technological state of the Earth. It has come a long way and has advanced far quicker than any time before the Dalki attack. Although Quinn did learn that these technologies had existed for a long time, just that the vampires kept them to themselves. Beside him, Syl had set up a link connecting them to the larger ship, and now their spaceship was making its way towards the docking station. The docking station was at the side, near the large ship's underbelly. What was even more surprising for Quinn was seeing Syl could semi-operate the ship, pushing buttons away like it was a natural. It's still hard to get used to. Every once in a while, when I look at him, he reminds me of Hilston. He's not as big or muscular as the latter, but they definitely have a similar character. Quinn thought. He's come a long way though. In fact, everyone has. Now, he can talk much better, and after traversing alone in space for so long, he's become independent, which I never expected. So, what's the game plan here? Syl asked, pulling Quinn out of his thoughts. We go in looking for Celestial on board? Ask for information from the others? Or what? Let's just keep a low profile for now. Many saw what we looked like in the fight against Athos, but not all. Most of the Celestials know me as B and don't know what I look like. Depending on the circumstances, this can work as a disadvantage or an advantage. So let's not take any risk by betting on announcing who we are. Also, remember that we cannot reveal we're from Earth, because that will cause problems and complicate things. Rather, we will say we're looking for Earth, Mars, or any other planet nearby. A small panel on the side of the ship opened up, and automatically, everything was set up so the ship would find somewhere to land inside. Now finally inside, the two of them could see a ship park. Around 1,000 or so small ships the same size as theirs were parked in an orderly manner. This type of setting would only be seen in military events back on Earth. The large difference was that all the ships were uniquely different. Each had a different shape, thrusters, sizes, colors, and patterns. Some of them didn't even look like ships, or at least, the two would never believe those were ships unless they were inside here. The exit ramp of the ship descended on the floor once their ship was carefully docked and they were set to head out. To avoid attracting too much attention, the two weren't wearing any of their usual beast gear. I can't sense any celestial energy in here, Quinn thought. I had a feeling we wouldn't be so lucky to just run into someone so quickly. When their feet touched the ground, a blue light appeared beneath them. Syl almost immediately acted, but Quinn pulled his shirt back down and made him halt. I can see you must have had some bad experiences. Quinn smiled. But this is just harmless light. A blue pathway lit up on the floor, directing them through the space between the other ships, and turned away in another direction at the end. Welcome to the Marpo cruise. Please follow the blue path. It will lead you into one of the many reception areas throughout the entire ship. If you need assistance with anything, please don't hesitate to ask one of the staff. We hope you enjoy your stay on the Marpo cruise. Suddenly, calm music started to play through the area after the announcement. It's a change, that's for sure, Quinn said. It doesn't seem like it's a threat or anything. So why don't we just listen and take it easy while we are here? The two of them followed the path which took them through the gaps between the parked ships and finally up to a small staircase. They then went through large security doors that asked the two of them to scan their hands and eyes. And whenever they walked into a new area of the ship, Quinn couldn't help but be impressed by the scene in front of him. Everything inside the place had a grand way of doing things, an elegant way of treating people and more. Then, finally, they reached two huge sets of doors, and the sound of laughing, talking and cheering resonated in their ears from the other side of the door. Stepping through, they could see a large empty space with multiple things in just one room. It looked like some type of gambling area with strange slot machines, leaderboards, and more. Then had relaxation areas, game areas, swimming areas, and more. On top of that, this was just one large room which was nowhere near the entire ship. Every single entertainment one could think of was in this single space alone, and this couldn't help but make him wonder what was even in the other rooms. Look at them, Syl pointed out as two guests on board walked past. They had a humped back and two large tusks in front of their face. From Quinn's inspect skill, they didn't seem to be beasts, even though they looked like a type of humanoid beast. Instead, it was more like they were their own race. However, on board, they weren't the only ones that were different. The room was filled from top to bottom with creatures or races they had never seen before. Many had a humanoid shape with some creature or beast-like features, but a few didn't. This indeed was a universal cruise ship where people from numerous races had gathered. This place is too much. What type of luck do you have, Quinn? Syl asked. I traveled for so long, and never in my life have I found something like this. I could have lived here for at least a few years and enjoyed myself. In front of them was a large oval desk with several staff members standing straight on the other side, donning nice, buttoned-up uniforms. It was easy to tell who the staff were since they were all wearing the same uniform, even though they were of different races. Welcome to the Marpo cruise. An enthusiastic young man greeted the two of them. Looking him up and down, Quinn tried to figure out if he had seen anyone like this person before. He was a head shorter than Quinn and had straight blonde hair down to their eyebrows. The hair was split, though, to allow for a small upward curved red horn. Quinn would have assumed this person was human if it wasn't for the horn. I can see that you two have not been registered, correct? The young man said after the greetings and then asked, since that is the case, would you please pay the admission fee? Taking out the two demigod tear crystals, Syl handed them over. They were then placed into a large tube behind them to be sucked in and never seen again. After that, the two received wristbands that clicked around their wrist. It reminded Quinn a little bit of what the Academy used to have. These wristbands will allow you to use all the facilities on the cruise and give access to all the public areas. If there is a specific climate that is more to your liking or activity, please just ask so I can point you in the right direction. Based on your image and body temperature, we have escorted you from your ship to this location, believing it is the best place for you. But as I said, you're allowed to choose anything as per your liking. The man smiled. It was amazing, and with what Quinn had seen so far, no doubt this person was telling the truth. This also meant there was the possibility that they had just seen the tip of the iceberg when it came to this ship. Hi, it's actually our first time on this cruise. Is it possible to ask you some questions about it all? Who you guys are, the different people here, or maybe even some general information? The smile never left the worker's face, which was creeping out Sil a bit, but after asking this question, he turned his head to look at the other staff. They seemed somewhat busy as well. The young staff member then placed out his hand, revealing an open palm. We also offer a personal tour guide service, where I can show you around everywhere, how to work all of our facilities and answer any questions you have to the best of my ability. However, as you can see, we are swamped. The man moved his open palm a bit when saying these words. With a glance at Sil, Quinn was telling him to do something. Fine, but I mean, you can tell we're getting conned, can't you? Sil asked as he pulled out another demigod tier crystal and placed it in the hand of the staff. Just as he was about to let go, Sil's hand froze. Not just him, even Quinn had his eyes widened in shock. You're seeing that as well, right? Sil asked. Yeah. How come there's a Dalkey on this ship? The two saw what they believed was a Dalkey coming out of some kind of steam room in the upper decks. It was only for a moment though, as it quickly moved and headed in another direction. But when Quinn turned to look at Sil, they both confirmed that what they had seen wasn't just in their heads. It was indeed a Dalkey, and not a weak one either. Why is there a Dalkey on this ship? It makes no sense. Quinn thought, shouldn't the Dalkey now be extinct? The whole reason the war started in the first place was their short lifespan. While Quinn was pondering about this, Sil proceeded with the payment, and the young staff member walked out of the oval desk, and it looked like he was ready to be the two's guide. Hey, don't you think the Dalkey might know some information about Earth? Sil whispered, turning towards Quinn. I know it's not the best place to cause trouble, and I'll avoid it at all costs, but he should know something, and I might be able to find out even more information. He added as he opened up his soul weapon and the book appeared in his hand. The guide had come over to them by this time. He had a badge on his chest with 2 words, one of which was his name, Nog. And seeing Sil's book, a weird expression appeared on his face, because it certainly was something he had never seen something like this before. It looks like these fleshy creatures were able to produce some magic, he thought. For now, let's just have the tour and understand the situation on this ship. We can approach the Dalkey later when we know what we're dealing with, because I don't know if you noticed, but the Dalkey had 5 spikes on its back. Quinn replied. Although it had been a long time since they had fought against a Dalkey, Quinn had defeated Graham, who had more than 5 spikes. However, it still meant the Dalkey had a certain level of strength, and if a fight were to break out here, they would need to finish it before it disturbed the others, because there were just far too many different races on board and far too many variables as to what could happen. Not to mention there was no need to take an unnecessary risk. Since they both agreed on this, they started to follow Nog around the ship. He walked them through all of the facilities and revealed how they worked, what they could use and what to do if they needed any help. But Quinn wasn't interested in that. Sorry, but we wanted to ask some personal questions if that's okay, Quinn said, cutting to the chase. What exactly is this cruise ship? Who uses it and runs this place? And what is its purpose? Nog's steps paused, and after a slight nod at Quinn, he turned back around without saying anything as he walked away from a crowd, and the two continued to follow him. He soon stepped into what looked like a restaurant. The 3 then walked towards the back, where there was a private booth, and it even had a large window from which one could stare at the scenic view of the space. A waiter soon greeted them and offered them complimentary food and drinks. It was all high class, and service was beyond what anyone could ever want or imagine. After a while, Nog instructed the waiter not to disturb them for a time. Well, you have come to the right person. Nog pointed at his badge, which had the word manager engraved above his name. There aren't many that know the ins and outs of this place as much as me. However, I find it a little strange. You two are obviously wealthy individuals. Everyone on this ship is, since they can afford a demigod tier crystal just like that. As for you, not just for the admission fee but also to let my lips be more, let's say, unrestricted. Anyway, this cruise ship is for the wealthiest people from all sorts of galaxies. The Marpo cruise is for people who wish to experience a luxurious trip and enjoy themselves away from the troubles of their planet. We do different routes from time to time, but we always make a round trip past several galaxies. This allows people to hop on, enjoy a holiday, and then hop off when we pass their planet again. However, the truth is the Marpo cruise also acts as a transporting service simultaneously. Since we visit so many galaxies, planets can pay us to transfer their goods to any destination we are heading to. As for why they chose to deal with us, that's because of the great staff. Nog pointed at himself and flexed his biceps a little, which hardly had any muscles. Due to the nature of our business, all staff members on board are highly trained and considered top warriors of their home planet. We pay well and we protect each other. At times there are disputes on the ship, and each worker has to be strong enough to deal with them. At the same time, we have to be careful of space pirates due to our transporting business. Many wish to board the ship, try to pocket our goods, and sometimes even assassinate our customers. Therefore, we have pledged that as long as one is a customer and is on board our cruise, they will have our protection. It seemed like the staff on the Marpo cruise had great confidence in their skills. From what he said, they had to be strong and robust enough to deal with guests such as the five-spiked Dalki. Unfortunately, due to Nog not being celestial or having any energy source that Quinn was familiar with, he could not tell the strength of the person in front of him. Thank you for answering those questions. It looks like we have really come to an interesting place. I wonder if you happen to pass by a place called the Milky Way system, Quinn asked. As he thought about it, Nog placed his finger on his chin but eventually shook his head. I have worked on the cruise for years, and we always take the same path. However, I have never heard of such a place before. It looked like their luck had finally run out. What about the Dalki? Syl asked suddenly. The big draconic human guy. Do you know where he came from? Nog raised an eyebrow when he heard this, but he soon realized who they were talking about. I'm sorry. I know you have paid a lot for my service, and I am happy to help you out by being your guide, but unfortunately, I cannot talk about other guests. It would go against our code. We value the privacy of our customers more than anything. I can help you some other way, though. Our captain had traversed through many parts of the universe. He has visited many galaxies and encountered various races, even outside this cruise ship's course. So if anyone on this ship has an idea of this Milky Way place, it would be him. I shall ask him to meet you too when he is on a break. The two nodded with a smile and thought they should enjoy a nice meal while they were here. Hearing this, Nog called the waiter, and Syl ordered what food he wished to have from a huge exquisite menu of cuisines. However, when it came to Quinn, he wasn't sure whether he should order something or not. He mainly consumed but wasn't sure if asking for blood would be weird, since he didn't know of any other race that drank blood. Who are these two? And what are they doing in my seat? Then suddenly, they heard a man's loud voice. Turning their heads, Syl and Quinn couldn't help but glance at what the commotion was. After all, it was on the table just behind theirs. Are you more important than us? I don't think so. Then why does your opinion matter? We simply got here before you. There are plenty of seats in this place. Be a good boy and take one of them. The woman seated behind them replied. She was quite a slender-looking female that looked more human than most apart from a few shiny scales that showed on her face. But even with this fact, she was quite a stunning beauty if she were to head to the earth, even compared to some of the vampires. Quinn, did you see her? Syl asked. Ah, I have seen better, Quinn replied, thinking of the prettiest. I'm sorry, sir, but you were 20 minutes late from your reservation, which is why we gave your seat to these two. So, please, feel free to have a seat anywhere else. and we will make sure to have this place reserved for you next time. One of the staff members who had arrived after hearing the commotion tried to calm down the situation. "This is unacceptable," the man yelled, although calling him a man would be an overstatement. He was large and looked extremely young. He had a large wide mouth and gray skin. His appearance was more of that of a giant catfish. Even when speaking, it was as if his huge tongue would get in the way, making it hard for others to understand his words. "I want these two out of this place, or I will remove them myself." The fishman patted his belly. "Sir, please. I hope you would change your mind before taking such drastic actions." Nog had suddenly disappeared from his seat and was now standing right by the other table. It was quick, but even more impressive was the fact that it was silent. "Should we help him if he gets into trouble?" Syl whispered, already standing up and walking over. "He has been a good guide." Soon, Syl and Quinn walked over as well, but they stayed away, just like a few others in the restaurant who were listening to the commotion that was going on. The woman had stood up from her seat while her friend remained seated. "You would hurt a woman, huh? Well, do so if you dare," she said as she looked at the crowd and started walking towards the two. Then suddenly, she grabbed Quinn's arm, wrapping hers around it. "If you dare to hurt me, you will have to deal with him." "Wait, what? What the fuck? How did I get involved in this?" Quinn was speechless. "What is wrong with this woman? I don't even know her." Due to Quinn's multiple experiences with confrontation and clashes against deadly beasts and creatures, he was pretty good at reading someone's following actions and intentions. However, when he saw the woman walking over to the crowd of people, he had no notion that she would latch onto him, which was why he found himself speechless. For a second, Quinn looked down at her face, wondering if he knew her from somewhere, but he couldn't recall ever meeting anyone like her. "Ha ha ha! What is this?" The giant fishman hollered. "You act all tough, and then you run behind a man? Can't you protect yourself on this ship?" Turning around, the man walked forward and naturally, with his large body, pushed one of the staff to the side, nearly making him fall off balance. But before he fell, Nog was there with the palm of his hand to push him back to his feet. "Thank you, boss. I'm so sorry for everything that is happening." The staff member lowered his head with apparent fear in his eyes. "It's okay. Troubles as such are an everyday occurrence, which is why we are here to solve them. It's a good thing I'm here though. The mermerial race is quite the tough one to deal with. You might not be enough on your own." Nog replied with a straight face. The giant fishman soon stood before Quinn and was now roughly a meter away from him. The two said nothing, as Quinn was a bit speechless and felt trapped in this situation. Finally, he turned to Syl, only to find him standing amongst the crowd, secretly giving him a thumbs up. "I don't know whether to be pleased that he's not getting involved or upset, for he abandoned me in this mess," Quinn thought, shaking his head. "My handsome husband can end you in one blow. If you want to try fighting him, be my guest." The woman pulled Quinn's arm closer to her enormous breasts. She then raised her head, only to find Quinn's expressionless face staring down at her. Contrary to her expectations, he wasn't flushed in front of a good-looking girl like her. And after staring at his face for a while, she couldn't help but notice his facial features. Flawless skin without any blemish on it. A stern, strong face. But what had attracted her the most to this man were his eyes. His gentle yet fierce eyes that seemed to see through her thoughts. "Fine. You asked for it, woman," the fishman said as he opened his large mouth, and a big rolled tongue came into view. Came out lighting fast like a frog, but of course, for Quinn and his speed it was slow. "Now, how should I deal with this?" Quinn thought as he lifted his fist. "By my shadow? Aura? Or maybe just some of my chi to knock his tongue back? No, that would hurt this guy and bring unnecessary attention. Maybe just a small punch will do. It should be enough to at least stop him from attacking." Quinn threw his fist towards the tongue while controlling his power not to send the fishman blasting through the ship's walls. However, while midway, he noticed that there was some intervention. Nog, with his arm, had knocked away the large tongue, hitting it in the air, and as for Quinn's attack, he had lifted his arm to block it. The fist had hit, but Nog hadn't moved from his place. However, he found himself gritting his teeth as his arm shook slightly. By this time, Quinn had quickly put his fist away. "Oh, this guy can withstand that? I guess the staff is pretty strong after all. Although I held back a lot of my strength," Quinn thought. He knew his raw strength alone was enough to defeat most people. "The staff are to protect everyone on board this ship," Nog shouted. "Mr. Tom, you will now be put on watch during your stay here, and if you are seen trying to harm any of the other guests, then we will have no choice but to deal with you." The fishman looked annoyed as he sucked his tongue back into his mouth, but he knew he could not go against this man, so he had decided to just walk off in the end. "I'm sorry that this occurred on your first day here." Nog bowed towards Quinn and added, "Unfortunately, I must go and report this matter. I will return soon, and if you need me, you know where to find me." With that, Nog took his leave, and so did most of the crowd, but Quinn still had a certain someone who was clinging onto his arm. "Thank you so much for helping me back there," the woman said, still holding on. "I know the two of us are strangers, but if I could reward you in any way—" "It's okay," Quinn said, gently moving her arm off his. "I'm afraid, due to your beauty, if I were to hang around with you, I would only bring myself more trouble." With those words, Quinn walked away and met up with Syl. Without waiting for their order, the two took their leave to discuss what to do next, while the girl couldn't help but stare at his back in a stupor. "Sis, are you interested in him?" another young blue-haired girl asked, with a few shiny blue scales on her face. "I thought you said you only liked strong guys." "He didn't look so strong. He couldn't even beat a fishman. I think that spiked draconic guy is better." Although it was all true, carefully watching the man act made her wonder. She thought she had seen the young man's eyes glow red for a moment before they quickly disappeared. Without a doubt, in her mind, she knew he was holding back. The question was, how much? The front of the ship was quite a distance away from where Nog was before, but there was a reason why he had to quickly travel through the multiple doors to head this way, and it was because he was heading to the command center to meet a certain individual. Standing there, looking out into the space, was a man in a bright white outfit and donning a captain's hat. He was tall, around 8 feet in height, and had a similar single horn sticking out from his head like Nog. "So, how are our two new guests then?" the captain asked. "They have been getting on well, and as you expected, their intention didn't seem to be originally joining the cruise," Nog reported. "Which means the two of them must be after something else." The captain licked his lips. "I trust you, Nog, and you have done a good job, but we have to be extra careful this time." The captain glanced behind him and noticed Nog holding onto his forearm. "It looks like you got hurt. That's rare. Was someone causing a mess? Enough to hurt you?" "Well," Nog replied, "this was actually from one of the new ones, but it wasn't them who started the confrontation, but I stepped in to stop the attack. One thing is for sure, our two new guests are strong. So I understand why you were suspicious. On top of that, they seem more wealthy than I initially expected. One can even do some magic to access his crystals." He handed over a demigod-tier crystal as if it was nothing to ask me to talk. Nog explained, "I suspect they have more as well. Based on the strength of the other, I can only assume that the black-haired man is a type of bodyguard for the blonde one." Finally, the captain turned around and had a smile on his face. "We lack crystals for this trip, so we must get as much as we can. And the solution is in front of us. Go split the two up and get the crystals from the weak blonde guy. I trust that you know what to do," the captain ordered. After the strange confrontation, Quinn and Syl had gone to relax at the bar. If there was one thing that seemed to be plenty off no matter where they went, it was alcohol. Syl had ordered a type of whiskey. Its smell was so potent to Quinn. It felt like he could taste it in his mouth without needing to take a sip. As for Quinn himself, he was struggling to decide what he wanted since he couldn't seem to see any blood. "Can I have that?" Quinn said, pointing to a square bottle that had a large X on the front. Although Quinn had no clue what it was, he had seen the shape of the bottle before. Lifting the glass up, he took a sniff. It still smelt a bit too strong for him, but closing his eyes and holding his nose, he took it down in one complete gulp. From the look on his face, one could tell that Quinn didn't enjoy the drink. Not one bit. It's so strange, I mean, it's been 1,000 years, and I think this is the first time the two of us have had a drink together, Sil commented as he took a sip. But then, when I think about it, that makes sense. You have never had a drink. Not during your whole time you were a student, and not while you were asleep. That has to be so strange. Why did you order that anyway? A strange feeling was coming over Quinn. It had upset his stomach somewhat and burned his throat. He remembered that alcohol was a strange substance, something that vampires could still enjoy the taste of. Especially if they had enjoyed the drink as a human, it would taste the same as a vampire. A particular person used to drink this drink. I thought I would give it a shot. I'm surprised to see it in a place like this. They really do have something for everyone and something from everywhere, Quinn commented. It had been a long time, but judging by the tone of Quinn's voice, Sil knew that he was most likely only talking about one of three people. Richard Eno, Vincent Eno, or Arthur. You still get upset about it. You know, I might understand, Sil said, taking another gulp. I mean, remember I had a father that made me fight against my own siblings and then tried to kill me for some reason. So I understand having an arsehole father. Sorry, I mean arsehole father figures. Hearing this, Quinn didn't reply and instead ordered another glass, and he had done the same again, knocking it back in one gulp. He had yet to feel any effect, but it was perhaps due to him drinking them a bit too fast. That's when he went to order a third one, but a hand reached out and grabbed him. Hey, stop. I know a lot has happened, and it's not all good news, and we're in the middle of nowhere, but I don't want to see you drunk. I have never seen you drunk in my life, and although I think after 1,000 years it might be entertaining, with your powers, it could be a frightening thing. The words for his best friend helped him settle himself a bit, but to be honest he was somewhat just trying to understand why people liked alcohol so much. He never got to experience those days of parties and such. A whole life had been missed out, and if he was to get drunk, he should at least experience it once. The thing was, after around 10 minutes, Quinn was starting to feel it going to his head. I thought because of the shaking factor of vampires, they couldn't really get drunk. What is happening to me? His face was feeling hot, and his head started to move about a bit as if it was hard to keep it still. Are you serious? Sil asked. How would anyone believe that you're some type of god when you can't even hold your drink? Look, you just stay here and drink some water. You don't have to worry about anything. You've had too much on your shoulders for a long time. When that Nog returns, ask if you can meet the captain and ask him about Earth. There's no rush. With that, Sil left his friend at the counter of the bar. Honestly, Sil didn't feel he would have to worry. Quinn was a gentle soul, a harmless person in the first place, and if someone did start something on him, if he wanted to, he could probably take the whole ship down. As for me, I'm going to find that Dalkey and find out what he knows and why he's here, Sil thought as he went to the last place the Dalkey was seen. What he didn't know was Nog had long since returned but had yet to approach or be seen by the others. This is great. I was thinking of a way of splitting the two of them, but they have done so themselves. Let's see. We need to figure out where he stores the crystals, so we can't be too rough on him, Nog thought. While thinking about it, there was an upset look on his face, but he soon shook his head. We need those crystals. Sil had quickly gone up to the second floor. He didn't use any of his abilities as he didn't wish to startle anyone, but there were some abilities he could use that didn't require others to see. For one, there was X-ray vision. The second floor was hotter than the first, and on one half of the ship, everything was made of a type of rocky terrain. It was a strange area. There were just people lying on the ground, or on the rock-made sunbeds taking in the heat. Still, it didn't take him long with his X-ray vision to spot where the Dalkey was. There was a giant curved rock in the large open space, which was strange to see on a ship. It looked like half of a moon was sticking out. Reaching the other side, Sil had approached the Dalkey, who looked relaxed and lying on his back with both arms behind its head. Now getting a better look at it compared to before, it was without a doubt a Dalkey. Can I help you? The Dalkey asked. Sil was wondering how to approach this. He had been wondering for a while and what to say his whole walk here. Do you recognize my type, my kind? Do you know about Earth? Sil asked. The Dalki had somewhat of a reaction. He opened one of his eyes wide and looked at the person in front of him. Stared him up and down before eventually giving an answer. I have heard the name, but I don't really know anything about it, the Dalki replied. For sure, Sil thought that the Dalki had to be lying. There wouldn't be a single one that didn't know about Earth. They were the enemy, the place where they were trying to fight and take over. That can't be. You're a Dalki. How are you still alive? Sil asked. Now the Dalki was really interested as he was no longer lying down and had lifted his upper body up. Suddenly, the Dalki's eyes widened. Move! The Dalki yelled. What? I said move! The Dalki shouted, and both of its eyes lit up. Sil did as the Dalki said, moving out of the way, and red lasers came out of the Dalki's eyes. It had hit what looked like a person that was dressed in all black light armor. He was sent flying away and started to skid across the floor. He used his tools to defuse the energy and looked to be okay. The next second, for more of the same black figures appeared by the person's side. What the? Did that Dalki just save me? Sil thought. And what was that crap coming out from his eyes? Don't tell me. Sil had recognized this power before. He had seen it used many times, which made him think. Does this Dalki have an ability? A real ability? It was a strange feeling for Quinn, and he didn't know how to get rid of it. His head was pressed against the cold surface of the marble-like bar, but it seemed like the more he kept his head still, the more it would spin. Still, his ears were working well, perhaps too well, as the echo sound of high heels against the floor were resounding in his head. Please, could someone just turn that off? Quinn mumbled. For some reason, since there was already a third drink in front of him, and because he didn't want to waste it, he had gulped that down as well, which only made his situation go from bad to worse. Oh, I thought you would be more of a gentleman. I didn't realize you were so rude, the voice said. From the corner of his eye, Quinn could see the shiny light red hair he had seen before. It was the female that had latched onto him, and almost gotten him eaten by that giant fish. I would have stopped in if he tried to eat you, the voice said. Huh? Can you read my thoughts? Quinn said, lifting his head, and his eyes were a little bloodshot. The alcohol was extremely strong, and for someone like Quinn who had never had it before, it was affecting him more than it would have done others. He was wondering why his resistance to substances and poisons like this weren't working at all. Then again, the creator of the system wasn't the most ethical person. Don't be silly, the girl laughed. You were speaking out loud. It looks to me like someone can't handle his drink. Why don't I look after you for the day? As a thank you for helping me out from before. The name is Wince. Quinn. Quinn replied back, putting his arm out, but missed slightly, so the two just didn't end up shaking hands. You know, speaking about earlier, I picked you because I thought you could win, you know? Wince explained as she ordered a bright light blue drink in a champagne glass filled with bubbles. You had this look in your eyes, while everyone else was afraid of what could happen or was going to happen. You just stood there like it was no big deal. You must be strong, right? I was just wondering how strong you are? When asking this question, Wince had grabbed both hands of Quinn and held them together, and she started to slowly move up one arm, massaging it gently as she asked. Me? Quinn said slurred. I am very strong. I saved my planet before, and now I need to do it again. Wince didn't know what to make of Quinn's answer. It was clear he was a bit more open and loose-lipped due to the drinks, but saving a planet could just mean she was speaking to a soldier. How about beasts? Have you defeated beasts before? Wince asked, propping a bit further. Beasts? Lots of beasts, crabs, trees. Some demon tears here and there. Like I said, I'm quite strong. Quinn admitted, not shying away from the truth and somewhat bragging. He was proud of his achievements, but there was never anyone for him to really share them with. In the state he was in, he was saying what was on his mind. Demon tears, huh? Is this guy just trying to brag to impress me? He's just telling me lies. Wince thought. I thought since he wasn't swayed by my looks he wouldn't lie to me like that. But maybe he beat them with a group or something. There is still hope. Standing up, Wince moved her seat closer to Quinn and ordered 2 more drinks. She pushed over the strange blue liquid to Quinn, who looked at it for a second. "It should help with your headache," Wince said. Taking a sip of the drink, it was a lot sweeter compared to the whiskey he was drinking before, and he had consumed it on the spot. The only thing was, Wince had lied. It made his headache and stomach worse because there was indeed alcohol inside. "Maybe you can tell me more about yourself. You said you saved your planet? So what type of powers do you have?" Wince asked. What am I?" Quinn replied. "I guess the easiest way to explain it. At the moment I am a god." Hearing this answer, Wince wanted to slap her own cheek for believing that this guy must have been something. Her blue-haired sister, who was sitting on her own at another table, couldn't help but laugh at what was going on. She never believed this man was something in the first place, at least not the one that would get them out of the situation they were currently in. "You don't believe me, do you?" Quinn asked. "I never wanted to be a god, but I received the title Ruler of Blood." Quinn's speech was still slow and all over the place, but when speaking, Wince noticed something else. Everything he said, there was a slight sadness in his voice. "Ruler of Blood. It sounds quite romantic if you ask me," Wince replied, now trying to just play along. She decided to just find out about the man instead of the man's strength and enjoy talking to this person, who for once didn't just look at her as something to win or get for themselves. "I mean, all life has blood in their body, correct? Doesn't that mean in a way you are a ruler of everything that is living?" Quinn chuckled at this comment. "Being a god is not as great as you think, and if what you said was true, then why have some of my good friends died in front of me? A troubled past, that was for sure, but on this cruise there were plenty of people out there that had a troubled past." It was then that Wince herself took a big gulp of her drink, finishing it in one go. "Perhaps, if you had more strength you would have been able to save them. Maybe you weren't strong enough," Wince mumbled. She said these words out loud, but they weren't really directed towards Quinn. "Not strong enough," Quinn said, standing up from his seat. He was a little wobbly on his legs that Wince thought she would have to catch him. "I wish that was the case. More like it was making bad decisions and not being able to be in the right place at the right time. It's so annoying," Quinn gestured in a loud voice, looking around at everyone. "That I have the power to make everyone in this room kneel on the floor, but I can't even go back to my home planet and help them. What type of shit god is that?" Since Quinn was speaking loud at the moment, the others not too far could hear him loud and clear. Then one that couldn't help herself, and bursted out laughing. It was the smaller sister with the bright blue hair. "Haha, I'm sorry, but you should be careful about what you say. Although making everyone kneel is quite unrealistic, there will still be some people that will take offense to that," she said. "You're right, but it doesn't matter because it's true," Quinn said, as he turned around and looked at Wince. He then gave a posh bow, lifting his other hand like in the movies, as if he was in some type of play before walking to the center of the room. All eyes were on him, but most thought he was just a drunk guest. Even Nog was now looking at what was happening along with several workers. "You asked me what my powers were. Well, this is just one of many." Quinn's eyes started to glow red, and from the system, something was activated. "Everyone, kneel," Quinn ordered. The next second, all of those that were looking at Quinn felt something strange enter their body as they were compelled to go on the floor and kneel. Everyone who was in the area had been affected. Some had resisted a bit, but eventually they were all on the ground, or on their seats, all kneeling towards this person. Quinn turned around with a smile on his face as he looked at Wince, and walked past her sitting back down in his seat. There were many strong individuals on board the Marpo cruise. They were well-traveled and at times needed to protect themselves. On top of that, even the wealthy individuals that could pay the admission fee usually wouldn't enter on their own and would have a guard of some sort with them. The guards weren't weak either, and everyone on the cruise would know this about the others as well. That was why it came as a surprise for everyone in the bar, that there was someone who could force them to kneel suddenly, and it was clear who was the one behind it all. "This is embarrassing, but my body, no matter how hard I try to lift it, my legs and arms won't listen to me. What kind of power is this?" one of them thought. They all were forced to watch Quinn walk back to his seat, and when he had done, the effect seemed to wear off. They jumped to their feet, feeling free, but a few fell back from the exhaustion they felt from fighting against the skill. "Can I have another one of these bubbly blue things? They were quite nice," Quinn requested. Wasting no time, unlike before, the bartender rushed to make the drink. He ignored the other orders he was preparing beforehand and quickly offered the drink to Quinn that the latter had asked for. Not far from the bar area, one of the managers, Nog, was observing everything. He wasn't affected by the strange powers, but he knew well what type of strength one would possess to achieve something like that. "I've seen many people visit this cruise ship, and there have been those with similar powers, but I have never seen anyone have such a powerful effect on other people. Just what is he? What is his race and background?" Staring heavily at the back of Quinn, he couldn't figure out anything. It did remind him of something though, an order he had passed not too long ago. "His punches are strong. He's fast and has some strange powers. If he's the guard of the other one, then trying to steal the crystals from such a person might not be good. It could affect the whole cruise," Nog thought. This time, Quinn had drunk the drink a little slower than last because he could tell that he was getting worse by the second. But he was reassured, knowing he had Syl to protect him. As for his new friend, she was still stunned. Wait a second, was what he was saying before all the truth? About defeating all of those beasts? Could he really not be lying? Is he really some god? Wince felt the last question was too far-fetched. But it didn't matter to her. She had found what she was looking for. Someone who was strong. Walking toward Quinn, she soon sensed something coming towards her from the back, and in the next instant, a foot-long spike went past her. Turning her head, she saw quite a few angry faces staring in her direction, at Quinn, to be more specific. She somewhat understood what had happened. One of them had sent out an attack. It was fast, and with the state Quinn was in, she wasn't sure he could deal with it until she saw him lift his hand and grab the spike before it hit the back of his head using 2 fingers. This scene shocked everyone as they felt like it was something out of an action movie. Spinning on his bar stool, Quinn looked towards the angry mob. "You tried to attack me. I can hear it going through the air." Quinn hiccuped in between. "Chi, aura, shadow, weapons. I have so many ways I could have stopped this. But I chose to catch it to show the difference between you and me." Using the strength of his 2 fingers, he crushed the strange spike, causing it to fall to the floor. That was when a strange hedgehog-looking creature's jaw nearly dropped to the floor. Since it had come from him, he knew how strong the spikes were. So without any hesitation, he decided quickly to turn away and get away from this strange person. After seeing this short interaction, no one else wanted to try it on with him. On the other hand, Wince was now more sure than before and took the seat next to Quinn. "Wow, you really are strong. Although I somewhat believed you earlier, I honestly felt you were exaggerating too much." Wince had excitement in her voice, but when she saw that Quinn was taking another drink, she couldn't help but recall what Quinn had said earlier. Such a strong individual had a complicated past. "Maybe we can help each other? There has to be a reason why you're here. Everyone who is on a ship has their reason. Escaping from the troubles on their planet, business deals, or simply a vacation, I'm sure you also have your reasons. So I want to ask for a favor. If you can help me, I will do everything in my power to help you." Although Quinn's vision was getting a little blurry, he noticed a few things from the young lady beside him. One was the serious look on her face, her hands clenched together, and her tensed muscles. She was nervous, but she was serious as well. "I'm sorry. I have a million problems of my own to solve. I have to worry about my people first. After all, I'm not some charity or god that goes around doing good. In fact, I'm quite a selfish person. Unless you have some way to take me back to Earth, then I can't even be bothered by any of your troubles." Quinn replied. His mood was beginning to get a little sour as these words reminded him of all the things constantly bugging him. So he thought it might be time for him to leave this place, but when he was about to get up, Wince pulled the corner of his sleeve. "Please, I'm begging you. I'll give you all the crystals you want. We even have nest crystals that you could use." Wince bowed her head, and Quinn noticed droplets of tears drip on the floor. "My entire kingdom is in trouble, and I can't save them. I have no strength to save them. My last hope was the Marpo cruise, and you're the only one I have found to have the capability to help me in my troubles. It would be a lie if Quinn didn't feel some compassion and pity for the young woman and even felt an urge to help them. But as he had said earlier, he wasn't in a position to get involved in other people's business. What happened on planet Amra was a different story. It was only because he thought it would help him get back to Earth that he got involved. Just as he shrugged her off, Quinn soon saw a blue-haired female standing before him. She was the one with the other woman. Quinn thought, "Please help us." The other sister cried. "My sister would never beg anyone for help. She was so proud before, and now we have to do this. It's not fair. What did we ever do to deserve this?" Quinn had never been good with women in the first place, but now seeing the crying women, he didn't know what to do and could only let out a big sigh. "I'm not promising to help. It is very, very unlikely that I will help, but I will at least listen to your story, and maybe when I'm done with my troubles, I'll consider helping you." The two sisters felt hope as their faces lit up. Thank you so much. In return, the two of us will give you our flowers," Wince replied. Her eyes had turned red from the tears, but instead of helplessness, there was hope in them. "Flowers? What does that mean?" Quinn thought, visibly confused, but the bartender behind who had heard everything felt embarrassed, and he had to walk away. Both of them sat beside Quinn. This time, instead of another alcoholic beverage, he decided to go for the water to sober himself up to hear their story better. That was until everyone suddenly felt a jerk, and the waiter, who had just given a glass of water to Quinn, suddenly fell face first over the counter. "Is the ship shaking?" Wince asked in confusion. Quinn looked down and noticed the water in his glass move, and the bar suddenly began to shake. Then suddenly, the whole ship shook violently, causing people to fall from their seats. Moving his hands, Quinn quickly grabbed onto both girls. For the blue-haired one he had grabbed from by her elbow, while Wince screamed as she felt a hand latch onto her chest. "It's too soft. I need to hold on to something else." Quinn, still tipsy, shouted in annoyance and grabbed her waist this time, not realizing the others around him had heard his words clearly. But before anyone could react, a ship-wide announcement suddenly shocked everyone. "All staff members are to be on guard. We are being attacked. I repeat, staff members are to be on guard. The Marpo cruise is under attack." In the strange desert-like area of the ship, Syl was trying to figure out two things. One was who these people were that had just tried to attack them right now, and the second was whether or not the Dalki had used an ability. The Dalki were already powerful beings, and those with more spikes on their back would get stronger the more they fought and got injured. However, Syl also knew they would discover an inherent ability unique to themselves after their fifth spike. One horn was able to change the size of his body. Slicer had a tail that was fast and could regenerate, and then there were even those that shared similar traits to the clones they were made out of. The only thing was when these inherent traits were actually an extension of their body rather than an ability. This time, however, Syl was sure it was an ability because of two things. One, the type of energy felt when being used, and two, the fact that it was one of Syl's many abilities in his book. "I think we should concentrate on the ones trying to get rid of us," the Dalki shouted, emitting a red beam from his eyes towards one of those dressed in black. But just like before, this one had stopped the attack with his axe weapon. However, in the next instant, the Dalki was already in front of them and caught the axe with his bare hand, and before the enemy could react, he pushed it to the ground and used his laser eyes to fire at the strange attacker and shot him far off into the distance. Quickly another tried to attack with a dagger, but when it hit the Dalki's hard scales, it did nothing, and the weapon merely bounced off. Turning around, he had whacked the attacker off in the distance. When the Dalki went to look at the others, he could see that the human with him had managed to deal with the intruders on his own and was standing there with all the enemies knocked out and on the ground. "You seem quite strong. I was told that many humans were weak compared to us," the Dalki said. "Well, clearly you haven't been to Earth. There are plenty of strong guys there, I believe," Syl replied, realizing he hadn't been there in a long time. "Besides, if we were that weak, we would have lost the war against you. But did we?" Since it was unlikely that the Dalki would straight up answer Syl's questions, he was going for another approach. by angering him and making him slip up. Perhaps this way he could get the answers he sought and know the information the Dalki had. Ah yes, but most of it could be credited to just one person, and he's no longer with you. So if another war happens, do you really think we would lose? The Dalki asked. The question did pop up in Sill's mind. If it was the past Earth, then probably not, but with him and others they were much stronger than before. They would be able to have done something, but then there was one more thing he had to take note of. What if all the Dalki that had attacked last time had an ability like this one? Would they have stood a chance then? The images of chaos and battlefields from the Great War flashed in Sill's mind again. It was something he didn't want to see again. They already had enough worry about the Celestials, Dampirs and vampires, and now Dalki, an old enemy they had defeated, had also entered the picture. How did you get that ability of yours? I'm hoping for an answer. Otherwise. Sill lifted his hand, and it started to spark blue. A 5-spike Dalki would have been a problem before, but even with an ability, Sill was sure he could deal with him, even without using any of his demon tier weapons. But at that moment, the floor beneath them started to tremble, and the whole area was rumbling. Then, the next moment, they heard the noise of the above artificial ceiling breaking down. What's going on? What is that? The other guests started to point. Some had noticed the fighting and gathered, but not everyone was interested, and the fight lasted only a few seconds. But this was frightening as more of the ceiling started to break, and giant shards crashed onto the floor. Soon, they knew why and what was the reason behind this abrupt chaos as several humanoid figures came through. They were covered in dark blue armor from head to toe and had a helmet covering their face. What was most noticeable, though, was what was in their hands because it looked like a gun. They had jets on their back that allowed them to hover in the air, and like an army of flying ants, they had covered the whole ceiling. All staff members are to be on guard. We are being attacked. I repeat, staff members are to be on guard. The Marpo cruise is under attack. The announcement reverberated throughout the ship, but it was too late. Fire! One of the attackers shouted. Immediately lasers came out one after another toward the crowds of people. The guards did their best to protect their employers. They were able to block a few shots here or there but were eventually getting hit. The laser attacks went through their armor like a sharp arrow, leaving a deep wound from which blood would ooze out. The ship staff quickly arrived at the scene. They instructed the people to stand back and those willing to fight to help them. As for Sill and the Dalki, the laser had hit him, but Sill had hardened his skin in the right place, making the laser attacks useless against him. And when they hit the Dalki, the attack had grazed his skin, drawing a small amount of green blood. Then, some of them landed on the ground and started to pull out what looked like swords made of energy. It reminded Sill a bit of what Logan used to have, but the power this time seemed more stable and stronger, and judging by the energy blasts, it was far more potent than anything they could come up with back on Earth. I will deal with these on the ground. You deal with the ones in the air. That's fair, right? And I think we should save the people on board as well. The Dalki said and ran off towards the enemies who had landed on the floor. Sill couldn't believe what was happening. Right now, of all things and people, he was about to fight side by side with an actual Dalki. This was something he had never imagined. Nevertheless, he did as the other requested. Sill then put his hand on the floor to create a giant wall of earth. The wall instantly appeared, casting a shadow over the others, but unfortunately, the attack still got through, but that didn't matter. Sill ran up to the top in an instant, and everyone could see him. But the most noticeable thing was his hands, which were electrified and covered in sparks. Just like bugs. Sill smiled as he let out several lightning strikes from his hand. As soon as it hit the first armored intruders, his body started to shake wildly, and in the next second, the lightning passed from one to the next and then to the next, creating a web of lightning. It lasted 5 seconds before Sill stopped his attack, and all of them dropped from the sky like flies. Now with the job done, Sill slapped his hands together and put away the earth wall. Wow! Did you see that they dealt with the intruders so easily? One of the guests exclaimed. You're amazing! When Sill heard the word they, he looked behind him and saw that the Dalki was also done. He had dealt with them all incredibly quickly. Even if he is a 5-spiked Dalki, how was he able to? Is it because of the ability? More and more started to congratulate them both, even offering them beast crystals as payment to be their new bodyguards or to come back with them. But Syl didn't have time to get bothered with this because of the new announcement. Attention all Marpo cruise staff. Please head to Section 3 of the ship. The largest enemy force is centered at this position. Get ready to defend the ship. After hearing this, a thought crossed Syl's mind. Section 3. Wait a second. Isn't that where Quinn is? Section 3 of the ship was one of the most significant sections and was one of the few zones from which one could head to any area because it was at the center of the whole spaceship. It was also where most of the different races would gather as they relaxed, socialized with each other, and made connections. Meaning it had the most number of people that were on board in one place, and that included Quinn, who was at one of the bars. After everyone heard the announcement that the ship was under attack, the two sisters stood up from their seats. They were concerned as sweat trickled down the side of their faces. What should we do, sis? Do you think this is because of us? The blue-haired young woman asked. Her voice trembled as she spoke, and she felt words get stuck in her throat due to the fear. Don't worry, Cyril, Wince replied. The pirates frequently attack this ship. The staff here are some of the strongest in the galaxy. At the same time, there are people from all over. Many of them were more important personnel than us, so it's highly unlikely the enemy is here for us. This is probably one of the safest places we could be right now. Besides, we have a backup plan. Wince turned around, but she soon found herself slapping her head, seeing Quinn lying flat on the table, snoring away. He had fallen asleep somehow, even with all the rumbling. As Wince went over to wake him up, the whole ship started to shake violently again, and an explosion was heard from one of the areas within Section 3. It was so powerful that everyone in the bar stumbled on their feet. A large amount of smoke was coming from the casino area of the ship. The attackers had created a hole which reached 5 levels. Storming through that hole were around 200 troops of men, all holding either laser guns of some sort or swords made of pure energy. And leading all of them was what one could only assume as their leader. He was the only one with a different weapon in his hands. The weapon was a golden blue trident. At the same time, unlike the others, he wasn't wearing a mask, and everyone had a clear view of his face. His hair was tangled up and dangling down to his shoulders, and he had a muscular face with a few visibly shining scales over his cheekbones. Get every single one of them. The man hollered and stomped his trident onto the floor, creating a small whirlpool around him. It was the signal for chaos to commence throughout the ship. Immediately, the guards behind him started to fire their laser guns at everyone with no specific target. They hit the guests and the staff. Whoever came within the line of fire was getting mauled down. Some of the staff members had also started to move, and there were around 20 in the room alone. One of the staff swung his arm out, and it started to transform midway into a large hammer, hitting the enemy guards in the special suits. It looked like it would be a one-sided match, but those in the suits were able to use their strength to counter it as they barraged against the attack. Then, drawing out their weapons, they started to hack and slash at the hammer. Seeing this, it was clear to everyone that this was no normal pirate attack. The enemies were quickly taking out the powerful cruise staff. It didn't take long for the guests to understand that they would also need to participate if they wanted to survive. So a full-scale battle began inside the cruise ship, and some of the customers fared better than the workers. Tom, the huge fat fish from before, used his giant tongue to bind one of the attackers up and gobble him up. The enemy remained in his mouth for a while before his belly expanded, and he spat the armored foe with great force. Tom spat the attacker into another one of his own and continued to attack. At the same time, the infiltrators were starting to spread out. They cut or sliced the guests until the latter could no longer move. Even the customers who weren't fighting and had surrendered were shot in their legs, so they could not move. One of the guests was being chased through the casino slot machine area. He ducked and weaved between the machines as they got hit by the incoming stage and exploded, causing hundreds of coins to drop onto the ground. And just as the guest passed through the machines, he found an enemy guard waiting for him on the other side. Seeing the mask, the man lost all the courage in his head and, with no other way to escape, fell to his knees, clasped both hands together and started to beg. "Please, I beg you. I have money. I can give you lots of money. Spare me and come back to my planet. I can make it worth your while," the man said, not caring about what the guests had to say. The enemy guard swung the sword, ready to kill or hurt him like the rest, but just before it could reach him, a hand grabbed the blade. "This is the Marpo cruise, and we will protect those on board." The person was none other than Nog. He held onto the energy blade with his bare hand. It pierced through his skin as his hand around the blade turned red, and blood began to drip out. But the good news was he had managed to stop the attack. "This is just like a normal sword." Nog grunted and snapped it in half before punching the attacker in the chest, sending him right into the ship's wall to another section. "We have protected this ship for decades, and we will also protect the ship today," Nog proclaimed as he went on to help and deal with the rest. The staff was putting up a good fight even though they were heavily outnumbered. And things got even more challenging when the attackers decided to spread out a bit. When paying close attention, it looked as if they were checking on each person they attacked, since not all of them were being outright killed on the spot. However, despite the defense they were putting up, they were slowly losing out. Some of the attackers with guns were on the second floor, and one of the staff members was fighting 3 with blades and was doing quite well with his flexible limbs. Suddenly, they stopped attacking and jumped out of the way, and in the next instant, a rain of bullets came down on the staff member. Even though it wouldn't go through his body, it drew blood, making him weaker when he was already tired, and eventually he fell face first on the floor. The same happened with even the best guards and fighters. The enemy shot at Tom's giant tongue so many times that his mouth would fill up with blood as soon as he retracted it, and eventually, even he collapsed with his tongue rolled out onto the floor. "These guys show no respect," he muttered. Nog, seeing all of this, was shaking. Backup had yet to arrive from the other areas. Even though he had sent out a message to them before joining the fight, which meant this was a much larger scale attack than he thought. He knew the enemies weren't pirates, and in fact it was almost as if someone had sent out somewhat of a whole army to get them. "If I can't get in contact with the captain, I'll need to get in contact with the Marpo base. They'll get rid of these guys if they hear of this," Nog thought as he took a step forward, but suddenly heard the cries and screams. If he wasted time heading to the control room, more lives would be lost. "I must keep fighting and hope the captain makes it in time to teach all these guys a lesson." The chaos ensued in Section 3, but eventually, things were starting to die down because the remaining guests had decided to hide. It was a large ship with plenty of room and equipment, among other things. Since surrendering wasn't an option, they kept quiet, not making a noise and revealing themselves. The enemies had now dealt with most of the noisy guests that had continued to fight back, but they didn't leave because they had yet to find who they were actually looking for. The attackers soon stepped inside the large bar area. There was a group of 10 of them. The 3 in front held swords while the others had guns ready to give them backup when needed. One of the gunmen suddenly saw a person move from under the table and immediately shot them, and the others followed and put several holes in the tables, instantly killing most of the guests hiding under them. "We aren't to kill them unless we confirm who they are first," one at the front said aloud. Just as they were being told off from the side, 2 females in black dresses appeared in front of them. One of them kicked the weapon out of the enemy's hand, while the other hit the hand away before using her palm to strike the chin of another. The movements were quick, and the main goal was to get the weapons the enemy was using. Both of the girls, Wince and Cyril, had no hesitation as they slashed the bodies in front of them. Then, holding their bodies in place, they charged towards the gunmen using them as shields. When getting close, they pushed the bodies, throwing them on top of the others. Before they could recover and get off the ground, both of the females slashed their necks, drawing a strange bluish blood, killing them on the spot. "This is our fault." Cyril started huffing and panting. The 2 girls had cut off part of their dress and covered their faces. They looked towards the chaos that was continuing, but it looked like it was coming to an end. The attackers with their guns had quickly been able to subdue to a room full of people. The only one left fighting was Nog, who was up against the trident user. Nog had done well. He was fast, strong, and powerful, and had taken on a group of 10 before running into this man. Still, there was no match between the two. You are still standing, but can't you see we have already taken over the ship? I thought the Marpo ship was meant to be impossible to take over. The man asked with his hands raised. He then shoved the trident forward and 3 jets of water started to wrap around each other, hitting Nog straight in the stomach and sending him flying back and crashing into the several tables in the bar area until he had eventually stopped. Everyone who had been captured, injured and still alive were watching, thinking that this was the end of their lives. You have no idea what you are doing, Nog said, getting up and coughing blood. His clothes had been ripped off, and his whole body was bruised, full of broken bones. If the captain was here, he would have beaten you all. And even if you don't believe that, now that you have touched this place, the real owner of the Marpo Cruise will come for you no matter where you are. Nog smiled. The words he spoke were his truth. He was satisfied to know after death all of these people would be dealt with. He was just upset that he wouldn't be there to see it. Around 50 of the attackers in strange masks had been defeated and the rest had gathered behind the man with the trident. There was no longer any need for them to search the rest of the area, as everywhere apart from one had been searched. The one with the trident had placed his hand next to his ear to report this to the other teams. There was a response from a couple of them, but from one there was no word whatsoever. That's strange. Is there really someone on this ship that could have wiped them out? Perhaps this captain this guy spoke of, although I find it unlikely. But I guess we still haven't found her. He mumbled to himself. He and the others walked forward, entering the large bar area that covered an entire hall. It was the last place that they had yet to check and where the last of the resistance currently was at. You are in quite the situation to use such words when you can't even stand. They will come after us. Very well, then let them come after us. I am willing to take that gamble, the man said, pointing his trident towards Nog once more. Water could be seen gathering at the tip, and it was unsure even for Nog himself if he could take another hit. Wait! The pink-haired female ran out and stood in front of the trident. It's me you want, she said, taking off her makeshift mask and revealing herself. Now. This would have been far easier, wouldn't it? The man asked. If you had just come out from the beginning, then everything would have been fine. Did you really think that you were protected and safe here? Wince didn't say anything. She just clenched her fists while a large vein on her forehead could be seen. Her teeth were grinding back and forth, but she knew there was nothing that she could do. 2 men held her by her arms as they went to take her away. "No!" Cyril shouted, revealing herself from her hiding spot, just behind one of the flipped tables. Please, someone help her. Her eyes were full of tears, but she herself didn't act because she knew she couldn't do it alone. She couldn't fight them all on her own. All she could do was continue to scream and ask for help. The other attackers were searching the place to see if there was anyone else that might still be hiding. When one of them had come across a certain individual lying on the table sleeping, the sound of snoring could be heard, so it was clear he was alive. Sir, what should we do with the guests on board, including this one? The attacker asked. Get rid of them all, the leader replied. Wait, no, Wince shouted. I came with you, you got what you want, why are you doing this? You don't have to do this. Please. No amount of begging would work. She now realized this as the soldiers got ready to use their guns. But that's when her sights went to the one who had a gun held right to his head. You, Wince shouted. You're a god, right? You proved it to me. You told me about all those things you did. So do them now. I saw how much pain you were in. You were in so much pain because you said you couldn't save your old friends, right? Right. She continued to scream. Please, help us. Help us. You can help people. You can do something this time, to help others. So please, wake the fuck up. The last words were screamed at the top of her lungs. The sound resounded in the entire place, almost echoing, but there seemed to be no response. The sound of the guns in the room were heard charging up, and one was pointed directly to the man head on the table. Wince looked to him, her last hope. His life was going to end like that, until she saw the man's hand on the gun. She hadn't seen him move. She just saw that the person on the table was now holding onto the gun. The attacker tried to pull away. He used his whole strength, but it couldn't move no matter what. So much screaming. It's really starting to hurt my head. A voice was heard from the table. That's when the attacker noticed that the man's nose on the table started to twitch. I smell blood. Keeping his hand on the gun, Quinn stood up from his seat. He had wrapped the palm of his hand around the muzzle. He then clutched the barrel and pulled the man's arms as he stood up, and seeing this, all eyes in the area were on him. Let go! Let go or I'll shoot! The man shouted. Panic was evident in his tone. Upon hearing this, the others had stopped what they were ordered to do and were looking at the sudden turn of events. Wince's throat hurt from all the shouting and crying. But now, she thought it was worth it because he was now awake. Nog, standing not too far off, was breathing heavily. He could barely stand on his feet but somehow managed to hold composure because he didn't want to look weak. These guys, they are no joke. I remember he did that trick before, but will it work on these guys? Can he really do anything? Either way, it doesn't matter as long as he can hold them off until the captain arrives. If needed be, I won't hesitate to help him as well. Nog thought while focusing on recovering his strength as quickly as possible. The wounds and bruises on his body began to heal as the horn on his head pulsated and changed colors. Is this the person you were screaming at before? The commander of the attackers said, looking at Wince. This person is going to help you? Have you gone mad? Very well, let's see what he can do. Get rid of him. Hearing the order, the man holding the gun pushed the trigger, realizing the energy beam. However, nothing happened as silence descended on the bar. Quinn stood there in no pain or injury on his body. They had expected the energy beam to go through his hand and into his head, but the beam never came out. Is it broken? The man wondered and pulled the trigger again and again. The side of the gun lit up like it usually would, but the energy beam he wanted never came out. As for what Quinn was doing, he was matching the energy produced by the gun with his own chi. A while ago, he noticed that some pure members used guns which created chi bullets. It had made Quinn wonder if he could use the third stage of chi like that of a blood bullet. It would be an almost invisible, strong and fast attack. Now that he recalled it, he had the chance to implement it practically, and it looked like he could get the answer to this question here, as the two energies matched with one another and cancelled out the effects. The gun was made quite well, as he was surprised it didn't break, but it also worked well as a good practice over realizing his chi as soon as the man pressed the trigger. It's a shame you're wearing those masks, Quinn said, with a hiccup in between. Otherwise, I might have made you shoot your own friends. In the next instant, he tightened his grip around the muzzle and broke the whole thing, crushing it. He threw it on the ground. The man looked dazed. Everything happened so fast that he couldn't even react and now was unsure what to do. Still, they were strong and trained in combat, so mustering all his confidence, he went to throw a punch. Quinn easily blocked it by smacking it away and kicked the man's legs, causing him to fall. The next second, Quinn pressed his foot on the man's chest. Immediately, the others pulled out their guns and pointed them toward Quinn. Why isn't he using that strange power that he used before? He can control all of them to do his bidding, right? Wince thought. She hadn't caught Quinn's whisper from earlier. The main problem was the masks that the others were wearing, and it was unsure if it would work against such people in the first place. I would have liked to have tested a few things on you, Quinn said, nearly losing his balance and falling off the man. However, I'm not feeling the best today, so I need to end this quickly. The commander laughed, and so did his men. By then, noticing that the firing had stopped and people were laughing, some guests were peeking out of their hiding spots to look over at the scene. Even Tom, who was lying on the floor but still alive, had opened his eyes. Hey! Quinn shouted, looking at Wince. Don't you remember what I said? I'm a god of blood, and these guys have spilt a lot of it. Lifting his hands, the dead guest's blood and all that was on the floor started to rise up. The blood of the dead was being sucked out of their bodies and slowly rose above the floor. They were in a large area, so it was bizarre for them to see the blood everywhere in the air like raindrops. As they witnessed the scene, the attackers started to panic, and a frown formed on the commander's face. How is someone able to do such things? Wince thought. Nog's mouth was left wide open upon witnessing what was going on. He had met many people on their trips, but no one could do something like this. Combined with what the person had shown before and his strength, Nog was starting to believe that this person might even be stronger than the captain. "What are you doing? Stop him, fire!" the commander ordered as he clutched his trident and pointed it towards Quinn. Immediately, all the enemies started to fire at Quinn. Multiple lasers came toward him, but before they could reach him, the blood droplets suddenly amassed in the air in front of Quinn, forming a wall and blocking every incoming attack. The blood wall continued to move, and even when the commander used the trident to fire out a jet stream of water, more blood would gather and block it. It was hard for the attackers to see what was going on, as the blood kept accumulating, blocking the attacks from all directions as it had almost created a ball around Quinn. In the end, seeing their attacks turning out useless, they stopped firing. But they didn't know this decision would just hasten their annihilation. "Okay, now it's my turn." Quinn's words resounded throughout the room. He moved his hand down, and all the blood in the air turned into something similar to the blood bullet skill. In an instant, it went through all the attackers, breaking through the armor they were wearing, hitting their heads and killing them on the spot. Before anyone could react, everyone witnessed about 150 bodies fall to the ground, all apart from one, the commander. He stood there in disbelief as he looked at all of his men. "You are an interesting one," Quinn smiled. "On this whole ship, there wasn't one person with celestial energy. So I was losing hope, and then one of you came right to my doorstep." Moving just his fingers, the blood from before and the new blood spilt from the dead bodies started to gather and condense into the palm of Quinn's hand and turned into a solid red ball. "Wait, who are you? Maybe you and my master can talk," the commander said, now frightened. The situation had completely turned on its head. Everyone thought that it was clear they had the upper side. Yet they came across just one person with so much power that he alone turned the tables. Wince, who was being held, noticed that Quinn could even attack them without hurting any others. Somehow, her stroke of luck had worked, and she was now more confident than ever that she had found the right person. Thank you so much." She couldn't help but tear up at the glimpse of hope in front of her. "I'm sorry," Quinn replied to the commander, "but I already know how to deal with your type. Things never change, and I'm not going to give you a chance. In the first place, the easiest way to make them come to me is by taking you out." He thrust his arm forward, and out from the red ball of energy, a large spike came out so fast that it pierced the commander's heart before he could even react. The celestial energy from his body got drained and went straight to Quinn, but the amount was minuscule, and when he retreated the spike, the commander fell to the floor, dead. There was silence for a few moments. It took time for the guests to process what was happening until a few words came out. Thank you. You saved us," a guest cheered. Applause resounded throughout the room as people shouted tears of gratitude to the person in front of them. Upon seeing all of this, it was hard to say it didn't make Quinn happy. It was a good feeling. Just then, several staff members, along with Syl, rushed into the casino through the large hole that the attacker had created. "As I thought, I didn't have to worry about anything after all." Syl smiled upon seeing Quinn going back to his seat and sitting down. For Nog, though, as soon as he saw Syl and the others, he rushed over immediately and got down on one knee, not in front of him, but rather to the large man next to him. The Dalki. "Captain, please instruct us about what to do next," Nog asked. "Captain? What?" "This Dalki is the captain. Because of the sudden attack, the ship suffered a lot of damage that needed urgent repair. So instead of continuing the flight path as planned to its next destination, the captain decided to halt the ship's advancement, and instructed the staff to commence emergency repairs all over the ship. However, because the amount of damage on the ship was too much, there wasn't really enough for backup for them to get it back up to how it was, so they had called for help from the main branch, the Marpo headquarters. In the response, the captain was told they would send out a fleet to do repairs, but it would take a while for them to arrive. By the time the fleet comes, the captain was instructed to figure out the number of lives lost on the ship and the amount of damage done. There were times when this ship was attacked, but one or two guests would get injured or maybe even unfortunately killed. However, Never anything like this had transpired before, and the whole matter required urgent investigation to find out the root cause. However, there was still the question of who would take responsibility for such a thing happening. It was hard to say. The guests on the cruise had their personal problems they had to deal with, so it would be hard for any of them to act, which was why they had pointed most of the anger toward the attackers. But this led to the most important question once again. Just who were the attackers and why had they attacked, since it was clear they weren't random space pirates? A meeting had been called in the command room, from the captain no less, and the people attending it were the two sisters, Nog, Syl, and Quinn. They were all now in the same room, sitting at a round table across from each other. But the mood was strange in the room, to say the least. When Syl learned that Dalkey was captain, he didn't know how to react. The good news was it didn't look like their lead would be getting off the ship anytime soon. Earlier, the Dalkey captain, known as Dogath, had asked if they could meet at some point and would call them after he was done assessing the situation. Since Syl could see that Quinn was in no state to reply himself, he had agreed. The two of them went into a room to relax for the day until Quinn had finally recovered. Then, Syl sat down and explained everything that had ensued during the attack, while Quinn had next to no recollection of what he had done. Only bits and pieces here and there. It didn't matter though, because while walking back to their room, plenty of people had informed Syl exactly what Quinn had done, while thanking the then tipsy Quinn. When telling the story back to him, for the first time after a long period, Quinn's face carried a tinge of red out of embarrassment, which deepened as Syl continued. At last, the two of them were eventually called by the captain, which had brought them to the situation they were in now. The Dalkey stood up, beginning the meeting. It was strange for the two humans to see one act so civil and understanding. Although it wasn't too strange for Quinn, because looking at the Dalkey captain reminded him of Borden. First, I want to start this meeting by thanking the two of you. The Dalkey gestured towards them with a hand and a slight bow. I have seen what the blonde man can do firsthand, and I have heard numerous reports from Nog and others of what you have done. Without the two of you, the number of lives we would have lost on this ship would have been much more. In truth, Syl didn't want the Dalkey to treat them nicely because it made it harder for them to ask for what they wanted. Syl wanted to find out why a Dalkey had an ability and how it was still alive. They also needed to get information about Earth from him, and if he weren't going to say anything, then they would have to use force and find out from him, which wouldn't be easy to do if they became friendly with him. Syl and Quinn's plan before coming here was to hear what the meeting was about first and then act according to the circumstances. It's no problem. I don't even remember what I did in the first place, Quinn quipped, half smiling, which received some giggles from both Wince and Cyril. Now, I have called you all here because we have to find out why this unknown enemy attacked the Marpo cruise. According to Nog, it looked like the group's commander was after you. Dogath pointed at Wince. So, it would be best if you can please explain. Wince turned silent for a second and had her head held down. That was when her sister Cyril held her hand and nodded. We should tell them we need his help, right? She added. Sitting up straight, Wince also nodded and, after taking a deep breath, she started to explain. I will explain everything from the beginning, so you can better understand our situation. I am Wince Trail, princess of the Marimirial race, and currently we are on the run. Our planet has always been split into two factions, two groups of people that believe they hold the right to rule our race. However, it has been impossible for one side to rule the other due to our powers being even. The start of the conversation played a lot of similarities with the current situation on Earth, so Quinn was slightly interested. Still, as he stated before, he wasn't interested in getting involved in anyone else's affairs. On one side, they have a powerful god that supports them. He grants them strange powers to fight us, and on our side we have a legendary beast, the Hydra, controlled by my father, the king. Or at least we had. One day, my father and the legendary beast suddenly went missing. Even after a long search and many days, there was no news or sight of him. In the end, some of our people began to believe that they were dead, and because of that, the tide of power shifted, allowing the other faction to take over and get rid of our army. Because of all this, my sister and I had no choice but to run away, but they continued to chase us. They wish to eliminate our bloodline so there can never be an uprising. But before that, they want us alive. As for why he wishes us alive, it's because our blood will unlock the royal room. It will allow him access to weapons and powerful weapons and items, strengthening the other faction. The four in the room understood what was going on. To be honest, it was a tale heard many times, just in different ways. An uprising, a betrayal, or just two factions colliding and one side getting rid of the other. This is why we boarded the Marpo cruise, Cyril explained. We are looking for powerful warriors to help us fight back. Our people have been made into slaves or tortured just for supporting us. We have to set them free and reclaim our world. It was then that Quinn stood up from his seat. Look, I'm sorry, but like I said before, I don't really want to or have the time to get involved. Whenever I get involved, people end up dying anyway, and I need to get back to Earth. So if no one in this room can help us get back to Earth, we will leave this place and continue on our way. It's not like this doesn't concern you, Wince chimed in. If they capture us and get their hands on those treasures, it will be destructive for the entire galaxy. You have seen what type of people you are dealing with, right? And we are not asking you to help us for free. You are free to have the treasures for yourself if you are successful. We just want our people to be free. So we beg you, on behalf of an entire race, please help us out. The look in her eyes annoyed Quinn because somewhere in his heart, he wanted to help them out. It was in his nature. It was just who he was, but he had to prioritize who was more important. So, without saying a yes or no, Quinn walked out of the room, with Syl quickly following him. They walked down the hallway until Quinn eventually stopped and placed his hands on the side of his head. Hey, not to add to the stress of the situation, but are we going to help them out? Syl asked. Now you too, Quinn replied but noticed something strange. Beside him, Syl suddenly had a strange look on his face, and when listening closely, Quinn noticed the former's heart was beating slightly faster. What's wrong? He asked. Syl looked behind before replying while scratching the back of his head. Well, the thing is, you know how she said that her father and the Hydra went missing? Ahem. Well, do you remember that trident that I have? As soon as Quinn heard the words coming out of Syl's mouth, he stopped him there and quickly used his celestial energy to cover the two of them in his white space. Although he hadn't yet fully recovered his celestial energy after the practice, there was enough to secure the location. He believed it was important that no one else ends up hearing what Syl was saying. Syl, please tell me it isn't true? Quinn asked, still surprised by what Syl was trying to imply. Using his powers, Syl opens the portal to reveal the glorious trident he used in his battle against Athos. Admittedly, it was more elegant than the commander's, but on closer inspection, both the tridents seemed to have similar craftsmanship and design. And upon seeing this, it only added more worry to Quinn's mind. I'm sorry, Quinn, but you have to understand my point of view, Syl said. When I landed on the planet, there was nothing but water. And then this damn giant Hydra-looking fish came out of nowhere and started attacking me. What do you think anyone would do in that situation? It was clearly at the level of a demon-tier beast and a strong one as well. So I thought that it would make a great weapon. There were plenty of times when I would land on a pallet and kill beasts and demon-tier beasts, so this was no different. How could I have imagined this would complicate things in future? So far, the story seemed quite fair, and Quinn was with Syl on this one. He would have done the same thing. Anyway, in the middle of the fight, this muscular old man with a white beard came out of nowhere. He was also the same. Without saying anything or listening to me, he started to attack along with the Hydra. I had no clue what was happening, but the man kept yammering about this Yanni guy sending me to kill the beast. I have to admit it was a really tough fight, but what was even more impressive was that the man could transform the demon-tier beast into this weapon right here. Furthermore, it had the same replication ability, allowing one trident to become many, just like Hydra's many heads. It was clear that this man was going to take me out, so it was either him or me, and after he disappeared, I took the spear, and it's been like this ever since. But I won't lie, this trident has been one of my best and most favored demon-tier weapons, because it helped me gain an advantage in countless battles after that. Syl was shaking his head as he thought back to the fight. It certainly was one of his most challenging ones, especially for not going against a god slayer or a celestial. It was almost as if the demon-tier beast and the man were more on the level of a god slayer, but that wasn't the important bit now. I have to admit, I feel a bit guilty. Syl added, ultimately, it's because of me that her family and the people on the planet are being turned into slaves. Can't we help them? Quinn's eyebrows furrowed. If he were honest, he would have preferred Syl to keep the story to himself, but he understood why it was eating him up inside and why he felt the need to tell someone. For Quinn, though, this story just made it harder for him to be selfish. They had absolutely no responsibility or reason to get involved in this, unlike with the Amr race, but now Syl had presented a reason and not a simple one either. If it's really such a big deal, maybe one of us can continue to focus on finding a way to get back to the Earth while the other helps them out? I don't think there's a need for the two of us, Syl suggested. While thinking about it, Quinn didn't really want to split up with Syl. Splitting up last time didn't turn out to be the best decision, even if the two were titans in terms of power. Hearing what Syl had suggested, though, did give him an idea. Maybe there is a way. Quinn sighed. The commander for before had a marking. That means there's definitely a celestial on that planet. So that's one way of us getting back. Then there's the treasure for helping the princess. Honestly, we don't know which side is the right one, but we have to be selfish in this situation. The princess has promised us rewards, not to mention we're the reason their race is in danger, so let's help them, and with the rewards there might be a way back through them, and there is also a third reason. If you've been to the Merimerial planet before, it means we're heading in the right direction. Right now, the best way to return to Earth is to retrace your steps, and maybe your ship will kick in and pick something up again. So that's 3 reasons we should help. Quinn nodded with his arms folded. I mean, we didn't really need 3 reasons, but if that's what you need to convince yourself to help these people, then do it, Quinn. I knew you were going to help them anyway. Syl smiled. Maybe I should keep this trident away so no one sees it? Otherwise, maybe both sides will be after us. Although Syl said it jokingly about the bad luck that Quinn was having lately, this was a big red flag for them. After getting out of the celestial space, Quinn decided not to use his celestial energy freely. After all, they were possibly meeting another celestial, and after defeating the last one, although he was more confident than before, he didn't wish to do something reckless. They were back in the hallway right now, and the two of them decided to turn around and head back to the meeting room. Only the sisters were in the meeting room, and it seemed like the captain and his manager had left the room after Quinn and Syl stormed off a few minutes ago. Even the sisters were about to leave when Quinn suddenly stepped in and made an announcement before they did. The two of us, we have decided to help you, princess. His words surprised everyone in the room. They were only a few words but were enough to bring the two sisters to tears. They turned to each other, locking hands, and began to jump up and down for joy. They were truly happy, and Quinn also smiled at this sight, knowing he was the reason for their hope. Soon after, both sisters ran up to Syl and Quinn, giving them a big, tight hug. Thank you, thank you. We promise that we will forever be in your debt after this is over. We will do our best to support you if there is a problem or anything you need. The group didn't waste time, and it was mainly due to Quinn. He wanted them to move on and not add any more delays to their original plan. So they decided to take Syl's ship as it could comfortably fit everyone inside and head to Merimerial planet. Both of them didn't quite know what they were expecting, but the sisters would tell them everything they needed to know along the way. However, just before they left, surprisingly, there were 2 figures standing near the ship's ramp. Hey, what are you two doing? Syl asked. It was the Nog and his Dalki captain Dogath. They were notified by the other staff members of these 4 heading to the docking area, and after a small discussion amongst themselves, they headed for Syl's ship. Seeing the confused expression on Syl and Quinn's faces, the captain clarified. These people destroyed my ship that I have given my life to. I don't care too much about the princess's vendetta, but I want to avenge this ship against the people who did this, so they would never consider doing it again. Which is why we decided that the 2 of us will be coming. Dogath the Dalki stated. Syl stood on the ramp, refusing to budge. He didn't particularly like the fact that these 2 were going on his ship until Quinn pulled him by his shoulder and to the side. I know you said that Dalki knows nothing about Earth, but we also know nothing about him. If the Dalki are still alive and they have abilities, then we should gather information about them as well so that we can be ready for anything. Maybe after this thing, it will bring us closer together, and he'll explain to us." A large huff came out from Syl, which showed his displeasure at the idea. Seeing a middle-aged man act like this was strange. But Syl had improved vastly from the last time Quinn saw him, so he didn't really say anything. "Fine," Syl said while walking off. "But if you guys betray us, attack us, or pull any of that crap, then I'm gonna deal with you all personally." Walking up the ramp, Nog and Dogoth entered the ship, and everyone soon embarked on their journey to the Marimirial race planet. Not long after the group had left, a fleet of ships arrived from none other than the Marpo headquarters. A man stepped out of one of the ships and onto the large cruise ship. After observing the ship's state, the man shook his head as a frown appeared on his face, and his eyes began to glow red. What dared to create this mess? After the Great War against the Dalki, the planet Earth lost most of its landmass, leading to a significant rise in water level and even less land for the populace to live on. To resolve this problem, Logan built a city above the sea, and the Pure came up with a different solution. Cruising through the waves as if they were nothing was a gigantic city on a ship. It was enormous, as if someone had attached 10 battleships and built a city on them. On top of that, there were more ships around it, ahead, to the left, to the right, at the front and behind. And all of them were moving at the same and constant speed to protect the large ship at any point in time. However, this wasn't just an ordinary ship. It was the Pure space, this ship city of Pure, and their solution to the crisis that was on Earth. This enormous ship, which could be best described as a floating city. It looked like bits and pieces which had been put together, rather than a singular-made ship. There were no restrictions for people to live there. But here, there were mostly those that supported Pure. 80% of the human population currently on this floating city ship had no ability, as this was their believed philosophy. Only those that had recently switched sides still had their ability, but they chose not to use it and were kept under meticulous watch. However, those that didn't wish to be left defenseless had the option to join the Pure military, and in return they would be taught the ways of Chi. Small spaceships would board the large vessels from time to time for various reasons. For example, if they were here to trade with port cities linked to Pure, the small ships would land on the helipad at the front of the enormous ship to deliver supplies and crystal from other planets. It was a well-run, well-built society on board the ship, and they had done well, protecting the people for a while now, unlike Green City, which seemed to be having problems as of late, being targeted by the very vampires that they were trying to protect. On board the large floating city, on the top floor of one of the high-rise buildings, there was a high-class restaurant decorated primarily with golden and red shades. But right now, the restaurant was empty because it was cleared for a crucial meeting. 3 figures were sitting at a fairly large square table. They were the leaders of the Pure. To the left was the red-headed macular man with scars all over his body, Chris, or Agent 1. Then to the right there was Agent 4 with his glasses. Both were sitting down with a straight back, waiting for someone. Then, there was a man who looked to be in his middle 30s. He had a black beard reaching up to his mustache and black hair on the top of his head. As for his attire, he wore a tight robe and a belt with 2 blades on its sides. This man was the leader of Pure and the one known as Zero. Just then, the gates of the huge hall opened, and 2 figures stepped in. The 3 men looked up, albeit they remained seated. "It's great to meet the Queen herself in person finally," Zero said with a smile to the 2 ladies walking toward the table. These were none other than the damper Queen Erin and the second damper, Flora. The ladies bowed a little to show their mutual respect and took the seats opposite Zero. "I'm sure you know I am a heavily wanted person, which is why I could not meet you before. But it is good that after working together for a long time, we're finally meeting face to face. Even during my time in Pure, I had never met you. So this really does count as a first." Erin replied. There was tension on the table, as it was easy to tell that Chris wasn't happy about this at all. He had his arms crossed, and the frown on his face showed it quite easily. His attitude was annoying to Flora because she wouldn't let someone disrespect the Queen like that, but she chose to remain silent for now. It's far-fetched to say that we have been working together. Zero replied. More or less, the two of us just happen to have a common enemy. So please tell me, what brings you here? Erin had initially been asked to remove her weapons before entering the room. But of course, she refused. This meeting in itself was a gamble for her. It wouldn't have bothered her earlier, but now there were only two of them, and they were at the heart of someone else's faction. As usual, Erin's aggressive nature allowed them to have their way, and they entered the room like so. You wish to take out Green City, but with the vampire crops supporting them, it's nearly impossible for you to do so, which is why I suggest we team up for real and take them out together. Zero tapped his finger on the table for a few seconds before giving his reply. You are only two people. I was hoping you wouldn't assume I don't know that you no longer have an army. Yes, you are strong, but I doubt just you two would count for much against the enemies. I feel like you two coming here was more for protection rather than aggression. Isn't that right? These words made Flora nervous because, in many ways, Zero was right. Because we have more to offer than just us two. Erin, on the other hand, wasn't bothered by Zero's mocking tone. She pulled out the red heart and held it in her hand for everyone to see. Flora, who was by her side, was stunned to see this. When Erin said she had a plan, she never suspected this. This was an item that everyone was looking for, and they had made many sacrifices to get their hands on it. Was she going to give it away just like that? I'm sure you know what it is. In return for the red heart, we ask to join Pure. I admit that our position no longer makes us equal, so just let us be part of your group. If you wish to get rid of Green City or the Vampire Core, then so be it. However, if you try to betray me after taking this red heart, then I will not leave this planet until I have sliced your head off and fed it to all your children, Erin said with a straight face. Unfortunately, I don't have children, not anymore. Zero shrugged his shoulders. Nonetheless, I will accept your offer. Agent 4 takes the red crystals and shows the Queen and the Princess to their new abodes. Please make them feel welcomed and allow them to use any of the training facilities as they wish. And if they would like to meet me and discuss anything, give them a direct line. Letting out a long sigh, Agent 4 did as he asked and walked over. But he soon had a hop in his step as he approached the red crystal. When he stood opposite the two, he stopped for a second, being cautious. He was reluctant to take it from the blonde damper at the start, but when she placed it on the table, he was a bit more inclined to do so. Picking it up and feeling it in his hands, he began to look at the item from every angle he could. Without a doubt this was the real deal. It was the red heart that was so highly sought after. With the armor and this, things are falling into place, Agent 4 thought. When they finally left the room, Chris couldn't control himself and let out his frustration. Why are we working with her? Chris asked. I understand when we supported them, even collaborated with them, but taking her in as one of our own? Where have your morals gone? Zero didn't say anything and just stood up and headed towards the door. You know what she did, right? You know what she did to him. Chris shouted, which finally had the effect he wanted because Zero turned around and looked directly at Chris. Don't you dare mention him, Zero said in a heavy low tone that vibrated his own chest. Instantly, a tremendous amount of energy radiated off his body, and all the tables and chairs in the room started to float from where they were before quickly falling back down onto the ground. If everything goes as intended and planned, then there won't be a problem no matter what happens. You have to keep your eyes on the end goal and put all your focus on it. Then all the hiccups along the way won't matter. What happened before involving her was a hiccup at most, and there might be more to come, but we will push through. Besides, now that the red heart is in our hands, don't you want to find out why the others want this thing so badly? Zero asked. Now, come. Let's see what this can do. Sill's ship was state-of-the-art, at least it was when he had last left Earth, so it was relatively fast, but at the same time, according to others, quite slow as well. In fact, it had already been 2 days of space traveling, and they had yet to reach the planet that they were heading for. At the moment, Quinn had even regained the ability to re-enter the celestial space, but he decided that now wouldn't be the best time. If he did return, he wanted to have an impact. Returning now would just catch more unwanted attention from others, and would just end up dying again, temporarily losing a lot of his celestial energy. "I'm still not sure about the celestial strength in general. From the sound of it, Athos was quite a strong one according to Syl, but even he hasn't had much experience." "Okay, everyone," Wince said, clapping her hands. "In about half a day's time, we should be approaching my home planet. Before that, though, I think it would be best if we all discuss how we are going to approach this." Nog walked over to stand close to where Wince and Cyril were standing, but as for the others, they looked partly disinterested in the whole thing. "Come on," Cyril said. "Can you guys take this seriously? Don't you already remember what happened at the cruise? Do you think that was the full force of their attack? The mermerial race that Yanni is in charge of is strong. We can't just go there, defeat them, and save the day." "We can't," Syl replied, which sounded a bit sarcastic, but he was actually somewhat serious. They had done that with the towers owned by Athos before. The only reason they didn't do that with Athos was because they didn't even know where he was located. But this was a different story, as they had their own personal tour guide. Why not just storm the place and get this over and done with? "The danger is real," Wince explained. "Yanni is in charge of a group known as the Predator Fish. In the past, they had ruled all of the mermerial race planets. They were naturally stronger than the other types and did well to defend us from attacks and more. However, as time went on, more peaceful times were ahead of us. The predator bloodline was mixed with several other fishes, creating mixed bloods. But Yanni and his group of people had always remained pure. Many people support them, thinking that strength is the answer, rather than talking, communication, and technologies. Either way, it's true, the predator type are the strongest by far, and they have only gotten stronger. He was what he calls his 10 generals. Those that have been by his side for a long time and who receive a strange power." Hearing this, Quinn was a little interested now. "The strange power, is it the same as the commander that attacked us before? And is he a general?" If he was a general, then Quinn knew that the whole thing would be a walk in the park. "Yes, it's the same power, but no, the commander from before was relatively new. He was not a general, and they are more powerful. Before, they were reluctant to use the new technology that our side had created, but now they are openly accepting it, which has just made them even more fearful." It was true, Quinn was surprised by the power that was outputted by their weapons. It was more powerful than anything Earth had come up with, new or old. Quinn wouldn't tell Logan that, but once again, he had been introduced to a race that would have easily been a threat to Earth, even with all their abilities. "This is why I suggest we first go to the Royal Vault," Wince suggested. "There will be items that will help us win. Items that my father kept in there for use at times like this. In fact, I have a feeling that the legendary beast, the trident, might have been sealed in there before my father disappeared. He was good at predicting things and how the other side would move. He might have even predicted his own disappearance." Syl was sweating once again and started to avoid eye contact. "I'm sorry, but the beast and the trident you are talking about isn't in there. It would be useless to go in there," Syl thought, but was wondering how to word it so they didn't have any false hope. "I doubt it will be easy," Syl finally spoke up. "I mean, if they know there are powerful items inside, then they will definitely be protecting it, right? Maybe we should just use our own powers to defeat him." "Are you an idiot?" Cyril asked. "If we are strong enough to defeat Yanni and his generals, then we are strong enough to beat the guards or whoever is guarding the Royal Vault. Getting what is inside will make us stronger and give us more chances of winning this battle. If the spear is in there, it will be able to transform it into the legendary Hydra, and the weapon itself is even more powerful when used in the right hands," Wince explained. "I know it's unlikely to be in the vault, as my dad took it with him many times, and I have a feeling that the others have already dealt with him, but we have to try, and with that weapon I feel like we have more chance of victory." Syl looked over to Quinn, asking, almost begging him to help in some way from stopping these girls from going into the vault, because every word felt like he was being stabbed in the heart, as if the world wanted him to tell them the truth. "We won't be going to the vault," Quinn said. "That vault is our reward. Those were your words, not mine, and I don't want to waste my time going to one thing when we can deal with the problem quicker going to one place." The girls stayed quiet after Quinn spoke. They respected him and were thankful that he had even come on the trip. After hearing Quinn speak multiple times, they knew that he was serious about getting this done as soon as possible, and they would rather do it his way than without him. This Yanni, Quinn questioned. Is he the one that is giving powers to the others, the generals you are worried about? Yanni is the leader of the predators. However, he is not the one supplying them with power. There is another that Yanni is able to summon. I have only seen him once when going up against my father, but it is possible that if we can take the item off him that he won't be able to summon him. For Quinn, though, he was pretty sure this was the Celestial and he wanted him to be summoned. Worst case, he would take the item himself so he could summon the god. After some time of discussion, they could see the ship approaching one of the planets. There were several large ships orbiting it with fleets of smaller ships, the same type that had attacked the crews. It looks like this isn't ogling to be as easy as just getting on the planet and getting rid of Yanni, Nog stated. Rather than the large ship and the fleet of smaller ships, Quinn was more concerned with another problem. Hey, this planet we're going to, I don't see much land on it or anything that looks like a big city, Quinn asked, his voice a little shaky. Of course, that's because we mainly live in the water, Wince replied. The others looked at each other because it was a bit of a problem for them all, since none of them could breathe underwater. We aren't going to be able to fight at our best, the Dalki stated. At all, for some of us, Nog added. The two sisters looked at each other and their eyes widened. The thought had never crossed the mind that the others might not even be able to reach the city in question. As for another thing, seeing the sea and the idea of getting into it was causing Quinn's body to shiver, as he had a deep fear of the sea. What? Cyril screamed so loud that nearly the other ships through space could hear her. I don't understand. Didn't you say you were some god of blood or something, and you're afraid of the sea? I mean, isn't like water and blood are quite similar? Look, Quinn said, giving out a deep breath. I just feel more comfortable being on land. What is wrong with that? In the water I can't move well, I can't see well, all my senses are dulled, and there is no telling what is in there. It's like the dark but 10 times worse. I see no reason why everyone shouldn't be afraid of the sea, other than you guys. Although the others weren't scared of the sea like Quinn was, they all thought he had brought up a good point. Even the Dalki would struggle to fight in the water, so it looked like the group needed a plan after all, especially if they couldn't dive down. For now, the ship was staying a little way from the planet, as they also needed to figure out how to get past the fleet of ships without attracting attention. I know, Wince said with a smile on her face. There is a special item in the Royal Vault, just for situations like these. Pieces of beast-tier equipment that will allow you to breathe underwater. I can get those. Her voice soon started to trail off as she realized what the problem was. And how do you want to get those without us if the place is guarded? Nog asked. It was time for them to put their thinking caps back on again. But that's when a solution arrived. Well, I can travel in the water somewhat. Thus, the Dalki said. I'm not as strong as I am on land, but we can hold our breath for around 6 hours. I never knew the Dalki were whales, Sil commented. Anyway, it won't be so much a problem for me either. I have an ability that will allow me to breathe underwater. It is just the restricted movement that will be the problem for me. It looked like in the end that the Dalki and Sil were the only ones that could go with the girls, so the plan would have to be just that. The girls, along with the two, would try to get to the vault. Then what about us? Nog asked. There is an island, Cyril said. One of the cities is located on an island. We can stop there for you guys. You stay put while we dive down to the city center and come back. It sounded like a good plan, and Quinn was somewhat relieved that he wouldn't have to go into the water and would actually be able to stay on land. Surely there would be some way to convince this Yanni character to meet them. Steal something precious of his and rise up. Who knew? Either way, knowing that Sil was going gave Quinn confidence, and it might also be something that he could complete on his own. Surprisingly, there was another solution put forth by Sil about avoiding the space fleets, and that was another ability Sil had. In his large book of abilities, he had many that would have seemed useless in a battle, but they are proving useful here. For one, he was able to turn any object he touched invisible as long as he was holding it. At the same time, everything inside of the object he would touch, as long as they were touching the object as well, would turn invisible. So that's what the group had currently decided to do. The ship was now traveling in stealth mode while being invisible, so the engines were dead silent, but it also meant that it would take a bit longer for them to reach the planet. It was a shame that Syl didn't have the power to just teleport them all. But then again, although the distance looked small from the ship, it certainly was vast. Since there was some more time before they would leave the ship, Quinn had decided to approach a particular person that was on board. "I know the two of us haven't spoken a lot," Quinn said. "I'm sorry if I seem a bit nervous when talking to you. I'm sure you know the situation between our two races." The Dalki nodded but also looked Quinn up and down. "From what I know, our two races have a different problem, though," Dogthu replied. "Aren't you a vampire, not a human?" From the sound of it, the Dalki knew a lot more than Quinn originally thought, which was perfect for what he wanted. "Oh right. And our relationship is even more complicated. I'm quite interested in you. I have a lot of questions. How are you even alive and more? But I know from Syl that you won't answer that, so I thought I could ask you more about the Marpo cruise, when it all started, and when did you become captain?" Quinn asked. In a roundabout way, Quinn was trying to find out if anyone was related to the Dalki that he knew. Something didn't seem right. If the Dalki were still alive, there were only a few people that Quinn imagined could keep them that way, and they were meant to be dead, both of them. The Marpo cruise. I have been there since the beginning, I guess. Originally there was just one, but soon the company grew. Dog thus stopped there. It was as if he was about to say something. "I know why you were talking to me. You wish to get home, but as I said to your friend, I have never been to Earth and have no idea about it. But there is one person who will know. The owner of the Marpo cruise line, he is a human himself. Everything I know about Earth, myself, and the Dalki past is thanks to him." Dog thus explained. Hearing this, Quinn stopped there, thinking who on earth could it be that was still alive or had information about back then. Was it Jim Eno? Was he somehow still alive, but the fact was that the Dalki had specifically said human instead of a vampire? It was then that Quinn's eyes started to glow red, and he looked toward the Dalki. "And the human, the owner of the Marpo cruise, what is his name?" Using the influence skill, Quinn was hoping to get a truthful answer. His heart was thumping louder. Something was going on in the universe. Something that he wasn't able to see. There was a deep dark feeling that he had, but he wasn't quite so sure what it was. That was when the Dalki didn't answer and tapped his nose. "Your name is Quinn, right? I will pass on that you wish to meet him, and let's see what he says." The influence skill didn't work. He is a 5 spike, so that would make some sense, and it never worked against beasts well. Still, I thought it had a chance. "Alright everyone, we were nearly there in the city. Everyone remembers the plan and don't cause too much attention," Wince ordered. Walking over, Quinn headed back to Syl's side and looked over at the Dalki. He then folded his arms and whispered, "Keep an eye on the Dalki. See if you can get any information out of him. Don't harm him. He seems like a nice one, but if he's in trouble, don't help him out so much. Let's see how strong these guys are." There was a strange feeling and thought going through Quinn's mind, and it was a dreaded thought. The threat of the Dalki was meant to be over. It was in the past, and 1,000 years had passed without that said threat coming back. Learning of what was happening. A thought crossed Quinn's mind. What if he wasn't the only one? And what if he wasn't the only special one that could hold an ability? Before anything like the thoughts that were going through Quinn's mind would come true, he needed to meet this human. Syl's ship was heading to what looked like a relatively small island. The landmasses on this planet were mostly of island sizes, but this was one of the few with a city built on it. The city was quite normal and similar to those on Earth. It was filled with large skyscrapers, towers, streets, and more. Only the architecture and colors differed from the cities on Earth. Most buildings seemed to be made of a light blue material, almost jade-looking, while they would also have hints of green and yellow. Several round giant pearls were also used on certain parts of the building to join them together, or on the outside for decoration. It was hard to get used to, but it always was when they traveled to a new planet. The most luxurious things were the long, large, white sandy beaches. There were several fishermen on them, enjoying food, drinks, and more. There were huts for people to live in with large legs for bases that stood in the sea and a giant oval floating object in the water. "What's that?" Nog asked. "It's a hydro station," Wince replied. "They have giant tubes that send people through the water to travel between the different cities, including the capital center. So there are two options for us. We can either try and sneak in and take the hydro station, although I believe we would most likely get caught. Or we can choose to just swim through the sea." Even though Quinn was no longer traveling with the others through the sea, he shuddered at the thought of having to do something like that. "The sea!" Cyril looked panicked. "You can't go through the sea. You might not survive. Just take the hydro station. I'm sure we can figure out a way." "What's so bad about the sea?" Syl had to ask since it looked like the better option in his head. At least for a task like this one. "The sea is dangerous, even for us," Wince explained, "because there are dangerous sea beasts that travel in the water. They don't attack the cities or the groups of mermerials because they know that they can get hurt if they do so, but a small group like ours, we would be sitting ducks." There was another reason Syl wanted to enter the water. He wanted to know how effective his powers would be. Flames, lighting, wind, etc. Perhaps the only ability and the best ability to use in the water would be water, but how effective that would be against the fishmen was unknown. However, there was still one trump card that would definitely work well underwater. "I can't use that. If I use that, it will cause all sorts of problems." Syl scrapped the idea instantly. The ship soon landed on the part of the beach that looked to be the least crowded. There were plenty of trees near the beaches, so there were enough spots for them to hide the ship. The only problem was they couldn't avoid making noise if the ship bashed and landed through the trees. Even though it wouldn't be a loud one, anyone nearby could notice such a thing, so they decided to land it at the top of the trees, allowing it to hold the ship up. The ship has a camouflage option, but it will no longer be invisible. It can fool some people, but if someone looks at it from above, it might only be a matter of time until they find this, so we need to move fast. All of them jumped down from the ship and stepped on the ground. It was time for the group to head separate ways. "There's no need for you two to wear disguises when you enter the city. We have plenty of ones that look similar to you," Wince explained. "Just don't catch the attention of the others. Not until we have the equipment we need." Nodding, Quinn and Nog headed towards the city, while the others ran towards the hydro station. Walking through the jungle, Cyril and Wince picked up a few colorful fruits, squeezed them, extracted some juice, and then rubbed the strange juice all over their face as if they were painting on it. "Is that your disguise?" Syl asked. He could still separate them apart, not to mention the lines on their faces weren't really helping them in this disguise. "Not many know the face of the princess and her sister," Wince replied. "Our father was the leader who was killed before we even got any chance of limelight or to be revealed to the world. These disguises are good enough. They won't recognize us at a glance here or there, and besides, the hydro station is automatic. The only problem will be getting a ticket, but the rest is done by itself." Walking on the beach, they noticed that quite a lot of people seemed to be leaving the city and heading towards the station for some reason. A large wooden walkway that reached the station was crowded, and others who looked in a rush decided to travel by water. What was fascinating was that as soon as the human-like figures touched the water, their bodies transformed into different types of fish, allowing them to swim quickly toward the station. "I wonder what these two girls would transform into when they touched the water?" Syl thought, but they would see that soon. The large crowd and the busy station were to their advantage. The guards stood still and seemed to allow everyone to walk in. The group of four kept their heads down as they walked through, and finally, they were inside the station. It was far more spectacular than Syl had imagined. Right now, they were walking through a large glass that allowed them to see the sea. Numerous fish were swimming around in the water, and it all looked beautiful. Until, for a brief second, Syl saw a large tentacle snatch one of the bigger fish and pull it into the deeper and darker water. Whoever that tentacle belonged to, one could not see its dark body. "I think Quinn was right about the sea." Syl gulped, trying to ignore what he had just seen. He looked at the large plastic-like tubes traveling in the sea. In front of them, there were about 10 of these pods that the people would step into. Then a sound would go off, shooting through the pod. Finally, the passenger would be sent through the plastic tubes deep into the water to the location stated. "You guys wait here," Cyril said. "I'll go get us all tickets." Wince's face looked like she was ready to stop her, but Cyril shook her head. "If they catch you, it's all over. Remember, you're the princess, not me. I won't be recognized. And once I get the tickets, we can all queue up and head to the city." Cyril had already run off before Wince could respond. So they waited for a while, but Wince was nervous as she bit her fingernail and walked around in circles. "Yes. Make us look even more suspicious," Dogoth commented. After a few minutes, Cyril returned, and she had a smile on her face. "Come on. Let's get moving quickly," she said as she handed each person their ticket. They then all picked a line and lined up. The queue was moving quite quickly, and Syl could see what one needed to do. First, scan the ticket before entering the tube, and the door would open, then stand inside to be blasted off. It was simple. Syl and the Dalki at times would move back a little to adjust their position, allowing the fishmen behind them to go before them because they wanted to go in at the same time as the girls. If they went in before them and there could be a problem, they would need to deal with it. In the end, after exchanging places with others a few times, all four reached their respective tubes simultaneously. They scanned the tickets and stepped inside. There was a bit of excitement in Syl, and he felt as if he was going to be going on a theme park ride. The next second, and the arm buzzer sound went off. It blasted all four of them down the tube and into the sea. They were traveling at the same speed, and when they looked to their right and left, they could see each other. Now Syl was where he had seen the fish from earlier. As they got deeper into the sea, Syl noticed several different creatures. It was amazing, as there were several light sources that floated about in the sea, allowing them to see. Then Syl noticed that up ahead, the tubes breached off into several directions, and this was because they could travel to several other cities and directions from one hydro station. This made sense until Syl and Dogoth were sent down another tube and taken to the right. Then, the two girls' pods deviated and sent them to the left. "Wait! This doesn't look right. We're going to completely different places." Syl was alarmed. They turned towards Wince and saw her scream a few words towards them, and her face showed similar shock and panic. But they could not hear her, and, within a few seconds, the two pairs were separated and heading into two different directions. As they went through the tube, the two sisters felt tremendous G-force on their bodies. It was hard for them to move, if not at all. They thought of trying to break out of the tube to get to the other two, but Wince instantly scrapped the idea after thinking for a while. Breaking the tube wasn't an option. Even if they somehow managed to destroy the building, they would have brought a lot of unnecessary attention to themselves for destroying the hydro system, not to mention they would be in the middle of the deep ocean alone. All in all, destroying the tubes wasn't worth the risk. "I'm sorry, guys. You came here to help me, and now I don't know what is going to happen." Wince clenched her fist, and finally, the siblings were chucked out of their tubes into the deep ocean. Instantly, they felt something strange ensue as soon as their body crashed into the water. Their legs started to merge and grow as they stuck together. Then their scales on their body grew and covered their whole face, and at last, a fish tail protruded from where their feet were. For Wince, the scales on the bottom half of her body were a glittering blue, while her sister Cyril's scales were shining in bright pink. The two of them had transformed into what most people on Earth called the mystical creature, a mermaid. In front of them, there was a large city of some sort, and its familiarity confirmed that they had reached the right destination. This city was called Mersil, the capital of the Marimirial race. Just like the city from earlier, there were several skyscrapers here as well. Only these were more like a palace, with giant swirls all around them, making them appear grand and added a majestic aura to them. There was also an elegant shine to the whole city, and at the end was the royal palace, which even in the deep sea, shone with bright glittering color all around and illuminated everything. The two can see everything clearly even though they were still far from the place as they were chucked into the deep ocean by the hydro tube. This was the same for the others that had come out from the tube, only they were already swimming towards the hydro station, which was at the city's base and was around 5 times bigger than the one they had departed from. At the same time, they also noticed several tubes, like the one they had used, coming from different directions, and more people were being shot out of them, and just like the others, they swam towards the station. What is with all of these people? Something is definitely going on. Wince wondered, and this thought made her feel even more anxious than before. Although the city was a popular destination, this was completely different. Everyone was running to it as if their life depended on it. Doing a quick turn in the water, Wince looked towards her sister, who was clenching her hands in nervousness. What happened, Cyril? Where are the other two now? Why aren't they with us? Did you not know the tubes would send them in a different direction? Wince asked. I didn't know, Cyril replied. When I bought the tickets at the counter, they didn't ask any questions or anything. So it looked like no one noticed anything, and I bought the same tickets for all of us. I'm sorry. Cyril burst into tears, thinking it was her fault, and her sister, seeing this, couldn't shout or blame her anymore. Swimming through the water, she went to her sister's side and pulled her into a hug to calm her down. It's okay, Cyril. These are tough times, we have a lot on our minds, and in the first place, this is something the two of us need to do. Maybe they've been watching us from the beginning and wanted us on our own. We need to be careful from now on, Wince said. But we can't distract ourselves. We need to continue on our task. We have to enter the city and somehow get to the royal vault. It's up to us now, and we must do our part so the others can help us. Wince started to swim off, and Cyril was not too far away. Quinn and Nog walked through the dense jungle and now had entered the city. There were large, open, wide streets that allowed them to explore the city easily. The only thing was, the two of them noticed something very strange. Hey, don't you think this place is a bit empty? Nog asked. Compared to the beach and everything, it looks like everyone was heading to the station. Are they running away or hiding? Hearing this, Quinn nodded. He had noticed this as well. It was more like the place was deserted than anything. In the end, Quinn spotted an old man in a shopping stall. The latter had barbecued small fish and shrimp. Does this count as cannibalism? I guess even fish eat fish on Earth, so it would make sense, Quinn said. The old man had a large fin on his back, webbed hands, and wrinkles all over. Why is the city so empty? Quinn asked. Empty? Are there no people here? The old man replied as he turned his head left and right. You're right. No one is here. I do remember some customers talking about a royal ceremony. Was that today? I can't remember. Would you like some fish? The old man was jumping from subject to subject, but Quinn had gotten enough information he needed from the man. A royal ceremony? Is that why everyone is in such a rush? Is everyone going to the capital city? Maybe it's to crown this Yanni guy? Anyway, we shouldn't worry about them so much, right? Your captain is a strong guy. Yeah, Nog replied. As long as your friend is as strong as you say he is, the two should be okay against any trouble they come across. Although Quinn agreed, he started to look around the place. Maybe there was something that the two of them might need to do to perhaps attract some attention, so the others had an easier time. Well, I don't want to get in the water, but maybe there is another way, another large force that would be sure to get their attention. Saying these words, Quinn looked into the distant sky, where the large ships and fleet of ships could be seen. It was a backup plan, but the question was now, how long would Quinn wait until he decided he would need to act himself? At this moment, a human and a Dalki were moving through the tubes at a fast rate. It had been a while since their tubes got separated from the two girls. Unlike the girls, though, both the Dalki and Syl were confident that they could break out of the tube. The only thing was, if they did, where would they end up? And where would they have to go? They had no clue where and how long to swim in the vast ocean to find the city. In the end, it was better to at least let the tube take them to some place, wherever it was, and plan from there. There should be another hydro station they could access from that location. Out for the bottom end of the tube, the two of them crashed into the water. There was no change in their bodies, but Syl immediately started using the water ability around him to ease his movements and breathe underwater. Hey, I can move easier than I thought. Controlling the water in the sea makes my movements slower than on land, but it's not too bad. Maybe as I get used to the speed, it will be all right, Syl thought. He turned around to look at how Dogoth was doing, and the latter looked fine as well. Using his large tail, the Dalki swam through the water relatively easily. Now that they had regained their composure, the question was, just where were they? They stared at the front, and the sight was not like they had expected. There was no city, or at least not one they were expecting. Instead, there were underwater ruins of what once was a city, and it was now covered with strange green moss all over the place and more. And there wasn't a single structure in sight that looked to be well. Someone or something had destroyed everything, and the ruins looked to stretch to miles. What is this place? Why would they even have something like this? Syl said. Just then, shutting out from one of the tubes behind them, a fish person had turned into what looked like a sick turtle. Slowly he started to float his way towards them and into the ruins. "Hey!" Syl called out. "Sorry to bother you, but what is this place? Is there a hydro station nearby so we can leave this place?" The turtle man slowly turned his head. His eyes looked dead as he stared at the two. "What is this place? You came here and you don't even know. This is the place where people who no longer wish to live come to die," the turtle expressed as he continued to drift towards the ruins. Both Syl and Dogthu looked at each other. They both were waiting for the other one to take charge as to what to do next. After all, from the brief look around, it looked like there weren't any other hydro stations in the area. According to what they had heard from Wince, every city would have several hydro stations to allow them to quickly travel to other places. So where were they now? "There is no use in us doing nothing. Why don't we follow the person from before and ask him some more questions about this place?" Dogthu looked around, but it really didn't seem to be a single person alive. But maybe searching through the ruins they would find something. There had to be a reason why a hydro station even went to such a place in the first place. "Why don't we just wait here? Don't you think that would be the better option?" Syl asked. "I mean, eventually someone else will come out of the tubes after us, right?" While the two were talking, Dogthus was noticed that the fisherman that looked somewhat like a crossbreed between a human and a turtle was still floating deeper and further away into the ruins. If they decided to stay now and no one else came, then they might never get their chance. Using his large tail and kicking his legs without saying anything else to Syl, he went off into the deep-sea ruins. "Shouldn't we stay? And isn't there some way we can go back in the tube and reverse it? Maybe we could just follow the hydro tube back to the start. That would take us to the original station, wouldn't it?" Syl thought. Using one of his abilities that drastically improved his eyesight as if it was a camera on several times zoom, Syl followed the tubes with his eyes, and he soon could see gigantic large creatures. Swimming in the large deep sea, they had multiple large eyes, strange spikes sticking from them, and teeth among other things. These deadly sea creatures were the size of mountains moving underneath the water. All of them looked to be the same size at that hydra I faced. What is with this place? Is it just full of demon-tier beasts or something? Syl thought. How have this mermerial race managed to survive on these planets for so long with these things in the water? Either way, Quinn did say I should keep an eye on the Dalki. Spinning the water in the palm of his hands, Syl was able to move quite quickly. It worked like a propeller. It was still relatively hard for him to move from side to side and other parts of his body. There they are. Syl spotted Dogthus and the turtle. He started to head towards the two. "What did you mean when you said people go here to die?" Dogthus asked, blocking his way. The turtle moved towards him, crashing into his chest. "Would you please move? Please? You should understand. After all, you are in the same place as me," the turtle replied. "Well, we are here by accident. So please talk to us. Otherwise I'm afraid I would have to stop being nice," Dogthus stated, raising his hand and making a fist, trying to somewhat threaten the fishman. The turtle started to laugh. "Please, if you could end my life, then that would make me happy. And I am very sorry to hear about your circumstances. If you are here by accident, then your fate is sealed like all of us. My family are gone. I no longer have friends, and my wife has left me. I am afraid I no longer wish to be here." The next second, the turtle was dragged suddenly through the water. The Dalki attempted to reach out and grab him but was too slow. and all he could see was something had wrapped around the turtle's waist and pulled him into the deep dark sea. In the ruins, there were several items that would create a light source for them to see, making everything a slightly blue hue, but beyond the ruins, there was just the darkness of the sea. What happened? Sil asked, having just arrived. It looked like something pulled him. It reminds me of what I saw before, in the hydro station. Sil gulped, and he didn't even want to use his ability to see what was off in the distance. Did you find out anything from that guy? How to get out of this place? Anything? Sil asked. I think so, Dog thus replied. But nothing that's going to help us out of our situation. This is a place where people go to die. When people no longer have the will to live, they come here. And I'm guessing that creature that just grabbed him must be the reason. You're saying that they come here to just die and get eaten by a giant fish, Sil said. How could the Mermerial have a place like this? It's almost encouraging people to give up. There has to be some reason for them doing this. Rather than think about the situation or answer Sil's questions, once again Dog thus was on the move. He swam right to where the strange turtle had been taken. This Dalki, is he not scared? And I don't understand what he's doing. Sil thought. Even if we find what killed the turtle, how is that going to help us get out of this place? Killing the beast will do nothing. The two continued to swim through the ruins, looking at all of the destroyed buildings. They were relatively close to the seafloor, as they could see several items buried in the sand, including treasure and pearls. It was hard for them to know how long everything had been down here for, and they had yet to find anything. Finally, the Dalki decided to tread on his feet on the surface of the floor. What's wrong? Isn't swimming faster than walking? Sil asked. Yes, but I fight better this way, Dog thus replied. At that moment, out from the sand, two large tentacles dark gray in color rose up crashing through the ruins. It had easily destroyed them, not slowing down. It was clear that it was the same type of tentacles that had grabbed the turtle from before. Both of them at the same time came whipping down towards the Dalki. Sil could see this and had his hand ready to throw out an attack. Wait! Let's see how he deals with this, Sil thought. Raising both hands, the Dalki took the tentacle hits head-on and bent his knees. Sand from the ground floor was kicked up everywhere, but the Dalki still had a firm grip on either end. Grabbing hard, his fingers dug into the end of the tentacles and blood was dripping out from them. Still, the tentacles had some level of strength to them. Even the Dalki with his great power looked to be somewhat struggling until he turned his head towards them and his eyes started to glow up. A red laser came out from them, hitting part of the tentacle, slicing it right off. He turned his head, the laser from the eyes hit the other tentacle, and the same thing happened again, causing the other tentacle to fall. These guys were hard to deal with before they had abilities. Maybe laser eyes isn't so much of a problem, but imagining a Dalki with the same powers as someone like Owen. I understand now why Quinn wants to keep an eye on them. It looks like you vanquished the great beast, so let's get out of here, Sil said, standing by his side. Let's spend our time trying to figure out how to get back. Can't you smell it? The Dalki replied. The smell of blood is coming from over there. Staring in the direction of where the Dalki was looking at, in the distance, past the end of the ruins, there was a large dark outline that was part of the sea. It looked like a mountain in the water. Soon, though, rumbling from all of the ruins was felt. The entire ground was shaking, and what was left of the buildings was starting to fall one after another. An underwater earthquake? Sil wondered. It was then that the giant dark figure that could be seen in the sea suddenly had two red glowing dots, and hundreds of large snake-like shadows could be seen. It was obvious that what Sil first thought was just a dark patch in the sea, or a large underground mountain, was nothing of the sort. Instead, it was a giant beast. What level or what tier, he had no idea, but judging by its size, Sil thought it would at least be at the demon tier level. Judging by how far they were, it seemed like the tentacles could stretch miles. In the next second, all of the large tentacles headed straight into the ground. Piles of rocks and rubble from the destroyed ruins were being chucked up all over the place, and immediately the two of them were surrounded by several tentacles. They started swinging down towards the two of them, and using the water jets on his hands, he started to swim out of the way, allowing for the tentacles to miss him. To truly test the Dalki, it's best if the two of us split up, Sil thought. Eventually, when they were far enough, Sil had come across what used to look like a house. It was one of the most non-destroyed structures in the area. Landing on top of it, several of the tentacles that were chasing after him rose from the ground. Suddenly, Sil's fighting face expression changed, and immediately all of the water around Sil started to move and bubble. The tentacles moved at the same time to slam down on Sil, but immediately the water moved in slashes outward in all directions from Sil. The next second several of the tentacles fell onto the ground, and blood was seen floating in the water all over the place. "That was a warning for you," Sil said out loud. "Don't try to attack me unless you want a short life. Just stay back." When saying these words, Sil looked towards the large dark figure and the red eyes in the distance. For some reason, from that one attack it looked like all the tentacles were being pulled away. Now all that was left was for Sil to see just how Dogthus would deal with all of this. A 5-spike Dalki against a demon tier. Quinn told me to keep an eye on him. But if he can't handle it, am I meant to help him? Sil wondered. Dogthus was unable to pay attention to what was happening to him. And he wasn't even aware that Sil had gone off, because he was focusing too much on his own battle. The tentacles were strong and rampant. One had come towards him, but it was stopped with one hand from the Dalki. But his side was soon hit by another and had sent him flying in the air. The Dalki felt some of his ribs break and a little bit of green blood was coming out of his mouth. While in pain and hurt, the Dalki didn't stop his attack, since he continued to use the red laser energy from his eyes. It seems to be the most effective, as whatever it hit would either burn the end of the tentacle or cut through it. However, it looked like Dogthus could only use it in short bursts, as he would stop once in a while and resort to using his hands. "Stop annoying me," Dogthus shouted as he threw a punch down right on the head of a large tentacle. It slammed into the ground, creating cracks on the seafloor. Ah yes, the reason why these Dalki are so difficult to deal with in the first place. Because the more hurt they are, the stronger they get, Sil thought. Although the Dalki was doing well and able to deal with a lot of the tentacles by ripping them off with his hands, stomping on their heads with his foot, and burning them with his lasers, it still wasn't enough. There were far too many, and each time he would get hit, the muscles on the Dalki body would be hurt and restricted. Is he not as strong because of us being in the water? It doesn't seem to be affecting the beast at all, Sil thought. Just then one of the tentacles for the first time in the fight had grabbed onto Dogthus. It wrapped around him and was squeezing harder and harder to the point where blood was coming out from his mouth. Seeing this, Sil let out a sigh. I've seen a lot of people, creatures, and beings die in front of my eyes. But I guess we need this one to live so we can find a way home. Sil opened his hand and a ball of water started to gather. Instead of pointing it towards the Dalki, he had pointed it towards the cause of the problem, the large creature in the distance. Getting ready to deal with the creature, Sil heard a loud noise coming from his right. He could see that Dogthus had broken free, and not just that, he had destroyed all of the tentacles around him. Immediately after, Dogthus started to run towards the large creature off in the distance. As he continued to run, more of the tentacles would appear in an attempt to strike him down. The Dalki, even without having to swim, had been hurt beyond belief, was stronger than before and was now faster. When Dogthus got close, suddenly out from the ground around him, tentacles appeared, creating a wall in front of him. Opening his eyes, the red laser came out wider than Sil had ever seen it before, and it had completely evaporated the large tentacles off. What is going on here? Wait, don't tell me. Sil started to think back to the fight he had seen so far. He didn't notice it before because it was subtle, but he was sure of it. The Dalki, as they get hurt more, not only is he getting stronger, but his ability is as well. This is messed up, Sil thought. As soon as Sil had finished his thought, Dogthus had already reached the large creature, and now there was a giant hole through its head. It had without a doubt died, and on top of that, Dogthus looked to have taken the demon tear crystal as well. This is not what I expected, Sil thought. Swimming towards Dogthus, Sil landed by his side and checked to see if he was okay. He was bleeding quite a bit, but as always with a Dalki, it was hard to tell if they were on their last legs or not. I see you were alive. But you are too late, I have killed the beast. So the crystal is rightfully mine, correct? The Dalki said. For some reason, the Dalki, and even the cruise itself seemed to be obsessed with crystals. Syl already had plenty before, and letting go of one crystal, at least for now, he didn't mind. The two of them started to feel the water moving all around them. It was as if there were waves underneath the sea. It was a strange feeling, and stranger when they couldn't see anything. Because of this, Syl started to use his ability again, and he soon regretted it. This might be a bit troublesome, Syl said. It didn't take long for the Dalki to figure out what was happening, because soon large dark figures could be seen in the distance, and they were getting bigger by the second. The single large beast wasn't the end of their troubles. It looks like the two of us will really be dying here. It's such a shame, Dogthus said. Hey, I thought Dalki weren't like that. I thought they were warriors that fought to the death. You are a strange one, Syl stated, walking forward and in front of Dogthus. It's okay, you can rest. I have something that can deal with all of these. I wasn't going to use it, but I guess since there is no one around, it will be all right. Opening up the portal, Syl reached in, and pulling out of it was one of his favorite weapons that had originally come from this planet, the Great Trident. Let's get rid of all of these and get out of here. Both women had no problem entering the capital city of the memorial race. Usually, they would have had trouble entering the hydro station and the city, trying to avoid the gaze of the guards and more. But thankfully it seemed at least luck was on their side for now. Thousands of people had come to the city today to celebrate the crowning of the new king, Yanni. They were unaware of this when they first arrived at the scene, but while using the large crowd to their advantage to get out of the lax security in the hydro station, they overheard people excitedly talk about the event. Once in the city, both girls decided to take a break as they swam between two buildings and looked at everyone swimming past. What's wrong? Cyril asked as she slowly floated to her sister. Tears were running down her face. Lately, she had seen her sister cry more often, but at least she knew what the trigger was before. At the moment, she didn't know what had brought this on. These people, don't they care what is happening to our family? Wince replied. We served them for years, trying our best to make them have a better life, protecting them and sacrificing our lives for them. The royal army has been captured, including the families, yet these people are doing nothing. Instead, they're just heading to the city square to celebrate the person responsible for this. Don't they care about our lives? How long we were on the run for? Since they were underwater, her tears were hard to notice, but Wince's eyes had turned bloodshot, and her tears were large and light, causing them to flow up like air bubbles. You followed in your father's footsteps for a long time. You should know that people are selfish. They won't revolt because it will affect their lives, and what happens between the two groups is not their business. You shouldn't take this to heart. This is just how the nature of people is. People are selfish. Cyril tried to calm her down. Although they were sisters, Cyril was never a contender for the throne, so she never felt any tremendous pressure, nor did she really feel like she had lost anything when the predators took over, which was why she could relate to the people a bit more than Wince could. Wiping away her tears and rubbing her sore eyes, Wince regained her composure and firmed her will because she knew she couldn't afford to give up. She had to be strong for the people who relied on her, those who had worked in the palace and looked after her, and those who were captured for sticking up with her family. Wince took a deep breath and quickly swam into the crowd of people, with Cyril following right behind, and now the two were back on the street. It was obvious where they were going, to the main square. It was the city center that would surely be filled with busy shops, restaurants, and stages throughout the whole area. There was a large fountain in the middle that spouted out a mystic pink light, and in front of it was a statue of her father made out of pure pearl. Today, though, the place didn't look like how it used to be. It was much different. There was a giant stage that had been made. It looked like a fairly large pirate ship, with another ship on top of that and another one on top. It was tiered and used to be the Predator's base. In the past, they weren't welcome to step foot in such a place, so they would sail on the surface of the open sea. It was a strange and hard sight for Mercil to see. What's the plan? Cyril whispered. Both were towards the back of the crowd, letting others go in front. We wait for the crowning ceremony to begin. I imagine all the generals will be here to witness it, including Yanni. That will be the perfect time to head to the vault and open it up. Then we just need to hurry and get out of here as fast as we can. They waited a good 20 minutes, and now the entire place was completely packed, shoulder to shoulder, and finally, a horn was played, resounding throughout the whole city. Everyone, please cheer for the one and only Yanni Bling, a huge whale-like creature announced. The crowd did as he said and cheered and waved their arms, and of course Wince didn't, in protest to the whole thing. She had to remind herself of Cyril's words from before because right now, she felt like she was standing with a bunch of hypocrites. As the crowd calmed down, a fairly large figure stepped out from a door and walked onto the ship's deck. He was muscular and had a yellowish skin color. He had 3 arms on each side and 2 legs, all containing several round suckers on them. Then finally, there was a strange pattern all over Yanni's body which looked like blue rings. Several blue rings could be seen on his skin, which made him stand out compared to the others by his side who soon joined him. There were those that looked similar to sharks, crocodiles, killer whales, swordfish, and more. But as for the most frightening one of them all, Yanni, he resembled that of an octopus on Earth. I knew this day would come, were Yanni's first words as he raised 2 of his arms. The day when the people would accept the predators. Under the old rule, it was only a matter of time before our own politics would have crushed us. Making sure to accommodate every single person, making up for others' weakness, trying to make them equal, and punishing those that are great and do the most for our race. I have been told, from a higher being, that there are threats out there that we need to worry about, which is why, to protect everyone, I had chosen to act and replace the regime which was acting ignorant and sowing the false sense of peace to hide the real truth. But now, the times have changed, and this day marks a new beginning. Together, we will only focus on improving and making ourselves the best of the best, to make our lives and our race the best there is, not just in the galaxy but the whole universe. There were some loud cheers from the crowd from those that truly believed in what Yanni was saying, while others were being swept up in the moment by this charisma and at the moment, but then, there were also a few who saw through this and were a bit more cautious. Does this mean we will be going to war? There hasn't been a war in hundreds of years. So what threat is he talking about? Why do we have to act now? Weren't things okay before? Wince's ears and eyes lit up hearing these words for the first time. There are those that appreciate what we did. They might not openly say it, but their actions just now prove it. Father, you didn't waste your time. While thinking of this, Wince looked at the statue of her great and old father with the trident in his hands. It gave her strength until she heard a slashing sound, and the next second, her father's head fell from the statue and rolled to the floor. The old rule is no more, Yanni shouted. The crowning ceremony shall now commence. Several explosions from the building were heard nearby, shooting sparkles into the center. It looked like a lot of preparation had been done for the whole event, and today would be quite the party for them all. Wince felt someone was looking over them because of all the days they could have come back. Today was the perfect day for them to act. All right, let's get going, Wince said as she turned around, ready to swim off and head around the center's route to enter the palace. She had only swam a few meters before she heard a loud shout. Princess Wince is here. I repeat, Princess Wince is here. Someone shouted these words at the top of their lungs. Immediately, the people cleared the area around Wince, and everyone could see them. Oh, what's this? Yanni said with a smile on his face. The princess has returned home and has come right back to me. What a surprise. What a surprise indeed. Now that she had been spotted, Wince couldn't escape. She knew this, but even more so, she was heartbroken looking at the person who had shouted and alerted everyone. Cyril. Why? Wince could barely say anything as the rest of the words got stuck in her throat. Thinking about it, she recalled when the tubes sent the other 2 to a different place, and now it didn't seem like an accident anymore. The crowd around Wince began to back off, and within a few moments, there was no one within the 10-meter radius of the princess. The look on the people's faces had also undergone 180-degree change, and many of them seemed displeased. Why did she come back? This silly girl. She should have just used the chance to run away. We all know what will happen to her now. There was no slander against the princess's name, just concern and pity from the general public. For them, either way, both groups wished to improve their race. They just had their own ideals and way of working. However, the general populace held no negative stigma for either faction, and they knew that in all of this, the princess was innocent. She got involved in this simply because she had blood ties to the previous leader. Meanwhile, Wince had ignored the looks of pity and stood on her spot in shock. She wanted to understand why her own sister, who had been through the same things as her, betrayed her all of a sudden. Cyril, I know we don't come from the same mother, but they will kill both of us. Why have you done this? Wince shouted, not caring if the others heard. Cyril took a step back and began to move away slightly, heading to where the crowd was. You remember what I said before? Everyone is selfish. Everyone does things for themselves. Giving you up means that I can live. Cyril replied. Her voice carried no emotions, and her face looked as if she was talking to a corpse. Now, Wince understood, at some point during their trip, or maybe even when they had traveled, Cyril must have made a deal with the predators to spare her in exchange for her sister's life. It means I can live a happy life with my family, Cyril added at last, and a smile appeared on her face. Just then, coming out of the crowd behind her was someone who one of the crowd knew well. He was one of the top members of the predator gang and was always by Yanni's side. The name of this predator was Makun. His stature was tall, and now he stood with strange curled-up arms resembling a worm's body. He placed his hand on Cyril's shoulder and, leaning over her, gave her a huge kiss, sticking his tongue down her throat in front of everyone. When he pulled his mouth back, saliva could be seen sticking to the two tongues. You did this to her. You damn parasite, Wince shouted. I know how your powers work. Get that bug out of her head now. Makun was a special fish and part of the Marimirial race. He was incredibly dangerous as he could place parasites inside others' heads, and whoever had a parasite inside them would naturally be charmed towards the host, doing his bidding for them. Hearing Wince cry, Makun's shoulders trembled up and down as he started to laugh out loud. You seem to know my power well, but you should also know how I would need to transfer said parasite into another. I assure you the feelings were mutual at the time. I just needed to have reassurance. Judging from what the parasite was saying, the two were in a relationship before everything transpired. Wince didn't know whether to believe it or if it was just to throw her off. Either way, it had worked, and now Wince didn't know who she had on her side anymore. Capture her, but don't use the guns. We need her alive. Makun ordered the guards. Immediately, out from the crowd, 8 guards in the same getup as the attackers on the Marpo cruise came out. They had their energy swords in their hands, producing steam since they were using them underwater. One of the guards ran forward and swung down quickly as if they weren't even in water in the first place. Still, the princess wasn't powerless, and she promptly avoided the sword and grabbed the man by the wrist. She then spun him towards the others and sent him crashing into the other guards. At the same time, she now had one of the energy blades in her hand. Swinging it faster than the others, she deflected the attacks coming her way and slashed across the chest of one of them. Next, she swam forward fast with her tail and threw her hand out, making a whirlpool of water. It smashed against one of the guards' chest and sent him throwing the water. The guards were not faring well against the princess. It won't be easy to take me. I trained with my father every day. The strongest Marimirial to ever live. The guards slowly got up from the ground, and more started to enter the open area. It was then, though, landing on his large 2 feet, that someone jumped into the center, one with a large fin on his back and a sharp pointy nose. Seeing this, Wince wasn't as confident anymore. It was another one of the predators. When he swung his hands, Wince went to counter it with the blade, but the shark man just opened his palm and quickly grabbed it. In the next second, the whole energy of the blade had extinguished right there, and now Wince suddenly had no weapon. It would be best if you gave up. A familiar voice spoke, walking through the crowd. It was now Yanni's turn to enter the stage. We will not kill you. After all, we need you. but I promise that if you put up without a fight, we will allow you to live No, let's say allow you to live a life. Yanni smiled. All of my trusted predators are by my side. And although you are strong, not a single one of them can be bested by you. Wince tried to look at the situation around her, the people, her sister on the other side, but there was no one on her side, no one to help, and even her father's head, although it was just a statue, was on the floor. Please, princess, just give up. We don't want to see your blood. She heard a voice from the crowd. Life is the most important thing. Don't give it up for us. For some reason, hearing these words had drained the energy out of her, and she no longer had the will to fight back. She knew it was hopeless if she did. You made the right choice. Yanni clicked his fingers, and immediately, he placed a pair of energy cuffs on her from behind and a large shackle around her tail as well. Then, 2 guards walked up and held her by her hands. After dealing with her, Yanni walked over to Cyril. You have done well, but we only need one bloodline to continue. Yanni placed one of his hands on Cyril's head, and the blue rings all over his body started to glow. "No!" Wince shouted. "What are you doing? I gave up and you made a deal with her. She did everything you said." Suddenly, Cyril's eyes stopped moving. Her whole body froze like a statue as she fell over onto her side, hitting the surface. A few seconds later, her body started to float higher and higher, heading to the surface of the deep ocean. "You murderer! You scum! Liar! You deserve 1,000 deaths!" Wince continued to shout until she started feeling pain in her throat. "Perhaps you are right," Yanni replied. "But with your father gone, who can stop me?" Yanni then started to walk away, planning to continue his celebration. After all, everything was dealt with, and he now had what he wanted until he suddenly heard laughter from behind. "Ha! Ha ha!" Wince laughed with her head tilted back. Her hair had become disheveled and was in front of her face. Her eyes were bulging as if she had turned into a mad woman. "Yanni, you are wrong. I have seen people stronger than my father, stronger than you, and I have brought them here. So let me ask you, do you think you are stronger than a god?" "A god?" Yanni replied, raising his eyebrow. "Did you forget whose support we have? You have gone mad. If you really have a god, then why isn't he here? Where is he?" Just as he finished his words, everyone in the city square felt the ocean's currents moving. The currents moving this deep in the ocean and in the city no less was a strange phenomenon to them all. It was something none of them had experienced before. It caused everyone to go silent as a tingling sensation was felt all over their bodies. "This feeling, it's a bad omen for us all," an old frail fish woman stated. Although many thought the old woman was one of those that constantly spouted tales of doom or gloom, many felt like she was right this time. "What is that?" Wince said as she leaned back and looked at the large dark figure that was moving through the ocean, coming closer and closer to their position. Eventually, it was close enough for the people to figure out what it was. "Sea monster!" a member of the crowd shouted. The light reflected off the sea monster's body, and now it could be seen in full view. It had a hard red outer shell with a large orange underbelly that was showing to the rest. On the belly itself there were several large legs like a centipede. What made the beast look disgusting most of all, though, was the several large floating balls it had sticking out. There were around 10 of them dangling on long thin parts. But they weren't just balls, but the eyeballs of the beast. Opening up, each one of them was around the size of a car, and they soon turned to look at all of the people below. Spreading out wide, the mermural race gulped. Although they were strong, most of them weren't fighters. That part belonged to the royal family and those that had been recruited into the predators as guards. A sea beast of this size and power was simply too much for them, which was why panic had started. The fish people had started to swim away from the large beast. They scurried through the water as fast as they could, but rather than leave the square completely, many decided to take cover in the shops, or behind large-scale buildings, while looking at what was to occur. After all, leaving the city was not an option, as entering the sea to get out would mean running into even more of the sea beasts. But there was one option for them all, and that's when many began to run for the hydro stations. "I'm sorry for involving you all, but these have to go, so no one can escape." a voice said. Wince, taking a closer look at the beast, noticed that on top of one of the eyes, there was a human figure. That's the one that was with Quinn all the time. The one named Syl. So they made it. A slight smile appeared on her face, but it also went away quite quickly, as it is unlikely Quinn was here. She was sure his companions were strong, but strong enough to get them out of this situation. She was unsure. Wait a second. How is he even riding on top of a sea beast like that? This was why the guards, the predators, and Yanni himself were cautious about attacking the sea beast, having noticed the one on top of it. Just as Yanni was about to open his mouth to ask who this was, a large explosion was heard. Turning their heads, they could see that the hydro station had been completely destroyed. When the dust started to settle, they could see that there was a large lizard man now floating where the hydro station once was. I saw what he did. He punched the hydro station and destroyed it in a single hit. What is that? One of the people yelled and panicked. Don't worry. There's another hydro station on the other side. Another replied and turned around, only to see a red beam go straight over her head. The next second and the other hydro station was destroyed and had crumbled, burnt to bits. The mechanism that was used for the tubes were ruined and the people could no longer escape. Because of this, the only thing they could do was hide in their homes and behind structures as they watched what was going on. I'm guessing you are the help that Wince talked about? Yanni stated. Let me ask you, is there anything that she has offered you that I can give you to let you leave? Syl was quite surprised by this, and had ordered the sea beast to drop him down slightly, moving one of the large eyeballs closer to the others, so they were at the same level yet still far away. All of the guards had their guns ready, as they pulled them close to their heads and aimed at them. Ah, so you were the guys that tried to attack us last time, I see. Syl replied. Unfortunately, there is nothing that you can give me because you see, I have a debt that I need to pay back. Putting both hands to his side, Syl had created 2 balls of water that were constantly hitting against each other. And before the others could react, he threw them out towards Yanni. Both of them had expanded in size, creating 2 large balls of water, but around them, there were several slashes going through it. The water was pressurized and controlled in such a way that it would slice through anything it would touch. If a person was to touch the large ball, a constant strike would hit their body. When the ball got close to Yanni, he simply touched the balls and the slashes had stopped, the balls got smaller, and crushing them in his hand they had turned to nothing. You have a lot of power over the sea, I see. No wonder you are confident. It's a shame for you that it's the same for me, Yanni stated, clicking one of his fingers. In that moment, all of the guards fired their guns and began to hit the large beast. At the same time, controlling the water, Syl was able to block the lasers from hitting him, and leapt up off the beast, so he was now on the floor. The beast was enraged and began to run through the guards, swinging its large eyeballs towards them, knocking them out, and soon swimming and landing right next to Syl. There was the Dalki. Predators! Yanni shouted, and out of the lot of them 10 fierce-looking fishmen had come out on display. They looked like they were fighting humanoid demon-tier beasts in front of them, and Syl felt the same way if they were all as strong as Yanni. Take them out! Yanni ordered. The predators immediately started to swim toward the 2. ADN Syl knew this was going to be trouble. With my abilities, I have to switch every once in a while so I can breathe, and if I don't use the water ability, my movements are slow. This really is a pain in the arse fighting underwater. I need to figure out some way we can get to the surface. Syl thought. It was annoying him that all of these would be easy to deal with if they were just outside. Although he had a large amount of MC cells to use his water ability on, it didn't mean he was the best at using it. Throwing out his hands, 2 large slashes of water came out of them. This attack was faster than the clash balls, as Syl had called them. Still, in the water they were able to easily avoid them, and the next second he could see a type of shark man come towards him with his mouth wide open. Switch to strength. Syl thought in that second and grabbed the mouth of the shark. Its jaws were incredibly powerful, so Syl was glad he had decided to use his strength ability at the same time. The next second, he slammed the shark man onto the floor, but another crocodile man had bitten the back of his leg, his teeth sinking through his skin and armor. Switching back to his water ability, Syl shot out a vortex of water, hitting the crocodile man right on the head, and spinning him, sending him away. "All right, you damn lizard," Syl said. "I'm going to need you to at least take on 5 of these guys, so I can deal with the rest." "I have bad news," the Dalki said, shooting out his laser at the others, trying to keep them at a distance. "I can only fight for around 30 more minutes before I need to breathe." A distinctive memory had appeared in Syl's head when he heard the dog thus speak, about claiming he could breathe underwater for at least 6 hours. The reason why he remembered was because it sounded as if the Dalki was bragging to everyone about how much better he was compared to the others. At least, that was how it sounded in Syl's head. Regardless, even though they had been in the water for a long time, they hadn't been in for 6 hours. Is it because of all the fighting he did before, or was he just trying to sound impressive? Either way, fighting 10 of these guys on my own is going to be troublesome, Syl thought, as he made what looked like a blade out of the water. It was condensed and constantly moving like waves. Swinging it, Syl had managed to deflect a few stingers that had been shot out with the sword and used his other hand to send out 3 hydro cannon shots at the others. It had missed 2 of them but hit the third one in the chest, sending him back and blood to spill in the water. "This one is powerful, we have to be careful," a member of the predators shouted. Syl then raised his new water sword he had created above his head, and it began to grow larger by the second. When swinging it down, it looked to be still growing larger but was able to rip apart part of the sea, moving it away and creating pockets of air. At that moment, Syl's blade had gone right through one of the predators, one that looked like a sting ray that was constantly sending attacks from the back. Its body split apart, and its blood had entered the sea. The others didn't need to turn around to know he was dead. They could smell their fellow teammates' blood in the water. "It's okay," Syl stated. "It just means we're on a bit of a time scale right now." Unlike Syl, who was faring quite well despite the fact he could only mostly use the water ability, Dog thus was struggling. His movements were slow, and in order to avoid his red-eye lasers that seemed to be the only thing that was fast when attacking, the 5 predators that had gone towards him were constantly swimming around him. He fired lasers from his eyes, but they would hit nothing but the water, or some part of the city buildings off in the distance. Eventually breaking out of the formation, one of the predators swam towards him at a great speed, and when getting close, it lifted its head forward and slammed it down right on top of the Dalki. Dog thus was able to react in time, lifting both his hands, but the blow was incredibly strong, as he saw that this type of fishman looked to have a head of a hammer. The thing was, its hammer-like head wasn't the only weapon it had, as it swung both of its arms right towards the side of its body. The second it hit the Dalki, it had heard parts of its ribs breaking. Out of anger, more of the Dalki's laser-powered eyes were shot towards the hammerhead. But he had already escaped, and the 5 of them had begun their formation once again, swirling around the Dalki. "I can't breathe well, and that guy just whacked a load of oxygen out of my body. Even if I get stronger, the more blood is split, I might not survive if this fight goes on. We need to find a way to the surface. Doesn't that humans have any good ideas?" Dog thus thought, and also looked towards their sea creature friend. Somehow, Syl was able to control the giant sea creature. After defeating its allies, it looked like one of the sea creatures was quite compliant in listening to the human. Using the sea beast was how they were able to swim to hear the capital city, while going through the vast ocean without getting attacked. So the Dalki thought that they could use it again to head to the surface, otherwise, there would be too many beasts for them to face on their way up. However, it didn't look like a viable option right now, and possibly never. An endless amount of lasers were being shot from the army and guards towards the sea beast. It was in pain, with some of its eyes already destroyed and pierced. There were several wounds on its body, and blood was pouring out of them. Still, out of anger, the sea beast seemed to be continuing to put up a good fight, already defeating a quarter of the guards that were at the scene. How long it would last, though, it was hard to say, and once they were done with the sea beast, they would be going after them. Meanwhile, the princess was watching everything play out, and although the 2 were struggling, she was surprised with how the 2 of them were faring, especially since the one that looked like Quinn, another human, had killed one of the predators. "What's wrong?" Wince asked, seeing the look on Yanni's face. She could tell this wasn't how he expected the fight to go on. "Is this not what you expected?" Your powerful predator race being killed just like you did to my sister? Yanni turned his head to wince and walked over to her. With his hands he brushed the guards away and grabbed her himself. The rings on his body didn't light up, so whatever he had done to her sister he wasn't planning to do to her. I don't know what you did to get people like that on your side. But that's not important. What is important is I have you. So why don't the two of us pay a trip to the royal vault? Maybe there's something in there that can deal with them. Yanni smiled, moving her away with his great strength. Wince tried to resist. She began to kick and scream, hitting every part of Yanni's body as hard as she could, but it was doing nothing. Using her hands, she had even controlled the power of the water and created a strong slash right across Yanni's back, but it still had done nothing. Let go of me, Wince screamed. Let go of me. I would rather die than let you have what you want. You. No matter how hard she tried, it was useless. Everyone who was hiding from the battle was watching the poor princess struggle with all her might, but not a single one of them wanted to risk their own lives, stepping up to help her. Instead, they just whispered their prayers for someone to keep her safe. Father, I wish you were here, Wince cried out. Her final cries had managed to reach one person, a person who was desperately fighting. The shark fish had swam straight towards him again, and rather than using the strength ability as he did before, Sil placed his hand up and grabbed its face. He used the chi inside his body to try and make up for the strength, but it wasn't enough and wouldn't hold out for long. His body was being dragged across the surface of the water floor, but something strange was happening. The shark man could soon feel intense pain, as the skin on his whole face was burning. Eventually, he could see boils appearing before they popped, exploding right in his face. The shark man swam away in pain, shaking its entire head in the water left and right, while the water was bubbling around Sil's hand. I can still use other abilities while down here, I just can't move so easily without the water one. Sil thought as he opened his book, changing his abilities again. The next moment, he opened a portal and pulled out a weapon, throwing it directly towards Wince. It traveled through the water as Sil controlled it, and made it so it landed in her hand. The crying had stopped from Wince's eyes as she felt a great power, looking at the trident that had appeared in her hand. That belongs to you, so use it to get your planet back. Sil smiled. At first, Wince thought the sudden turn of affairs was nothing but an illusion. In her hands was the trident, but it wasn't just any trident, rather the one that had belonged to her father, who had gone missing years ago. His disappearance was one of the reasons why the conflict between the two factions escalated to the degree that it led to today's events. Yet, she knew straight away that this trident was once her father's. As a child, she had seen her father carry it many times, and she could feel the energy inside the weapon bonding with her. Right now, she didn't care why the human had her father's trident or how he had come across it. Instead, her whole attention was on what was in her hands and how she would use it to fight back. In the next instant, Wince lifted the trident and slammed it on the ground. A wave of incredibly strong currents with a slight blue glow began to spread out, and Yanni was knocked off his feet. Even she was surprised by the power when she felt her whole body being pressured from all sides. The pressure was actually coming from the trident itself, but she held on tightly for her life onto the trident until it finally settled down. Firmly putting her feet on the ground, Wince lifted the trident and started to spin the weapon. It was extremely light, and even in the water, she had no trouble using it. However, when she thrust it forward, she felt a burst of energy from the trident and 3 hydro pumps of water shot out from its tips. I didn't even try to use my powers to activate this weapon. It just did that on its own with a simple thrust. Wince smiled. Please, I hope you recognize me. I'm the daughter of your previous owner, and I need your help. I want to borrow your power, and I hope you grant this request of mine. Earlier, when she saw the weapon, there was one thing she was sure of though. Her father was no longer. Help me defeat the one that killed your last owner. Wince pointed the trident out towards Yanni, who had just gotten up from the ground. Not too far away, Sil had overheard the princess, and once again, he felt like someone had stuck a knife in his heart. I'm sorry, but he wasn't the one that killed your father. Please just use that weapon to get this over with, Sil thought. As for his own fight, Sil was doing quite well. He was learning how to use the water ability beyond what he would have before. Even after 1,000 years, it seemed like there were things that he could learn to improve his combat prowess. If I want to keep up with Quinn, then I'm going to have to keep putting myself in tough situations. He was asleep for 1,000 years, and I only just got on his level, Sil thought. Thinking about Quinn, Sil had come up with a nice idea to deal with the predators in front of him. There were still the 2 water blades in his hand, and when the enemies were coming toward him, he threw one of the blades out. Then, he controlled where the blade went using the water currents. Sil threw out another sword with his other hand, which chased after one of the other predators. As I thought, these guys are fast, but speed won't matter soon enough. Sil, in his hand, had created another water sword and threw it out. Then there was another and then one more. Sil was swiftly making and throwing more and more water blades, and the predators realized they had to face more of these blades around them. Haha! This is like a game now, Sil thought, controlling them, trying to catch his attackers. They were no longer trying to attack. Instead, they were just running away. How much power does this guy have? What is going on? One of the predators explained in terror. At the same time, some of the water blades veered off course and went close to the guards. Sil decided to move them off track and attack the guard instead, aiming to help the sea beast that had been helping them out so far. Honestly, Sil felt a little bad. But the sea beast had attempted to kill them before all of this and was only helping because of another ability of Sil's. Who would have thought that the Bree family's ability would have come in handy at a time like this? Not too far from Sil, someone was still struggling, and it was Dogoth. He had been hit several times, and although he felt more power, at the same time, he felt more vulnerable due to the lack of oxygen that was getting out of his body. I can't keep focusing on all 5 of them. I should take them out one by one. After making the decision, he started focusing his eye on just one of the predators swimming around him, and it was none other than Makun. He hadn't done much so far, which is why Dogoth assumed him to be the weakest, and right now, just lowering the number of enemies he was facing was the best thing for him to do. Focusing his eyes, he fired lasers at the target and also started to move ahead. Makun, noticing this, had started to swim in the opposite direction, and the predators had all split up before coming at the Dalki like 5 torpedoes. However, not all of them were here. Where's that hammerhead? Dogoth frowned. Turning to his right, he suddenly noticed that the hammerhead shark predator was ready, and instantly, he swung his head while holding the 2 arms of the Dalki to deliver a decisive blow on the latter's skull. Far stronger than before, there was a current following behind, giving him more power. Each predator had some control over the sea, influencing it to give more power in their strikes. Why don't you just freeze? A voice said, and suddenly the area around the hammer shark was frozen in seconds. The hammerhead was unable even to see his own body being frozen. Then, coming out from the area was none other than Sil. Well, you can do the honors of smashing him up, Sil said. You have the power of ice? Dogoth replied in shock. Thinking that in the sea like this it was certainly a dangerous ability to have, he wondered why he hadn't used it. On top of that, he wondered what had happened to his other opponents. Turning his head, the Dalki suddenly noticed Sil was still away from him, fighting against the other predators. Wait, there are 2 of you? Let's just focus on what is in front of us, shall we? Besides, we're not doing any of this for us. All of this is for the princess. Sil replied as he got ready to help the Dalki. The fight between Yanni and the princess was on. She was confident with the trident held in her hand, and there was a boost in power. Quickly, she could swim in the sea above and began to spin the trident above her. Power was gathering in the weapon, and she swung it down towards Yanni. Seeing this, the octopus gathered 4 spikes of water in its hands and threw them out towards the weapon, but Wince destroyed them in seconds. That damn trident! Yanni shouted as the lightning hit his arm. Sparks of energy collided, and a marking on his head started to glow. There was a reason why all the predators were far stronger compared to the others, and it was because of the gift and marking they had all received. With the marking on his forehead empowering him and his attacks, He went to punch Wince with all of his arms, but she was quickly able to move the trident, knocking his punches away one after another, and then she thrust it forward again. Yanni had jumped back, avoiding it from stabbing him, but was hit by the hydroblast soon after, which pushed him back and through the sea. I knew that trident was going to give me trouble. Why has it appeared now? Yanni shouted in frustration. This wasn't the first time he was dealing with the trident, and he was well aware of its prowess, which was why he was alarmed as soon as he saw the trident. Forget it. If you're going to fight with help, then so am I. Opening his mouth wide, a strange large blue pearl had come out of it. The pearl itself was radiating with energy, and suddenly all of the predators in the area were reacting to the energy as well. We who complete your wish, help us win this battle, Yanni commanded, and the pearl started to light up. Sensing the energy, Syl knew what it was straight away. It's celestial energy, but what is that item? Is it a celestial item or the celestial itself? Syl thought. Suddenly, the currents in the deep sea started to move again, and looking around them, they could see several large shadow figures beginning to surround the entire city. I guess it's time we get out of here, Syl thought. In the city that stayed above the water, it was even quieter than before. Quinn and Nog had been here for a while now and had seen countless people hurrying to leave the island, and eventually the whole island had become a ghost town. The only ones that were left were relatively old, finding it difficult to travel or seemed too senile to know that something big was going on in the first place, which was why the two of them had decided to relax by the beach for a bit. Quinn was lying down, just enjoying his peace and quiet for a while. There was no training involved, no strange mystic celestial stuff or vampire problems to deal with. At the same time, Nog was by his side doing the same. Aren't you a bit worried? Those guys were strong enough to attack the cruise ship. Nog asked. I mean, I know you're strong as well, but aren't you a little too relaxed? Looking into the sky, Quinn could still see the large fleets and ships flying in the distance. In his head, he was trying to determine something. I think I can do it, Quinn mumbled. Sorry, Nog replied, not hearing fully what he had said. I'm not worried because Syl is there. Syl will be able to handle whatever comes his way, and if he needs help, I'm sure he can send some sort of signal for me. Quinn replied relaxingly. It was then that Nog stood up, and unlike Quinn, he had relaxed plenty of times before, and he was worried about the captain. Yes, the captain was strong, but to go up against a whole army, just with 4 people, sounded a little ridiculous. Well, if you need me, then you can just send me a signal as well, Nog replied, walking towards a pier that was set out on the beach. There was no hydro station at this section, and instead, it looked like a small little boat activity had been set out. People could rent out boats. They would then use them to explore the vast sea and surface. Heading to the area, it didn't look like the staff had also left the island, so Nog decided to hop in. The boat was round, and it wasn't really a boat but looked more like a pod spaceship. However, it couldn't fly. When he pressed on the accelerator like on a car, the boat started to move, and there was also a steering wheel to direct it. The little vehicle was faster than Nog had thought as it skidded across the water like a jet ski. Whoa, now this is more like it, Nog said with a huge grin on his face as the vehicle bumped up and down on the waves. For a second, Quinn had peeked at Nog but then leaned back to relax. Just be careful that some giant sea monster doesn't come and kill you, Quinn muttered. He wouldn't really be surprised if the sea monster suddenly popped out. But then, he was also hoping that Nog could deal with it on his own. While exploring the sea, Nog was making a note of where he went and could see that the pod had a return home function. He assumed this was the shop, which meant he could explore as far out as he liked, and that's what he did. He soon came across a few more islands, but there looked to be no life on them at all. Still, it was nice for Nog to experience sea travel rather than space travel. After exploring for a while, he soon spotted something out in the sea. What is that? Nog slowed down the vehicle and went closer and closer to it. Opening up the glass roof of the pod, Nog took a closer look at the floating object. It's a person, a fish woman, Nog shouted, expecting someone to come and help, but quickly realized that he was the only one out in the middle of the sea. So, in the end, after tossing and turning, Nog decided to jump into the water. Pulling the body was a lot harder than he thought, but using his strength, he managed to place her on the outside of the boat and then getting himself up, he then pulled her up. Now back inside the vehicle, Nog was able to get a good look at her. And he couldn't believe it. Quinn! Quinn! Come here quick! Nog was shouting as he parked up his boat and was holding a female in his hands. At first, Quinn thought that maybe there really was a sea beast to deal with, and as long as he dealt with it from where he was and not in the water he wouldn't have a problem, but there was no sea beast to be seen. Nog quickly ran across the sand and placed the body right down in front of Quinn. What do we do? I just found her floating in the sea like this. Nog said, panicked. This is Cyril, right? The princess sister. Quinn replied. Why was she in the middle of the ocean? I don't know. But she's not breathing, and since she floated to the top, doesn't that mean she's dead? Looking at her closely and pressing his hand on her body, Quinn couldn't feel a breath, and there was no heartbeat, but he could sense one thing, and that was life energy. Maybe I can do something, Quinn mumbled as he put both hands on her forehead. After sensing her chi, Quinn started to move it toward her heart. He then controlled it so it would start to pump itself. It didn't take long for the heart to resume beating, but that wasn't enough. Inside her, there was strange energy. What is this around her head? Quinn thought as he started to move his own chi into her body, but not too much since he knew he was now a celestial. Even his chi could react with people in different ways, just hopefully in this situation it was positive. Either way, the worst that could happen to her was death. If he did nothing, she would die anyway. Eventually, though Quinn had found another chi source in the brain, it was as if it was another living creature in the shape of something similar to a worm. Let's get rid of you first. Quinn directed all the chi straight to the parasite, and with his strong power, he destroyed it in an instant. However, even after destroying the abnormal chi, it did next to nothing. Is she going to be okay? Nog asked. For now, I'm keeping her energy alive, but something is stopping her other organs from working. It's as if her whole body is paralyzed. She needs to heal, Quinn replied. In this situation, he felt like giving her celestial energy wouldn't do much, but there was something else he could perhaps do. In the past, if he was faced with a situation similar to this, there was always something he could do. Making a small cut on his hand, Quinn placed it over her mouth. Let's find out if a fish vampire is a thing, Quinn wondered, letting his blood drip into her mouth while activating the blood ritual. It had been a long time since Quinn had done such a thing, and he had thought he might never have to do it again, but here he was doing it on another planet. Unlike the time before, when one would shake and move in pain from the transformation, there was no reaction, but that was most likely due to the state that she was in. If this does work, will she still be addicted to blood? I guess that will be the case, and it may change the whole race ecosystem. I will need to deal with that later. Maybe after this is over, I will have to bring her with me. Quinn thought. Blood ritual has been completed. You have successfully, for the first time, created a new subclass. Mervamp. A new subclass? Quinn wasn't expecting this, and it was then that he could see and hear that her organs were starting to come back to working condition. He had somehow managed to save her, but it would be a while until she recovered. Standing up, Quinn looked above. The fact that she was in that condition and is up here might mean you're right. Something is going on. Why don't we try and get them to come up here? Quinn stated. The blood that started to come out from the cut made on his hand had the red vampire aura with it. It started to change form and turned into a large spear made of blood, celestial energy, and blood aura. On top of that, as always, Quinn would add his powers of chi. What are you planning on dash? Before Nog could finish his sentence, Quinn ran, instantly crossing the beach within a mere second and threw the blood spear. It left his hand and went into the sky. Before Nog could understand what was happening, the large giant spaceship above exploded, coloring the sky in a slight orange and yellow color. I knew I could hit it. Having felt the large currents before and the dark figures in the sea, Syl knew immediately that these were the dangerous large sea beasts that roamed the sea. However, this city was a lot larger than the last place they were at, and there were a lot more large shadows going through the sea. It has to be that damn blue pearl that's causing them all to come out here, Syl thought. The question is, can he control the sea beasts, or is he doing some sort of suicidal attack? Syl could see that Wince was still fighting. She was thrusting her trident and was doing a good job of pushing Yanni back. In truth, the smart thing to do was for Syl to get the blue pearl and destroy it, but he wanted the princess to get her own revenge. On top of that, it looked like his Dalki friend was at his limit with his own fight. Quinn did say to push him to the end, but at this rate, he would end up dead. I guess it's all up to me. Syl sighed. Still, there is a way to solve this in a way that everyone wins in the end. It just means it's a lot more work for me. Changing his abilities, Syl began to clone himself. He started to make more copies of himself until there were around 30 of him in total. The next step was the choice of weapons. The portal that each Syl could open up was linked to the same space, so they had access to whatever weapons they wanted. Although Syl only had around 10 demon tier items inside, he still had plenty of strong weapons for them all to choose from. The predators who had a boost of strength from the pearl activating their celestial energy were stunned. They felt like they finally had the upper hand, and then the strange human had done this. They were unsure if the strength of each clone was the same as the original, but if the one that was helping the Dalki out was anything to go by, they felt like they were in serious trouble and none of them wanted to move in to attack. Alright everyone. It's going to be a bumpy ride, but do your best to fight it whoever is going to come your way. I won't slow down for anyone, the real Syl ordered. The rest of them nodded, raising their weapons in the air like some type of army. Straight after each of them used the water ability to swim away. They headed to the edge of the city, spreading out and surrounding the place in a large circle. At the same time, there were a couple that stayed in front of Syl with the demon tier weapons, and one of them had gone over to the sea beast that had helped them out. The clone Syl soon opened a large portal the size of the giant beast and ordered it to go inside. You have done well and have helped us, so I don't want you to die. Although if you do die, then I promise to make you into a nice weapon. Syl smiled. The beast listened and got into the portal, which quickly closed up. The people in the city were wondering what the strange clones were doing. Why were they on the edge of the city and why had they surrounded the place? But the next second they somewhat understood. A large hydro pump of water had come out from the hands of one of the clones, aiming straight for the dark shadowy figure. It had hit the beast, but at the same time delivered its own attack back at the Syl, firing a red laser from somewhere, but using his weapon of a small dagger, he was able to deflect the attack to hit it back at the beast. At the same time, as the other large beasts were coming closer, the clones were using their strength and might to take them out as well. Is that person protecting us from the beasts? But why? The townsfolk said. He is with the princess. She did shout about having some type of warrior on her side. The one that should be protecting us, though, is Yanni, not some stranger from another race. He talks about the pride of the predators, but what are they doing? It was clear that this act from Syl was starting to turn public opinion. Seeing how strong the princess was now fighting Yanni back, the small, nearly invisible hope that they had on the other side was starting to return. The only thing was, Syl wasn't doing this to protect them. This was only the start of his plan. Now that the clones had gone away from the real Syl side, the predators were confident once again and had charged in. The real Syl didn't have to worry, as he had left two by his side with strong weapons in front of him. Instead, he needed to focus on something else. Placing both hands on the ground, Syl was ready. After doing all of this, I don't know how much MC points I'm going to have left. So Dalki. Princess, it's all up to you. Light started to shine right underneath Syl's hand, and in the next second the ground started to freeze. It spread out from the area he was on, and crossed the entire floor. The fish people were relatively scared of this. They decided to float up a little so they wouldn't be touching the seafloor. The ice continued to spread out more and more, reaching the very edges of the entire city. Even though the public didn't know how someone was capable of such a thing, they knew that one would have to have an enormous amount of power to cover such a large space. But what was the reason behind it? Now here comes the hard part. Syl wiped his head, as he braced himself and placed both hands on the ground again. Immediately the whole city was raised from where it was. It was moving through the sea at an incredible speed. No longer was the city attached to the floor of the sea, but instead it was on a giant ice pillar that was getting larger by the second. Due to the force felt on their bodies, many of the mermerials were on the floor lying flat. "What is going on?" Yanni shouted. After the sudden acceleration had stopped, they were now traveling through the sea. The ice pillar was getting larger and larger, and the sea creatures that they had avoided had been replaced with new ones. They were attracted by the strange object coming through the sea, through their territory, and were swimming closer, keeping an eye on it. Still, this was why the clones were placed on the side of the city, to make sure that anything that attempted to attack them would be dealt with. Sending out a few attacks, the clones were fighting off tentacles, claws, and more that were coming toward them that could be seen. One of the clones had been grabbed by a tentacle. The clone was not immediately killed, but pulled deep into the water where he couldn't be seen. On top of that, with the pillar of ice still moving, they were getting further and further away from the clone. "What is this person planning? Why is he doing this?" Yanni shouted, still holding the pearl in one of his hands, trying to summon the sea beast towards them. The entire advantage he had was ruined. "You don't have time to worry about that," Wince shouted as she thrust the trident forward. This time it had been grabbed by Yanni. With a twist though, Wince was able to create several currents around it that sliced Yanni's hand, causing him to bleed. "Damn you! Damn you all!" Yanni screamed, and for the first time, he could see a clear shadow on the ground. Looking up, he could see that they were now near the surface of the water. At first, Syl was going at a steady pace with the ice pillar moving the entire city. This was because moving it faster would require more MC points. Although Syl was a monster when compared to anyone else in terms of MC points back on Earth, this whole event had taken quite a lot out of him. Moving an entire city, constantly freezing the water was no easy task, and on top of that he had his clones out fighting against deadly beasts at the same time. So moving the city slowly was so he would have just enough MC points to still deal with everything if they got out of hand. If Wince had failed in defeating Yanni, if the Dalki was unable to take out the predators, and if Quinn was nowhere to be seen, then he would have to deal with everything. Although the last statement seemed unlikely, from what Syl had heard it was quite common for Quinn to go unseen and suddenly disappear. But he didn't want to take any chances, until he had witnessed Dog thus grabbing his neck. He had hit his limit and was gasping for air badly. It was at that moment, pushing his MC cells and powers to the max, Syl made the ice pillar move as quickly as possible and charged it through the sea. The sea became clearer and easier to see now that the light from the sun could be seen. In the next second, the entire city crashed through the surface. It was a hard hit for the city as some of the grand structures had cracked and fallen in the process. At the same time, all of the mermerials were wobbly on their feet for a few seconds. Some had even been chucked airborne and landed back down due to the speed they had risen at. The city was solid though. It didn't wobble on the surface of the water because there was a giant pillar of ice underneath it. However, after getting to the surface, Syl's job wasn't done. With his hands still stuck onto the floor, he used even more power to stretch out the surface of the ice, making it larger than the area of the city by a good kilometer or so. At the same time, he was making sure to freeze an amount of water that would be considerably thick and not break if an attack or two hit it. Finally, after all that, Syl was exhausted and fell on his back. It looked like, on the journey here, most of his clones had perished. The good thing was they each knew if they were about to die and would open up the portal, shoving their weapons back in before dying. As for why Syl had done his little ice platform at the end, it was due to him not wanting to rely on the pillar. He wanted to create his own island, so if the beasts attacked the pillar from underneath, it wouldn't be a problem. The rest is down to you guys now. Syl smiled. While lying down on his back, Syl noticed something strange. It was the color of the sky. It was still quite bright, but it looked almost as if the sky had turned somewhat orange and filled with dust as well. What is going on? The next second, in the distance, a large explosion had occurred beyond the sky. It looked like it was almost in space even. "Ah, screw it, let me just rest a bit, and then I'll help the others out," Syl said. He wasn't the only one that noticed the strange color in the sky and the explosions. The people looked up wondering what they were, but one person knew straight away. "The fleets are being destroyed, our forces. What is happening right now? Is this all you're doing?" Yanni pointed at Wince. I'm not sure. It might be. But you have bigger things to worry about. Wince waved her trident and water started to gather around it. She then swiped it across the floor and a large wave hit Yanni, taking him off his feet. Leaping from her position, she slammed the point of the trident at Yanni. Lifting up his hand, he tried stopping it, but the point went right through, piercing his skin. Are you trying to get rid of the mermerial race by bringing these outsiders in? If you get rid of everyone, then how will we defend ourselves? Yanni asked. From what? Wince replied, twisting the trident. Water jets shot out of the trident, hitting Yanni in the body. The force took his hand out of the end of the trident and sent him across the room. Protect us from these imaginary threats? You're the biggest threat to our race. Wince screamed. At the same time, there was another person that was happy that they were finally out of the water. Dogthu was on one knee, gasping in the air. This air. I have never felt so dependent on anything before, Dogthu said to himself, as he slowly stood up from the ground. Blood was still dripping all over his body from the wounds he had before. Seeing this, one of the predators, the hammerhead who was close by, had decided to act, thinking he was on his last legs. The fishman now had legs instead of a fin, but he still had great running speed. The speed was not as fast as he was in the water, though. He swung his head first and the Dalki reached out his hand, grabbing him. Your attack is stronger. I can feel this energy in you, the Dalki said, as he coughed out blood. The strange power had gone through his body, but he didn't care because he knew it was only going to make him stronger. Now out of the water, he could use all the pent-up damage. Using his laser eyes, it hit the hammerhead directly. The laser burned the skin of the body slowly as there was some resistance until eventually there was no head left. Letting go, the predator fell to the floor. Finally, the 5-spike Dalki is acting like a 5-spike, Sil said, still watching everything from his position. There were interesting fights all over, and the clones that were still alive had come back to help him in his fight against the predators. It didn't take long for the clones to finish off the annoying predators once they were out of the water. Everything is going well now we're out of the water. Maybe I won't have to get involved after all. Still, there is this god that I have to worry about as well. Maybe, if I get the blue pearl or speak to Yanni, then we can talk to this god. I think Quinn would like that as well. A portion of Sil's MC points had recovered. It was a small amount, but he was wondering how much he would need to fight a celestial on his own because Quinn was nowhere to be seen. As he said that, a large shadow was cast over Sil's head. When looking up, there was an object falling out of the sky. It wasn't just any object, it was one of the large fleet ships. Look out! Take cover! The people shouted, as they all hid in their houses. Fortunately, the large ship looked like it was heading right for the square where all of the others were fighting. Stop making my job harder! Sil placed his hands on the ground, making sure the ice was reinforced. The large ship crashed right in the square, chucking pieces and bits everywhere. For a second there were some cracks in the ice, but as quickly as they appeared, Sil was fixing them. After the initial crash, there was silence as everyone wondered what had just occurred. They could only see the spaceship. Hey look! There's someone there. Person pointed. Looking at the person standing on top of the ship, with his hair blowing in the wind, Sil smiled. Took you long enough. Looking at Quinn on the large giant fleet ship, Wince had a large smile on her face. This was the person that she had relied on, the person she had put all her hopes into taking back her planet. She just never thought that he would have such a big fear over the deep blue sea. But she was lucky that his friend, as well as the captain of the cruise, had been lucky enough to help her. The real question on her mind, and Sil's thought, was just what Quinn was doing this entire time. Back on the beach before the city had been risen by Sil above the water, Quinn had just turned Cyril into a new type of subclass. Checking out the system, he was wondering if there were any different traits to the subclass. Usually, when creating a subclass for the first time, the system would prompt him with a load of information on the subclass, telling him the usual traits, special powers, and more, but this time there was nothing. Is this because it's completely new? The system has no information on such a thing? Quinn thought. What he had done was traveled into the unknown. Quinn had given his celestial energy to the armor race people. That didn't seem to be a problem, as it hadn't changed them so much, only made them more powerful. However, this was different. Quinn was using his traits as a vampire to create what was in front of him. But there was nothing that he could do for now, and it looked like she wouldn't be waking up anytime soon. "Why did you just attack that large spaceship?" Nog shouted. "Are you trying to let them know where we are?" After destroying the ship with his large blood spear, Quinn was looking through the system to try to learn more about Cyril. To Nog, it looked like the acts of a madman who would constantly mumble, talk to himself, or just gaze off into the distance. Now, he had just taken a large ship as if he had grabbed a piece of fruit to eat. "Yeah," Quinn replied. "If the others are in trouble, then we need to grab their attention and pull them up to here, and without a better way other than getting in the water, this is our only choice." Shadow started to cover Quinn, and it was the first time Nog had seen such a thing, causing him to step back. These humans are strange to have these mystical powers, and now shadows as well, Nog thought. With the demon tier chest piece now equipped, Quinn sprouted out his wings and covered them with the shadow as he usually would have. "Look after her. And if she wakes up and looks like he's trying to eat you, stay away from her," were Quinn's final words as he flew up in the sky. He flew fast, and as he expected, the other smaller ships as well as the larger fleets that had been orbiting in space were heading in the direction where the attack had come from. They were leaving space and coming closer and closer to the planet's orbit. Finally, Quinn stopped in the air, as he could see a strange pod-like vehicle. It was a see-through ball with a pilot inside. The vehicle also had 2 laser pointers sticking out from it. Soon 4 of them were around Quinn. The larger fleet ships similar to the one that he had destroyed were slower at moving, so they would take some time to reach him. "Identify yourself or we will fire," one of the small pod ships ordered. "I'm looking for your leader. I think his name is Yanni. Can you please tell him to come up here so we can talk?" Quinn asked. These people were just soldiers following orders, so if it could be avoided, Quinn didn't want to just kill them. The soldiers in the pods just laughed, and Quinn could see the lasers on their ships charging up. Since they had attempted to kill him now, he felt like he had no choice. All 4 of them began to fire at once. Curling up with his 2 shadow wings, the lasers hit them. ADN at the same time came back out, firing at themselves. It had come as a surprise to them, and they were unable to move out of the way of the strike, causing all 4 of them to explode in an instant. Leaving them to fall to the ground, Quinn didn't check if they were okay or not. His eyes were set on the large ship that had just arrived. Flying at full speed, Quinn started to spin his body and narrow his wings so he went in faster like a missile. The weapons on the large ship were unable to fire at him, and before they knew it, Quinn was attached to the side of the ship. Using the regular gauntlet he had on his hand, he pierced the exterior with ease, and pulled away a large chunk of the ship, throwing it to the ground. He entered the inside and started to summon 10 blades hovering around his back with the blood aura. He walked into the ship's room and started walking around looking to see if he could find anyone, and it didn't take long for a group of the same people that had attacked them on the cruise ship to arrive with their guns pointed at him. "Please don't fire at me. I just want a way to contact this Yanni guy. If not, then maybe one of you guys knows how to get back to Earth," Quinn asked. "Fire!" Once again, it was attack first and ask questions later, but Quinn had been prepared for this. He covered himself with the wings, blocking all the laser shots with them. Although he could try and avoid them all with his speed, that was tiring work for these lot. At the same time, the group were firing from all sorts of different angles for his last trick of firing back at them to work. Instead, while turtling up and covering himself with the wings, he had his blood swords do the work. They flew through the air, gogging right through the attackers' hearts, slicing through them and continuing to travel through their bodies with ease. They were swirling around the entire room, and their attention was focused on the blood swords, but firing at them did nothing. In the end, there was silence as Quinn dealt with them all. Through a series of events similar to this one, he had ended up going to the main command center of the ship and in the end destroying the ship, or the captains themselves would opt to self-explode the ship. It wasn't a problem for Quinn, as he could just use his shadow space while the explosion was going off. It was time for him to move to the next one. Using chi, blood aura, the shadow, and very little of his martial arts, he could take on anyone that was on board the ships, and eventually, he found a captain that was a little more than compliant. After seeing 3 of the large ships already being destroyed, it looked like he knew what was about to come next. "Take me to Yanni." Quinn started with the captain's head pressed against the control panel of the ship. He was getting quite frustrated that the same thing was happening again and again. Even using his influence skill was useless because most of these guys didn't even know where he was. That is when a small blip appeared on the radar. It was close to them and somewhat directly beneath them. Quinn had the perfect idea on how to drop down and get there quicker to show the others he meant business. All of those events had led to where Quinn was right now, standing on top of the ship. "Who are you?" Yanni asked. "And why are you standing on one of my ships?" Out of anger, Yanni had thrown out a whirlpool of water from his hand directly toward Quinn. Seeing this, Quinn lifted his hand and swung it. The next moment, it looked like the water just disappeared into nothing. The 3rd stage of chi was enough to break up the attack that had been used. That is the person who I brought," Wince said, smiling. Right now, looking at the man standing on the ship, Yanni's blood was beyond boiling point. He had no clue who this person was, but it was clear that they weren't a mermerial, just like the one before. It was twice now that someone had come in and interrupted his plans. They had significantly changed the flow of everything that was going on. This was also the exact problem that Yanni was talking about. The reason why he wanted to take over the race and focus on strength, so outsiders of different races couldn't affect them. Rather than suppressing the great powers they had, they should have empowered them. The only thing was, after that one attack, Yanni was unsure how powerful this person was. Ignoring the crashing ship, the fight with the others soon continued. The remaining predators were going for the Dalki, while the remaining few were going after Syl. Now that Quinn was here, he didn't want to waste any more time at all. Yanni had practically blinked for a second, and suddenly Quinn was no longer in his sights. Instead, he was holding onto one of the other predators. Skill Celestial Drain is being used. In one hand, he held a predator by the head. In the other, he was controlling his blood to attack the remaining others. Then, when finally drained, Quinn had gathered 2 blood rifles in both of his hands, aimed carefully and fired it out, killing the other 2 predators that were fighting against the other Dalki. The celestial energy that he got from the predators wasn't worth his time. "Who is that person?" people who were still hiding in the city asked. "They just killed the predators with ease. This makes no sense." Now that they had all been dealt with, there was only one more to go. "You know, I could have taken them all out as well?" Syl asked. "You try fighting in the water, while looking after everyone at the same time. I know you could have, Syl. It seems you took a lot on your shoulders this time," Quinn stated and looked toward Yanni, who had taken a step back. "Wait!" Wince shouted, slamming her trident into the ground. "Please, Quinn. I know you have helped me, all of you have, at my request. But this is something that I need to do. Please, let me deal with him." The reason why Quinn didn't hold back, unlike Syl, was because he felt like they had spent enough time here. Of course, they didn't want to destroy the whole planet and kill innocent lives. But everyone they needed was here. When looking at Wince, Quinn noticed the trident and gave Syl a look, who just gave an awkward smile back. "Let her have this one, I think she just might win." Syl winked. The large ship that had crashed down in the square had taken up half of it, but the other half was clear for the 2 of them to fight. Dogthu, Syl, and Quinn were now watching the outcome. The trident was a natural weapon in Wince's hand. She had hardly used a weapon like this before, only swords and others when the royal family would train her. Yet, it felt like an extension of her body. Even now, out of the water, it was so light. She continually spun the trident around herself, and then finally thrust it forward toward Yanni, shooting out a jet stream of water. "If you think for a second I'm going to give up now when I was so close, then you are dead wrong." Yanni jumped to the side, avoiding the strike. It was one of the few times the jet stream of water from the trident had actually avoided him. In his hands, he had also gathered balls of water. Although they didn't look normal as they moved about. Immediately he started to throw them toward the princess, one after another. Wince, unsure what these were, had decided to avoid the first one. She jumped back, and the second the ball of water touched the ground, it exploded and several splashes of water came out in all different types of directions. Some of them came towards her, but spinning the trident, she was able to block the attack. When spinning the trident, a strange blue glow would come out towards it. Still, several more attacks were coming, and hence why she was unable to avoid them all. Eventually one of the water bombs had exploded next to her, and she couldn't stop the slashes of water that were going towards her feet. It had caused a big deep cut, and her blood was now spilling on the ice. The wound is quite deep. I won't be able to move as well as I could before. Seeing this as an opportunity, creating a larger water bomb, combining two of them together, Yanni threw it towards her again. Just as it looked like the water bomb was about to hit the ground, she propped herself up high on the trident, then used it to lift her own body above in the air. The water bomb had exploded right where the trident was, but she knew a weapon like hers could take it. Pushing off while in the air upside down, she lifted herself as if someone was doing a type of high jump and held the trident in her hand like a spear. Wince's hand was glowing slightly blue as she threw it out, and while in the middle of the air it started to multiply, tuning into 6 different tridents. With the way they were coming towards Yanni, it was impossible for him to avoid them all, and one of the tridents stuck right through his arm. Activating the blue glow around her hand, the trident suddenly appeared right back in her hand again. I told you she would do all right, and it looks like she finally learned how to use the thing. Although I can create quite a few tridents, that thing is still better in my hands, Sil said. You think this is over, don't you? I can tell from the look on your face. Yanni had one of his arms holding the wound, applying pressure to it, but in one of the others was the blue pearl he had been holding the entire time. All of you will wish you joined my side. Yanni threw the blue pearl on the floor and it broke. Immediately, a large amount of energy could be felt escaping out of the ball. Seeing this, Quinn and Sil knew it was celestial energy. The two of them jumped and leapt to where Wince was, as this would no longer be a fair fight. The sea outside of the ice started to become wild. Dark clouds gathered above them all. Adian, the wind began to pick up as well. The people seeing all of this thought that a catastrophe was about to strike. Please, Yongu, rise and teach all of these fools a lesson. Show them why the predators have worshipped you. Yanni laughed. The blue mist coming out from the pearl started to gather into a pure blue energy form. It was starting to make out a shape, a large figure that was a little bigger than Yanni himself. An outline was starting to appear. It had large wings growing from its back, a face of a sea creature mixed between a shark and an octopus, yet had a figure of a human. When the outline finally finished forming, the blue energy particles dispersed, and without a doubt, what they were staring out now was a god, another celestial. Immediately, Yanni bowed down in front of him. Oh please, great master, get rid of these fools who wish to take over your planet. Looking at the creature, there was a shiver in all of the people's spines, and even Wince was taken aback. A real god, the god of the sea. The predators really did serve him. It wasn't a rumor after all. Now Wince felt guilty for bringing these two along. To suffer a cruel death, there was nothing they could do. Yongu was staring at the sky, having been summoned. He then titled his head down to look at the so-called intruders. Who dares disturb my dash? Yongu's words were cut short as soon as he laid eyes on the intruders. There was silence as he blinked a couple of times and suddenly got down on his knees. Please, great celestial BB, please spare me. The great god in front of the whole mermerial race was on his knees begging for his life. Everyone at the scene was so stunned by the actions they were seeing that they had stepped out of their homes and the shelter they were hiding behind. Some of them even rubbed their eyes and pinched themselves. But without a doubt, they weren't dreaming. The one that was currently bowing down on the ground was a god. Not just any god, but one who looked like a fishman from the mermerial race. They knew quite a bit about this god and their powers, as their history books have described him well. He was a powerful being who helped the mermerial race in tough times, helping the predators of the sea. However, in recent times he hadn't been seen during the divide, and he had slowly become more of a rumor over the years. The only thing was, it was clear he was real. Someone had been giving the current predators of today their powers. No one knew whether it was the old god or not, but when they saw him they knew everything was true. Something inside their bodies was shaking as they felt his power, so why was this powerful and mighty god now bowing down in front of these outsiders? It didn't make any sense. The thing was, in all honesty, Quinn was also confused by what was happening right now. This is a celestial. I can tell by their energy, but why are they acting like this? I haven't seen this person before. Quinn thought, trying to remember. Yongu! Yanni shouted by his side. He was nervous while looking back and forth between Quinn and his dead god. What are you doing? Yongu should not be on your knees. Instead, you should use your great power to eliminate these invaders. You yourself said you would get rid of anyone who came in dash. In the middle of his sentence, Yongu stood up and clutched Yanni by his mouth, making him shut up. If you dare say another word, I will ensure you never live to see another day. I will not lose my life because of you. A surge of power was brewing all over Yongu as he said this. His grip let go, and Yanni fell to the ground on his backside. He was so filled with fear that he couldn't even move because he knew that this god could take him out in an instant, which was why it was even more confusing for him that the latter was kneeling on the ground. Looking at Quinn, he couldn't sense the same amount of energy out of him. This was because Quinn, of course, had his celestial energy internally and wasn't using it at the moment. What do you think we should do? Syl asked, peeking at the god who had gone to kneel again, almost instantly after dealing with Yanni. It's the Godslayer. I was pretty sure it was you, BB, but now that you are with the Godslayer, I can confirm you are indeed BB. Yongu stated. Listening to what this celestial was saying, Quinn was trying to piece things together. The only ones that knew Quinn as BB were from celestial space. Was it from his fight with Athos? Was this celestial one of them that had seen him? Quinn, Wince said as she walked forward. Who are you? How did you make him do something like this? Please. Yanni finally got the nerve to shout out again. He was in a desperate situation, his last trump card was now not working, and he felt like there had to be some type of mistake. Explain why you won't fight these two. For a second, Yongu turned around and glared at Yanni again, but he kept his head down and stayed in his position out of respect for celestial BB in front of him. BB is a god that has been banned from the Clystal space. Yongu gulped before he went on to the following sentence. He is the one that has decided to go against us, against our ways, and fought hundreds of gods at once, defeating many of them, including me. Audible gasps spread throughout the crowds. Although they didn't quite know what was going on, without a doubt, the words they heard were impressive feat. It sounded almost impossible. Wince's eyes widened, and her hands trembled. She recalled their conversation at the bar when Quinn claimed to be a god. Although she had used that phrase to describe him a few times, she never meant it in a literal sense, and now she learnt that not only was he telling the truth, but he was perhaps beyond a conventional god. Yongu told me about that rampage you went on, but I didn't realize it had this much effect, Syl whispered with his hand covering his mouth. The truth was, even Quinn didn't know the chaos he had triggered. It was out of anger and desperation that he had done such an act. He never thought that his real-world self would cross over a celestial from that space, at least not this soon. I don't even remember killing him in that space, but I was fighting just anything I could see at the time, and in that space we could only see outlines, not the real figure of the enemies. This guy must have never thought he would meet me. He might think I'm here to get revenge to kill them all in real life or something, and they will have to reincarnate. I will not kill you, Quinn said confidently, walking closer to the other. That is if you can meet my conditions at least. That man is never to set foot on this planet again. Quinn pointed towards Yanni. Although Quinn personally had no troubles with him, based on the fight, he knew that was the one that Princess Wince was having trouble with. I assume you caused all this mess because it has something to do with your condition. Well, I wish for you to work it out with the new leader. The princess over here. Quinn raised his hand toward her. For some reason, Wince found it quite embarrassing as all eyes were on her. And hearing Quinn say these words, the crowd behind started to cheer. Yes, bring back the old royal family. I can't believe we let that Yanni do as he wished in the first place. Look at them, Syl tooted. All of a sudden, they are brave and ready to defend her. But at least it looks like the princess is happy. Sil finally could get rid of part of his guilt with this. Although there was one thing that he still wanted and was unwilling to give up, and that was the trident. It had become his favorite weapon. He needed to think of some way to convince the princess to give it back. Yes, I can do all those things. My condition will be fine even if I work with the princess, Yongu said, banging his head against the floor several times to show his sincerity. How could you betray me like that? Yanni panicked. I did everything you said. After serving you for so long, you're just going to chuck me to the side and dash. Yongu had stood up and given a back fist to Yanni. It sent him flying through the city, bypassing every building, and eventually, he fell into the deep sea. He is still alive, but if he carries on, he will definitely not bring you any trouble. Forgive him. He is one of my dedicated followers of mine. Yongu explained. It seemed things were going well, but all of the requests Quinn had made so far were for the others and not for him. Now came the moment of truth, and he was hoping for a useful answer. Finally, as long as you keep these promises, I will not kill you in any way or form, and in fact, I will help you when need be, but I wish for you to return me and my friend to the earth. Quinn requested. So far, they have had no such luck. Athos had disagreed because it would mean going against the other Celestials, but how would they know where he was at that time unless they were checking every star they could find? At the same time, Quinn was gambling. This was a Celestial strong enough capable of doing that, and one that feared him more than the others. I agree to the deal. I will return both you and your friend to Earth. Sailing through the endless sea was the giant mesh of equipment put together to create the almighty ship, known as Rain, a suitable name given by the Pure faction. It continued to swim through the sea as it always did. The ship itself never anchored near land, as there was always smaller freight of battleships that would be used to complete the trade, going from the giant ship Rain to the smaller places that Pure had their base on. There were 2 new members who had been here for a while now, and they received a grand treatment on board the ship. Aaron and Flora were staying in the same room on the ship Rain. They were on the very top floor of the ship, which was reserved for agents for 1 and 0 themselves. There were powerful friends that would help them at times and were allowed on the top floor, but these floors were generally for the leaders of Pure. Either way, there were not many arguments about these 2 new quests. For one, the public was unaware of what had transpired. They had no clue about the red vampires, nor did they know that the Dampiers had almost been annihilated. To them, the world continued to exist as it always had. At the same time, the higher-ranking members in Pure had always believed they were working with the Dampiers on the side anyway. This was now more of a direct relationship, and they could do with having such strong forces on their side. Agent for himself was just pleased that he had a new toy to play with, figuring out how the blood crystal would work or specific ways he could use it. The only one that seemed to be unhappy about the whole thing was Chris. However, his word could never go above Agent Zero's. In the end, no one in Pure was loyal to him. They were all devoted to Zero because he could give them what they wanted. Currently, Aaron and Flora were not in their rooms but instead on the outside in the fresh and open. On the very top of the ship, above the floor where they would stay, there was a landing pad. This was designed for spaceships to come and land on, although not many did come, so it doubled up as a training place as well. With permission, Zero had granted access to Aaron and Flora to use it. The space was large, almost the size of around 3 football fields. The ground was also solid, allowing them to train to their heart's extent. Aaron held onto the large ice blade with the flame grip. The demon-tier weapon that initially belonged to Oscar was now in her hands. She charged forward and held the giant long sword down her side. Lifting it, she swung it down with a large force of chi, crashing into Flora's blade. An explosion was heard, and smoke filled the area of the 2. But looking out the end of the other side was Flora, and in her hand was the legendary sword that belonged to Arthur. Your weapon is a strong one, but you can't just rely on it. Stop thinking so much about using all the powers the sword has. Aaron lectured. Remember everything you have learnt, and try to use your ability and the sword. Do not forget, the weapon you hold in your hand is not the only weapon you can use. Hearing this, Flora then threw out a yellow aura slash with her own hand rather than the sword, while at the same time using the string ability. She swung the sword out toward Aaron. The only thing was, with her bare hands, Aaron knocked the yellow aura away into the sky while using her sword to block the incoming sword. The training between the two of them continued at an intense rate, and watching it all was Zero from one end of the large platform. There was a viewing deck, a place where people went on after landing for snacks, drinks, and more. From time to time, events would be held on the large platform with stands as such up here. The room they were in would be used as a dressing room for the ones putting on a show. Today though, like many days, Zero was a spectator with Chris by his side. "What do you think?" Zero asked. "They are strong," Chris replied. "They have good weapons, and that queen of theirs has a ridiculous amount of chi that could be measurable to mine. Although, to be honest, I doubt she has gone all out in any of these training sessions against that little pupil of hers. However, we already knew she was strong when she defeated Laxmus, which is why I'm telling you to be careful. Do not underestimate her just because she came here to ask for help." Zero continued to watch for a while, as he was fascinated at the two of them fighting before giving a reply. "If we are to start an all-out war against our enemy, then we have to be prepared for all those who will or might intervene to help those people. Logan Green, Jake Green, the Blade family, Owen from the Vampire Corps, Quinn Talon and his damned gang. There is even the Dalky-looking one that fought against you. I also do not doubt that the Grilsh family, whom I push came to shove, would get involved on their side as well. Currently, as things are, although people see both sides as even, it's only because we have the majority support of the people. So if they make a move, they will be seen as ruthless and power-hungry. The people will think they are the ruthless ones who will do anything to get their way, simultaneously destroying us, the logical and fair ones. Bringing these two on board is a must." Chris understood what Zero was saying. It was why they had tried so hard to get the Chained on their side before things had messed up. However, these days, now that the Dampiers were with them, Chris was wondering if there was another way, and with Zero bringing them in. "Based on everything I just said, Agent 4 and I will leave for a while. A planet with a suspected nest of demon-tier beasts has been discovered. Their weapons and power will do well to improve our forces if we do go into a fight," Zero explained. "Which means you will be in charge of this entire ship while I am away." The look on Chris's face showed he was surprised. This was unexpected, and he hardly knew Zero to go off like this. "Wait, aren't those from the Green City coming here soon? Will you be away for that as well?" "Correct," Zero nodded. "Without a doubt, they will think the meeting is a trap. But, with my presence gone, maybe they will feel at ease. As for what you wish to do in this meeting, I will leave it up to you. Talk about working together, bridging connections, give and take of land and power. Whatever it takes just to delay them into thinking we won't act anytime soon." Just then, they heard a loud bang, and the whole top floor started to shake. When looking out the glass window, they could see it was from the two training, and Flora was on the ground, severely injured. "What about the two? You don't expect me to hide them, do you?" Chris asked. "If those from Green City see them, they will immediately think that this is a trap. In fact, they might start fighting us right here, trying to get rid of us all." A smile appeared on Zero's face as if he was expecting that response. "Don't worry about them. They won't be here either. They will be coming with me. Since they will be working closely with us, it only makes sense for us to work closely together on this. Besides, I plan to clarify who works for whom in this treachery." Zero answered. Once again, the most advanced stealth fighter ship from Green City was being used. It was the same one as the group had used when traveling to the Red Vampire base, only this time they were heading to a place that was probably equally as dangerous for those on board. Although the general public would never see it that way. They were going to the Pure base, the large ship known as Rain. The coordinates had been sent to them, because it was almost impossible to find the ship without them. The ship would communicate with the bases they had on land, and it was the same if anyone wanted to immigrate to the main ship. They would have to ask about it at one of the few Pure shelters that were set up around Earth and a few other places on the other planets on the Milky Way galaxy. As for the ship itself, without the coordinates, there were claims that it was untrackable. It seemed like, over the course of 1,000 years, There were those that were able to create technology that could catch up with the great Logan Green. Or at least after all this time they had ways of countering him. This time, the group was not as large as it was before, as there were many that had left the group to pursue their own thing. Borden and Borden had gone back to the Blades. They were on standby in case anything was to happen, and at the same time, Logan said bringing them to the Pure base would be trouble. Hannah was no longer with them helping out those at the Red Vampire base. Vincent had yet to wake up, but rather than sit around and do nothing they wanted to do something which led them to where they were right now. There was no longer Jake either. On his father's advice, it would be best not to send him. In truth, Logan wanted to go with them, and if he could he would have sent Jake like he did when they went to the Red Vampire base, but this was meant to be a civil meeting. There was no threat to be made from either side. A leader couldn't just go to the base of the other side. It was dangerous for them. Even if the leader was killed, the other side could blame it on some extremist assassin, even if they were the ones that hired them. In fact, Logan had claimed even through all his meetings with those at Pure, he had never met Zero himself. The only one he would stay in contact with was Agent 4, the great scientist of Pure, which was why sending a group of misfits would be okay. Currently on board were Muka, Jessica, Lucia, Peter, Mitchell, and finally Minnie. All of them were at a meeting around a cheap metal table. Apparently, Mitchell brought it on board with him so they could have more efficient meetings. Minnie had even got her own seat, and she slammed her 2 fists on the table. Okay, so how are we going to solve this? Minnie said. Although the girls seemed to find it cute and adorable, Mitchell was slapping his forehead. Who thought it was a good idea to bring a little girl into enemy territory? Why didn't we just leave her at Green City? Surely she would have been safer there, Mithzel complained. Hey, she saved my life, Lucia argued back. Minnie is more than capable, besides. It was Peter who decided to bring her along. Mitchell looked at Peter hoping for a reasonable answer. The thing was, from this person he wasn't really expecting one. If anything happened to her, how do you think Quinn would react? Peter replied. Do you really think she is safer in Green City, with a person who doesn't really know her, or right by my side? It certainly was a good case. Surprisingly, Mitchell couldn't argue with that, and certainly not when the strongest person on this ship without a doubt was Peter. Although no one saw him as the leader, instead that role had naturally gone to someone else. Controlling the meeting, with her helmet off, was none other than Muka. There are 2 key points that we have to remember about this meeting. Muka began to explain. For one, we are officially going to apologize about losing the Red Heart to the Dampiers. Without a doubt, they know that the Green family were involved in the Red Vampire attack due to Jake Green showing his powers. Logan wishes for us to talk about how both of our groups can move forward from this. Remember that Pure has been working with the Dampiers as well, so this will be a difficult task, but we are not to insinuate or start a war. Whatever the case, please try to keep your fists to yourself. If we start a fight while visiting on behalf of the Greens, we will lose the people's trust. Everyone nodded, showing they understood, but they all soon turned their heads to Peter, including Minnie. I will try, but self-defense must be an option, Peter replied. That is acceptable. Muka then gave a nod toward Mitchell, as she wanted him to keep an eye on Peter, and be the one to calm him down, or reason with him when it came to it. This was probably the hardest task that anyone had. Great. As for the second task, the true reason why we are visiting is to find out if they can give us any information about when Leo and Sarah attacked 1,000 years ago. Lucia scrunched up her forehead as she was trying to think. How are we going to do that exactly? I mean, it seems like the whole attack wasn't exactly a good experience for them. It's as if we are going to apologize and then ask them for a favor. They might be okay, Mitchell replied. Pure are more civil than people think and have been for a while. They only act a certain way towards vampires to get support from the people. Honestly, at this point, we don't really know if we have another goal other than winning a general election to be put into power. So asking them a few questions about the past might not be a big deal, we just need to get to the right person. So as a Green, we are to find out what happened to Leo the last time he was attacked, Muka said, and once again they all nodded. I have a question, Jessica said, raising her hand shyly as if she was in the middle of school. Can you please tell us? Who was this Leo person? Why is he so important to the damper queen? Can one man really make such a difference? His was actually a question that many wanted to ask, but the main person Quinn wasn't there to answer. For me, he was a powerful vampire knight. He worked for Quinn as his second-in-command and looked after those in the 10th. At one point, there was a large attack from the bloodsuckers and he had managed to survive until the king came, which is a grand feat itself. He also got the name of Armlauber, but I can't remember why. That had explained a bit about Leo's life in the vampire world, but there had to be more. Leo wasn't always a vampire, Peter answered. He was a teacher at the school first, and he was someone who was turned by Quinn. Before he was even turned, though, he had helped us a number of times. He never seemed to follow rules, set form above, and always just followed his own rules. Whatever he believed in. I don't know the full story, but along the line, Aaron had become Leo's pupil of a sort. The two of them had worked together for a long time. She seemed to respect him, do anything he said. Which is why we need to know what the impact was on her life. Was it Leo's death, how he died? It's unsure. The others were thinking of the man who had trained the vampire queen. They had already seen how strong Aaron was when fighting. Her swordsmanship was nothing to laugh at. It was hard for them to imagine the said person, or what they would have looked like as well. While everyone was left with their thoughts, a beeping sound was heard. Turning around through the large glass pane window, they could see it, the enormous ship known as Rain. They weren't going to leave the place until they found out the truth about what happened to Leo. As the spaceship hovered down to land on top of the Grand Rain, nervousness gripped some of the people on the ship. After all, they were on the opposing side, voicing against the beliefs of Pure. Never in their entire lives did they believe that they might end up going to the heart of the Pure base. At the same time, they had no clue what they were expecting either. When landing and getting off the ship, they found about 15 people in light brown clothing waiting for them. Other than them, a couple wore a white overcoat and had a unique number embedded on the back of the coat. Even after all this time, they're still doing that type of stuff? Peter frowned. They were coming in on the very top deck. And that's when they noticed something strange. Several deep scrapes, burnt spots, and more were all over the large platform. It looks like someone attacked the Rain ship recently, Lucia commented. I wonder who it was. Does Pure have enemies other than the Greens? I wouldn't be too surprised, Mitchell replied. There have been cases of people who defected from the Vampire Corps to go after other vampires and even Pure. Although Muka didn't say anything, she found the markings and scratches to be quite strange. The way the strikes and the attacks were and how distant the marks were. It didn't seem like an attack from a ship or spaceship of some sort. Rather, it was as if there was a fight on the platform itself. As the ship landed, each of them walked down the ramp and standing in front of them were two men in white overcoats. One with the number 13 and the other with the number 15. By their side, there was the normal fighting force of the Pure base, in a type of brown clothing with pieces of blue armor on certain parts of their body. Welcome those of you from Green City, the man with the number 13 announced. He had quite long hair, which were dyed in a shade of dark green and eyes that were a bit wide like a snake. Yes, send the most untrustworthy-looking person to greet us, Jessica whispered under her breath. Today me, number 13 and 15, will be showing you around our country. Rain. We will then have a nice meal together, and after that your trip will conclude with a meeting with our leaders. Our leaders are getting ready for the meeting, 13 said with a smile while rubbing his hands together. Getting ready didn't sound good to them. They were more afraid that they were setting up a trap. What would one need to get ready for if they were just going to have a talk? Regardless, if they were taking them around the ship, which was known as Pierce Country, then there would be plenty of witnesses if they were to do anything. We accept your offer, Muka said, wearing a balaclava that covered up half of her mouth, only showing the top of her face and her eyes. However, even then, nearly all the men that set eyes on her for a second started to blush and look away. I hope the meal that you have planned is suited for all of our tastes. It would be a bit of a problem if I were to go hungry, Muka said with her eyes slightly glowing red. She made it clear to them all that she was a vampire, but it didn't have the effect she quite wanted. Please just bite me instead. "You can have all my blood," a man shouted, and his subordinate slapped him on the back of the head. It was awkward between everyone for a moment after that, but to break the ice, 13 started to move, asking the rest to follow. There were 4 guards in the group at all times, but they gave them their space. It was obvious the guards weren't there to keep them in line. These people could do nothing against Peter, and Peter had become somewhat of a known figure after the video had gone viral, revealing his strength. On the ship itself, there were giant elevators that would go through the various floors. On top of that, it didn't just go up and down but went backwards, forwards, left and right as well. They had preset routes to take one to all the different places around the ship. There was even a metro train system on the ship as well that could be used to take you to different spots. The first place they were escorted to looked like an entire village. There were houses, long green fields and shops and supermarkets on the ship itself. Then, when continuing their tour, they were taken to what looked like a shopping street on board the ship. From leisure facilities to everything else, it was as if Pure had spent all their budget on this giant ship in the middle of the sea. Of course, Green City was just as impressive, but it was just interesting to see the other factions do something different with the resources. Lucia and Jessica could imagine living in either Green City or on the Rain. The only thing was, for those like them, it was impossible. It made them feel upset in a way. If Pure chose to accept vampires, then perhaps there would just be great places on the Earth that people could visit. After showing them all the impressive locations of the ship, they were starting to head closer to the upper floors, and what they had come across when stepping out of the elevator this time was a training field. It looked like a giant wasteland with facilities scattered around the place. Break rooms, equipment, and different training areas. On one side, there was a group of people sitting down cross-legged. The instructor was standing, explaining how they should feel their chi in the center of their body. In another area, there were those fighting and springing either with their bare hands or with the use of weapons, performing slashes of chi here and there. And then finally, what was most strange to Peter, who hadn't been around for a while, there were those training with guns. They were firing bullets out at targets while moving in formations. They looked like normal bullets, but those that had dealt with chi before and had seen them knew they weren't. They were bullets filled with chi. Either the bullets themselves were different, or it was the gun they were holding onto. Pure, they have more soldiers than I thought, and this is just the main ship, not including all of the small cities. Mitchell thought. These weapons are impressive and have been a problem for us for a while because they make even the weakest person into a deadly machine that can kill. In a way, if Pure asked all of its civilians to hold up arms with the guns, they would have a fighting chance. It's important that we aren't seen as the aggressor. Otherwise, the people will hold up these weapons and go against us. They stayed and watched the army train for a while. It looked like 13 was trying to do something by showing them such a place. What do you think? Our forces are quite strong, right? 13 asked. Ha! Peter laughed out loud, saying that. None of the people here could even beat this little girl if they were to try. As for who he was referring to as the little girl, it was Minnie. And upon hearing this, she smiled and raised her hand to make a little bicep to show her muscle. Although they were non-existent, those training nearby had stopped to take a look, and it was the same for 13 as well. Your army is very strong, Mitchell interrupted. The two of them are just kids who are proud of their own strength. Just ignore what they say. Peter took offense to that, but before he could say anything, Lucia grabbed his arm and shook her head. For some reason, Peter seemed to stop right there. All right, that's enough showing you all around. It's time for you to have your meal, and I have been informed that the meeting will commence there as well. Following both Agent 13 and 15, they were led into an elevator once again. But this time, unlike the going up, down, left or right elevator they had seen before, this one took them directly up instead, to the second highest floor on the ship. It seemed to be a locked floor, as Agent 13 had used a special pass when accessing the elevator. Both Mitchell and Muka seemed to be making a note of everything going on, mainly because there was a chance they could be returning to the ship one day, but not as allies. Information was key in times of battle. When the doors opened, an amazingly breathtaking view appeared in front of them. Walking out of the elevator, Jessica and Lucia were the most excited. This place looked like a restaurant with glass panels, and since it was at the peak of the rain, one could view the whole ship from it. Looking out, one could see the beautiful sight of the sea, and even a part of the ship could be seen, with people outside enjoying themselves and more. It was a pretty peaceful place, and unfortunately, the more they saw of it, the less some of them felt the need to attack such an area. "This is where we will be having our meal for the day." 13's words pulled them out of their trance, and they all sat around a large round table. There was enough room for all of them, but 13 and 15 didn't sit next to each other. Instead, there was a seat left empty, which they assumed was for whom they would be meeting today. 0. "We have been informed that we should go ahead and enjoy a meal without him for now," 13 stated, looking towards the empty seat, and noticing that everyone was uneasy for their guest. The group decided to wait and save their questions for later. After all, they wanted to know about Leo, and to do that, they needed to speak to someone who was here 1,000 years ago, whether that be Chris or Zero himself, but it certainly wasn't these unknown faces they had never seen before. Several staff were assigned in the room, as many as there were people, and they were there to serve each individual person's needs, giving them drinks and offering snacks. "We decided to serve alcohol to you all, as we believe that even vampires can taste that, correct?" 13 said. In a champagne glass, alcohol was being served to all, and the group found it quite delightful, including Lucia, who wasn't a vampire. It was truly a drink that could be enjoyed by them all. "Ah, not that, Minnie," Jessica said as she pushed it away. "Why? That's not fair. Why is everyone else allowed to drink it but not me?" Minnie complained. Because you're still a child. It will affect your body quicker than everyone else's, even if you are a vampire," Jessica explained. "Huh, but I'm not a child. Peter said that I was older than you," Minnie replied back. They all knew the situation of Minnie after Peter told them about it. But even though 1,000 years had passed, Minnie's body was still that of a child. In the shadow space, time slowed down to the point as if nothing happened in the real world. "Please, I promise you can have all the juice boxes that you would like, but not this," Jessica insisted, which seemed to have calmed down Minnie a bit. Regardless, she still folded her arms and pouted to show her anger. "Look at all of this," Lucia commented quietly. "Isn't Pure the group meant to try to make things equal for everyone, by teaching everyone chi and ensuring no one has different abilities and such? Yet, their treatment when it comes to money, power and other luxuries like this isn't the same." It seemed like 15, who had been quiet this whole time, had managed to hear what Lucia had said. Lucia had to admit, he was a handsome man with straight hair and strong eyebrows. He placed his hand under his chin as he smiled at her. You're not like the others, are you? I can tell if I was to take a guess judging from the robes you're wearing, you're part of the Greylash family. If history serves me right, didn't your ancestors attempt the same thing in the past? To bring equality in the world by giving everyone the power of lightning? And because of it, they have started a whole civil war. Lucia clenched her teeth as she knew about the past of her family. It was an argument used many times against the Greylash family when trying to paint them in a bad light. Yes, please deflect the current situation with something that was done in the past, Lucia commented. If you remember history well, then you should also remember that Owen Greylash also changed his views after that. The Civil War simply started due to the disagreement of the way things were run. Owen was also someone who gave his life to the hero Quinn and more. Yet what did the Pure do while the Dalki were taking over us? You're missing my point, 15 stated. As you said, the Greylash family changed, and it is the same for our group as well. The way it's currently set up is because it needs to be this way for the current way of the world. But once we can implement our ideals and have a structure in place, we will make it so everyone gets to live the best life they possibly can. Do you think the people below are unhappy? Again, Lucia had to bite her lip because, without a doubt, the people here didn't look unhappy at all. Please, we should save the political discussions for later. Muka dispersed the argument. The ideals are just different. I think neither is wrong or right. We just have different ways, methods, and beliefs. There is no point in trying to convince the other. So let's just enjoy ourselves. Just then, the waiters had returned and placed a plate in front of everyone. Since it had a silver lid over them, they were unable to see their food. However, the The smell wafted into their noses when he lifted the lid. It was a nice steak dinner meal, and for the vampires, the meal was cooked extremely raw. Basically blue with it seared a little bit. Peter looked at the meal, and although he could eat it, it wasn't really something that his type was meant to eat. But for now, he would dig into it anyway. As everyone got on with their meals, there was one that seemed to feel like their food was a bit bland. And in truth, for the vampires it was, but they knew their guests were just trying to be polite. "I don't want this. It tastes disgusting," Minnie complained. "I want my juice. Where is my juice?" It was then that 13 clicked his fingers. He knew what the juice boxes had inside them and knew what the little girl wanted. "Not to worry, we have prepared a dessert for everyone. It was just in case our meals today weren't to your liking." The waiters soon returned, and in their hands, they each had a glass, and the glasses were filled with a red liquid. Everyone knew what it was instantly: blood. When it arrived at the table, Minnie looked at it with big eyes. She was delighted at what she was seeing. However, Mukka, taking a sniff, instantly could tell something was off. "Stop," Mukka said. "No one drinks this. It smells similar to human blood, but there's something different about it." "What are you thinking of doing to us? Tampering with the blood?" she asked. The other two were quite surprised by this because, genuinely, they had no clue what she was talking about, and just then, a ding echoed in the hall, and the sound of the elevator door opening up came from behind them. "Is there a problem with my blood?" A man stepped out of the elevator while asking. Arriving at the table, he pulled a seat forward. It was undoubtedly none other than Chris, which became obvious from the large number 1 on the back of his white overcoat. Although the sit-in was already tense, the moment Chris stepped into the room, it felt like the air had just gotten heavier. Sitting across from the rest of the group, Chris smiled at each of them. Seeing Chris, the most unconcerned was Mukka. She was more worried about the blood that was in front of her. Lifting the glass, she smelt it again and wondered why it felt so strange. What are these people planning? In truth, she would have liked to taste the blood, but not on herself in case it caused problems. This moment reminded her of the Dalki blood. It took years before the vampires learned that the Dalki blood was beneficial for them. "What did you put in this?" Mukka eventually asked. "Were you trying to make us sick?" "I am sorry about the blood," Chris replied calmly. "I'm not really sure what is suited to a vampire's taste. And, you see, we don't really have many of them around here. I thought that blood from a strong person would be more beneficial to you all, and what better person than myself. Also, I don't want to cause problems for the people in Pure. So rather than asking, I volunteered myself, just as a leader would do." Mukka pushed the glass away, and everyone else did the same, following her lead. "We have come to make an apology on behalf of Logan Green." Mukka started the conversation and came directly to the objective without beating around the bush. "Since it is an important matter, we would like to know if Zero himself is coming?" Although Mukka asked this, the situation currently was actually a better one for them. They had no clue what Zero was like or what his reaction would be. According to what they knew, the best way to find the answers they wanted was through Chris. "It's a shame Quinn isn't here," Chris replied. "I would have really liked to have talked with him again." The others were surprised by these words, and at the end, Chris pulled a light smile as he continued. "I'm afraid Zero won't be here. He apologizes, but feel free to say what you wish." Mukka cleared her throat before she began. "I have come here to make a report. The red vampires, including their leader Laxmus, had attacked Green City. We saw an opportunity to track them down and follow them, and also attempted to inform Pure while also pursuing Laxmus. In the end, a scuffle had occurred between Jake Green, the Dampiers, and the red vampires, but unfortunately, we could not retrieve the red heart from him. It was a short message, but now the ball was in Pure's court for what they were to do. Tried to inform us? 13 laughed. Is that your excuse? We don't live in the past, and sending a message or even leaving one is quite easy. Pure and the Green family agreed to eliminate the threat and share information, and you deliberately obstructed the information from us. It was clear that if you did get the red heart, you were planning to keep it for yourselves. Who knows, you might be lying to us now and have already gained the red heart. Lucia was finding it hard to hold her mouth and decided to speak. Wasn't your group also working with the Dampiers? They were at the Red Vampire's base even before us. You're correct, Chris interrupted. However, there was a meeting that included Jake Green, giving permission to the Dampiers to attack the Red Vampires. This information wasn't withheld from you, unlike the news of Red Heart. You also failed in stopping Laxmus from getting the Red Heart. And so did you, Muka replied. Why does everything have to be the Green family's fault? As you just said, this was a joint venture, so if the Red Heart wasn't found by any of us but by Laxmus, then shouldn't we both take the blame from this and move on? As well as her appearance, Muka had a soft angelic voice that seemed to calm and ease situations and tensions. It looked to be working, although it was uncertain how well it worked with Chris. Let me ask you all a question, Chris said as he leaned forward and placed both arms on the table. I want to answer honestly. Why are you here? And I don't mean what you are looking to get out of this conversation, but what situation has brought you here to sit opposite me? There was a silence at the table for a while, and then everyone answered simultaneously, giving a jumble of answers. For Green City. The Greylash family. For Quinn. For Quinn. For Quinn. For Quinn. Chris had a large smile on his face once again. Good, good, good. I like most of your answers. 13, 15 and all the waiters, you may leave the room. 13 and 15 raised their eyebrows in surprise. But the order from one was absolute, and they soon got up to leave. Make sure no one comes inside here either until I'm done, Chris added. Jessica and Lucia gulped, thinking that there could be a fight on their hands after everyone left. They were nervous, but with Lucia next to Peter, she was less worried than she would surely have been. When everyone left, Chris moved from his seat, and everyone chucked a little bit. But Chris didn't attack them and instead started to walk, turning his back towards them as he looked out into the sea. I really do like Quinn, and it's a shame he is not here with you all. Otherwise, I think this whole conversation would have gone a lot easier. Do you know there was a time when we both trained together? In some ways, I guess you could say he was my pupil. Chris chuckled. Shaking their heads at this fact, they had already gotten used to Quinn knowing nearly every influential and large figure of the current world powers. The fact that Quinn isn't here, I will assume that he didn't want to fight. That man, although he seems calm, if he really wanted something, he wouldn't have been afraid to take on the whole ship for his goal. So tell me, why did he send you here? The others were wondering whether or not this was the right time for them to ask the question. Yet, Muka felt it was strange for Chris to send the others away. Was it because this was all a trap, or perhaps something else? We wish to find out what happened to Leo, Muka answered. I'm sure you know the Damper leader Aaron was once a friend of Quinn's and a pupil of Leo. We believe everything started to change after the latter's death. We want to understand what is going on and help Quinn, so he doesn't have to lose any more people. Quinn said you saw what happened to Leo, Peter added. This isn't anything to do with Pure, so we hope you can tell us. Turning around, Chris let out a big sigh. I'm afraid you are wrong because this has more to do with Pure than you know. I'm incredibly sorry about Leo's loss. I truly am. Because you see, before he died, the two of us had become friends. They were wondering if Chris was lying about this fact. But many of them, for one, had no clue who Leo was or weren't around during the time. One thing was for sure, though, that Chris wasn't threatening them at all. He was showing no aggression or even had his chi aura restrained. It was as if he wanted to be as open as possible. I will tell you about what happened to Leo, but unfortunately, I think it won't help you understand the Damper Queen at all, even if I don't understand it, but before that, I want to ask you for something and I need you to guarantee it. Your cooperation. Cooperation? Muka frowned. Chris exhaled deep and said, I want to work with your group and Quinn to bring Zero down. At the table, they were too stunned to speak. Many thoughts were running through their mind about what Chris had said. He wanted to work with them and Quinn to take down Zero. To them, they could hear the sound of their own voices in their heads screaming that it was a trap, and rightly so. How could we even trust you? Jessica was the first to speak up. I mean, these guys might have known you before, and you might have known Quinn before, But even then I would say they wouldn't be able to trust you. She does raise a fair point, Muka added, but was least surprised when she heard this. When she saw that the others had been asked to leave the room, in her head, this was one of the possibilities that could occur. You are Agent 1 of Pure, the second in command of the entire group. In fact, even now you are in front of us as the leader of Pure currently. Not only this, but you have been rank 1 of Pure for as long as we know the organization has existed. So why now of all times would you choose to suddenly turn against your leader? You should also understand that the fact that you have mentioned this to us means that unless you have a good reason, it will be just as easy for you to turn your backs on us one day. Chris slowly sat back down in his seat as he looked into everyone's eyes directly. My life has been complicated from the beginning, Chris answered, speaking slowly. Everything he was about to say was heavy to him. My connection to Zero is similar to a fatherly figure. He treated me better than any other father I had before. He raised me from young, feeding me and teaching me to fight to get stronger. But there was a strange look in his eyes. Although I saw him as my father, it did not feel the same way. He never once praised me no matter what I did for him, no matter how long I stayed by his side. But I didn't care about any of this because I was raised with a single purpose, to kill his student, Leo. I thought, maybe if I completed this task of his, maybe then he would finally praise me. Who Zero was and why he had created Pure was a mystery to many. The one that knew most about Leo and Chris was Peter, since he had been informed by Quinn, but even he found this part of the tale confusing. From what I know, Leo was one of Zero's best students in the past. But because of him, all of his fellow students, his family, and the entire village had died. However, Leo was also seen like a son in Zero's eyes. At the time, although he blamed Leo, there was no way he could kill one of his own sons. However, as time went on, this anger started to grow inside him. There was torment as he had dreams of his family reaching out to him. All while Leo himself had been hailed a hero, the blind swordsman. By the time he had summoned the will to kill Leo, he had grown old. His body wasn't like it used to be, so he searched out for someone he could raise to do the task for him, and that was me, Chris explained. At the moment, the two of you sound like great friends, Mitchell commented, and the others agreed. They were wondering just how Chris' words would turn this tale around. That part of the story will come later, Chris replied. For you to understand everything and for you to believe that I truly wish to get rid of Zero, you need to understand from the beginning. Every day I heard tales of his fellow students that he had trained at the temple, but the one he talked most about was Leo. Although Zero had committed to taking out Leo, when he talked about him, it was always in a soft, gentle tone and in a good light. It left me confused, my emotions strange. For me it was almost like listening to a father who had another son. A son he was extremely proud of. Before Leo, Zero had a bigger hatred for another, and that was the government. The military force in charge. They were the ones that had forced them into this war and had sent no help whatsoever when their whole village had been attacked. Along his journeys, he ran into a woman named Lucy. She too had a hatred for the world. A man with a higher ability had forced himself upon her, and in doing so she had been left pregnant with a child. Peter's eyes lit up when he heard this. Lucy was Layla's mother, and although they had heard from Agent 2 of this fact, Layla was always unsure if it was true or not. As to why, it was because her mother had treated her like trash all those years. This is probably something I should keep to myself, Peter thought. Using her strength, her passion, and her ideal of getting rid of the abilities and systems of the world, Lucy, Zero, and I created Pure. We were the beginning of the organization of Pure. During this time, Zero had taught Lucy how to use Chi. Lucy grew fast and was talented. On top of that, she had revealed a skill she was able to do that Zero was not, to directly control life force Chi. I didn't notice it then, but looking back on it now, that was when Zero's views and actions started to change. Zero has been able to live this long thanks to the life steal. I'm not an idiot, and as to the people he has used it on, well, although he has never kept it a secret from me, I never agreed with it. You see, me and him never had the same views. I was only raised to do one thing, to fight against Leo. to do his bidding for him like some type of avatar or puppet he used to pull strings. I was fine with that though, it was my part of the deal for being looked after. But now with his life back, his body getting younger, he could begin to do things himself. The people Zero started to bring into the group, Lucy didn't agree with, as their views didn't align with hers. There was internal fighting at Pure and eventually, Lucy's position got weaker and weaker within the organization that she had started. Still, I followed the person who I saw as my father and for the first time, on the battlefield while fighting against the Dalki, I met Leo. He was just as great as Zero had said he was, perhaps even better. If we were on our own, then I believe both of us would have died that day. There was a good feeling I felt, fighting by the side of someone I had heard about so long, to defeat an enemy together. I enjoyed that feeling and for the first time I felt like I had a family. I know it's stupid and I'm sure Leo didn't feel that way, but it was why I couldn't bring myself to attempt to do what Zero had trained me for all those years. Not yet anyway, not until I could continue to experience this feeling. I guess it was after that I started to feel lost within the organization. My whole life I had been raised to kill someone, yet I felt happy when being with them. Could you even imagine how I felt at the time? How confused I was. I know it may not sound like a difficult life to many, but to me, it was hard to just live with myself every day. Feelings of betraying my father, feelings of having no goal, no self-worth. I was already at the tipping point, but it was only later that I found out what Zero had planned. How he truly felt this whole time, and it wasn't until Leo, the one I call my brother and friend, had died. Before I continue, I will ask you again. I need you on my side because in this fight against Zero, I will be on my own. None of Pure will follow me. The reason why I haven't acted is because I have needed support. There was silence between everyone and they looked at Muka for an answer. We will need to hear what you have to say about Leo first. As we said, Quinn isn't here, so it will be up to us. Muka replied. Very well, Chris said. To find out what happened to Leo, we have to go back to Earth around 1,000 years ago, when the attacks from Sarah and him started. At the time, the current situation on Earth was that Pure had taken over nearly all of the shelters. They had secretly taken out the big suits behind the scenes that were in charge of multiple important resources that were needed for human society to function. One such type had factories that dealt with glathrium, one of the strongest materials that existed. Because of this, at the same time, Pure were able to do an attack from within and the outside. They now controlled the military, the Earthborn group that was once protecting the shelters and Earth. People had no idea who they were really following, but in the end, all roads led to the one known as Pure, and the one behind it was none other than Zero. Because of this, two people had been given a task to slowly reclaim back Earth from them. Leo and Sarah. Leo was one of the most trustworthy men that Quinn knew, and on top of that, he had experience working with the military and plenty of battle tactics. On the other hand, Sarah had connections with plenty of powerful unranked travelers, people who didn't wish to get involved in the Dalki and Civil War. In the end, though, they were now all fighting to get their home back. Even if Quinn had successfully defeated Graham, if there was no home to come back to, then it would be a loss for them all. Which was why Leo's and Sarah's task was just as important. On top of the troops that Sarah had, Leo was given the vampire soldiers. Ashley, who led them, Paul's men from before, were helping in the fight as well. After much discussion between the two, Leo quickly found out what Sarah was capable of. When looking at a map of the entire Earth and the current shelters, it looked like he already knew the big ones to hit first. Currently, the two of them were on board one of the Bertha ships. All of their army was ready for combat. It was just a discussion of tactics that was needed for both of them. We are outnumbered in this fight, Sarah said, putting it simply when we put numbers against numbers. If we were just up against Pure, then our numbers would be quite even, but they have managed to control the whole military. I wouldn't be surprised if under their web, they have some traveler groups as well. So we have to think our army will dwindle as we continue on this fight. No matter what, but we have to lessen the amount of people that we are fighting against. Placing his finger on the map, Sarah had pointed to one of the biggest shelters, and on top of that, it was where one of the big five used to own. This city here has the biggest mecha factory that Earth created, Sarah explained. Although they aren't a problem for either of us, I suggest we make one of these places our targets. It stops the people who can't fight from fighting back, and if we hit their resources first, their hold on the people will be lost. That's when it's another game altogether. Leo was nodding as he heard all of this. It also means that these places will be the most guarded as well. It will be the hardest to go against. Leo replied, "Correct, but we have the element of surprise. If we start fighting back, taking small shelters here and there one at a time, then they know we'll be coming for them and they have time to prepare. Right now, they think we are too distracted by the Dalki War. Sure, we could go the other route, try to build up a resistance to fight back, but we only need to do that if we aren't confident we can take down the big bases. I'm confident enough, but for this to work, we need to take out 2 of them at the same time to have the most impact. So my question is to you, can you do it?" Sarah asked. Leo gripped his sword and started to walk away from the map. "I'll get my people ready." After the meeting was over, the 2 biggest cities on Earth that had a play in the Big Five were targeted. Sarah would focus on one, while Leo would focus on the other one. The attack had to be coordinated so support couldn't be sent over. They needed to go in with a big blast. Both of them had the same tactic to start. At first, only one of them would sneak into the city. With plenty of normal citizens, that wasn't hard to do. With the portable teleports that Logan had given them, they just had to turn them on to allow the chaos to begin. Leo and the vampire soldiers started to attack. They knew which places would be heavily guarded and secured. At the same time, what could possibly be used against them? Just like Sarah said, the attack was quick and swift. Leo slashed and went from one person to the next, not showing any mercy because he knew that if he allowed them to live, then it meant an ally dying. There was also the chance for them to use someone against him. They continued forward and Leo had entered some type of base. This was the manufacturing plant where all the glathrium was made. Entering the main factory, he was there alone. There were mechanical parts being used to shape and cut the glathrium. They used glathrium drills to cut other pieces of glathrium since it was the easiest material to use on itself. Standing there in front of him were agents with numbers 16 and 17 on their coats. "Oh, the blind swordsman," 17 said. "We have heard a lot about you. Some of us have even seen videos about you. You seem to be quite skilled, but let's see if you can match up to us." Immediately, the 2 of them started to shake all over and their bodies began to turn red. "I have seen this before." It was the same as Chris. Their bodies will be almost twice as strong as they were before. The next second, both of them dashed toward Leo. Leo pulled out a red-colored blade and swiped it in a single motion. He had parried the sword of Agent 17, knocking it back with his own chi, and then hit the blade of 16 as well. As soon as they were knocked back, with his other hand, Leo swiped it across their chest with his fingers pointed. It was just his bare hand. There was no weapon in it, but he still had drawn blood from the other. Out of anger, 16 started to attack again, but Leo was able to use his hand to deflect his sword, and then with the other hand, he twirled it around, redirecting its attack to the ground. Now that his back was turned, Leo used his free arm to stab right through 17's back. "You both have strong chi. You have trained well, but I can see your movements with my abilities. I can combine my chi with my blood powers. I carry more weight in my responsibilities compared to you," Leo said. Pulling his hand out, it looked like 17 was dead. 16 in a rage started to swing widely and Leo continued to deflect it with his hand rather than his blood weapon. It was then that he rolled forward out of the way and placed blood that was on his hand on the sword itself. "This sword is also something I need to get used to," Leo said as he swung it. A slash of blood aura had been made. Seeing this, 16 had gathered his own chi and was ready to block it. But with the momentum of Leo's hand, he was able to split the blood slash into 5 smaller pieces. His red sword glowed while doing so, and the 5 smaller attacks had gone around 16's attack. The chi slash continued forward, but Leo was able to block it with a swipe of his sword. Meanwhile, his own blood attack that had split into 5 pieces had rejoined, coming back together, and went right through Agent 16, splitting him in half. "I hope you both have peace in your next life," Leo said. After the task was done, Leo went to check up on Sarah. He had also completed his end of the deal. From there, they moved quickly. There was no rest for either of them as they moved to take out the next large targets again and again. But there was no sign of Chris or Zero. What they needed was a lead. And they soon got it. After taking down the first two major bases, Sarah and Leo continued from there onward. Both of them were surprised that the other had succeeded and actually believed that perhaps the other would fail. As a contingency, the plan in their head was to move to the base where the other had just lost or to help them out. Yet, they had both been successful and had managed to finish the task quite quickly. Because of this, they decided to continue attacking other major locations. Since the third one was on the flight path of both of them, they had decided to attack it together, which had only sped up their pursuit. The shelters were expecting their defenses to last weeks and for attacks to have weeks in between. But in truth, they were falling in a matter of days with little rest on both sides. After that, the group managed to take back all 5 of the major cities containing resources that could be used against them. Some of the cities started to fight back once they had learnt what was happening. Key people were able to inform that their families and more had been held hostage originally. At the same time, a few vampires or those from Sarah's group were left behind in the shelters they had taken over. A small little token army to update them on everything that was happening, and just in case Pure decided to attack back. But in truth, everything was just moving too fast for Pure. The situation had turned on its head. Those that were their allies and support had now become their enemy. Finally, Pure had no choice but to back away. They had exited from the other shelters they had occupied, pulling out. It was a smart move on their end because there was still a major issue, which was the main Pure base. Although none of the shelters were under the Pure banner anymore. With a sizable and strong force still out there somewhere, including the leader, it meant that they would be able to come back at any time, causing trouble again. So, now together, both Sarah and Leo traveled, trying to find members of Pure and track down the main base. Currently, the two were at a sand kingdom. A shelter that was covered in sand but had places almost everything built from sandstone and golden jewels. The kingdom was a wealthy one. There were rumors that they were working with Pure, helping them export certain goods in return for crystals. The desert was bare, and they had no well-known travelers that could travel to other planets and get high-level crystals for them. Yet, the Sand Kingdom was known as a place with plenty of crystals. It didn't quite add up. Currently, both Sarah and Leo were confronting what was known as the Prince of the Shelter. "I promise I know nothing. We have never done dealings with Pure," the large man who was begging on his knees and had his fat belly showing said. They were in the royal palace, which was quite extravagant, and there was even a throne towards the back. All of this was just an act of the shelter, since royalty had long stopped existing in today's society. Sarah then threw another frail man down onto the ground. He looked back and his eyes met with Leo's. "Tell us everything about your kingdom and their dealings with Pure," Leo asked. It was his influence skill, and a human like so, it had worked out quite well on. "The Ration Kingdom has a few deals set up. We purchase Glathrium using the crystals they supply us. We then take a small cut from those crystals and pass the Glathrium onto Pure." The man spoke. The sweat could be seen running down the large man's face as he heard this. But that wasn't the end. "We also, every month, send a ship full of slaves to them." Hearing this, Leo's hand gripped tight around his sword. "First, you lie to us. I can understand you might want to improve your kingdom, so you have done deals with Pure. However, what I can't understand is why you would have slaves." "Please," the man begged. "You don't understand. I didn't have the choice. When they came here, they realized that we already had our own slaves, but they said that if we gave the slaves to them, that they could live a better life. They paid a good price for them, and I can help you as well. That's what you want, right? Crystals, money? I can cut you in on the deal as dash." Before he could finish his sentence, Sarah had thrown a small dagger that went right between his eyebrows and into his head, killing him on the spot. "I could have gathered more information from him, or we could have used him," Leo replied. "Really? I thought with your powers, you would have just told me that the Pure member is hiding right behind that throne," Sarah replied as he took another dagger out and threw it right at the throne. Instead of going through it, It spun and went around the throne, and a loud scream was heard from behind. Leo had seen the man with his ability, but thought there was a better way to find out what was going on, although Sarah was right. It was unlikely that they knew the truth behind the slaves. Are they experimenting again to make those humanoid beasts? Or is it something else? Leo thought. Quickly running behind, they could see that a man had been hurt. The blade had gone right through his leg. He took out a dagger and attempted to attack Leo, but in that moment, Leo pushed his sword down and the tip hit the side of the dagger, pinning it to the floor. "We need to try something else," Leo said. "What do you mean? Can't you just use your red-eye magical power?" Sarah asked as he kicked the pure member in the face, causing his head to be flung back and hit the back of the throne. He was knocked out immediately and fell back to the floor. "We have found pure members time and time again, yet we still haven't found their base. The threat of pure is not over until we find zero. We can't keep doing the same thing hoping that one of these people have the information, which is why I would suggest something else." When telling Sarah his plan, his eyes lit up and he had quite a smirk on his face. "Do you think they would accept?" Sarah replied. "And besides, could you really do that to a person?" Leo nodded. "This man is the one that has been transporting the slaves. I have been tailing him in the shelter for a while. His life is not one worth having. In the end, if he was going to die anyway, then he should at least have a use," Leo answered. Sarah had been with Leo for a while now, fighting side by side. As time went on, it was as if Leo was getting a little darker in his methods. For Sarah, he didn't mind, but it did make him wonder why he was so concerned about finding this person. It was then that Leo cut his hand and allowed for blood to fall. It dropped into the pure agent's mouth. At the same time, he drew a circle underneath his body, one that he had been taught. The blood ritual was activated. The pure agent's eyes opened, and his eyes started to beam with a red glow. The next second, he had sprung awake. The pure agent had become a vampire. "Now, I'm sure you know a way to get back to your base, and I would like you to deliver a message to your leaders. Now that you're a vampire, I don't believe that they would treat you the same way as before, and I'm afraid you have no choice." Leo's eyes glowed red as he made the order. A week later, the pure agent had returned to the submarine, the main base of Pure, with a note in his hand, but he was shaking. They had let him in after reading the contents of the message to them. They knew it was important as he shook when he walked through everywhere until he had finally met Zero. He opened up the letter and began to read it out loud. "The men known as Leo and Sarah challenge both Zero and Chris to a duel at these coordinates. If you wish to accept, they will be there in 2 days' time at noon." The man had given his message and closed the letter. Standing up, Zero walked over to him, placing his hand on his cheek. "I can't believe he did this to you. Don't worry. I'll help you." Pulling out his blade, Zero took a slash, swiping his head clean off. "So you're that confident, huh? Well, I accept." After the first war with the Dalki, many of the large continents from before were non-existent. Due to fights, large spaceship blasts, attempted nuclear missiles that had backfired, and more, it had caused much of the land to split and the sea levels to rise. Some of the land had simply been sunk into the sea or had burst into nothing but particles to go into space or the layer of atmosphere around the world. However, what this did was cause many islands to appear all over the place. Many of them were left unexplored due to the fact they were just too small to make a settlement or a shelter on. So they just stayed there doing nothing. Currently, both Sarah and Leo were staying on the island together. It was a full day before they were due to fight. The island had a sandy white beach and jungle-like areas in some places, but most of the island actually had next to nothing on it. There were just open spaces where nothing would grow and large rocks that were left in place. In total, to walk around the entire island, it would take about 2 hours. For a vampire with super speed and who could run, it would take hardly any time at all. Currently, the two of them were in one of the large empty spaces. The ground was still sand, but there was a large rock that Sarah was relaxing on, with a number of his weapons laid out on the side of the rock next to him. Leo was on his own with his blade held in his hand. He didn't do much, but once in a while he would unsheathe the blade and just cut the air. A sharp sound was heard, a high-pitched noise that hurt even Sarah's ears. "Why are you even training so hard?" Sarah had to ask, frustrated as the sound was getting to him. He had heard it over and over again and thought his conversation would at least put it to a stop for a second. "Ever since I met you, all you do every day, whenever you have spare time, is train. If you have a spare second, you train, and now when you should be resting for a big upcoming fight, you are training again. Are you some type of robot? Has your creator given you a task to do nothing but endlessly train all day, when you are in front of me of something? Because being with you makes me feel bad for doing nothing, and do you really think anything you do in the next 2 days is going to make a difference?" Leo didn't reply for a second, and once again, after around 8 seconds, he did another strike again, making the same sound as before. "Since I have been practicing this strike, my timing and speed has improved by 0.02 seconds. Before I had become a vampire, I believed my body had hit its peak. No, in fact, my body had begun to worsen. My reflexes, my attacks, everything was slower. On top of that, no matter how much I trained, no matter how hard I tried, I couldn't stop it. Do you know how depressing it is when your hard work is producing no results? I had to accept the fact that I had gone past my peak and I would never be the man I once was. Now, my body is different. My hard work is rewarded. I haven't reached my peak, and even now I am able to improve my speed by 0.02 seconds. Are you listening to yourself? Do you really think that's going to make a difference? Why don't you try improving in other ways? Drinking some blood? Or becoming some top vampire or something?" Sarah complained. "Today I have improved by a fraction, but all these small improvements will add up, and one day I believe it can be the difference between life and death. Either way, I do this to remind myself that my body has not yet reached its peak, that there is still room to grow." Sarah folded his arms, but he soon looked to his side and picked up a dagger from the rock, throwing it out as hard as he could, and he had aimed it towards Leo. Immediately, Leo could see the energy being thrown at him through his ability. He turned his head and pulled out his blade at the right time, but he knew that the strength of his chi and the strike of his sword wouldn't be enough, so he had no choice but to use his vampire aura as well. Hitting the dagger upward, he had deflected it. It spun in the air but soon started to move back down and headed straight towards Leo, ready to strike him again. A clang was heard as the knife was hit, time and time again, and the dagger, no matter how many times it was being deflected, continued to come back. That you are fighting against is an intermediate tier beast dagger," Sarah explained. "It has an active ability to move towards its target when thrown, no matter where they are. That's it. Usually after getting knocked once, the dagger is useless. But of course, in my hands, it has become a demon tier dagger. It's now just as strong as a demon tier weapon, which is why you are unable to break it, and it's also why its simple active skill has become quite useful in this situation. It will continue to attack you until either I tell it to stop, or until you are dead. Now this is what I call power. Maybe, rather than just focusing on your body for improvement, you should try and increase your vampire powers or something similar to it. In fact, I have an offer for you. I can tell that you care a lot about this fight, and these people that we are about to meet, they are strong, right? So then I have 2 offers for you. 1. Give me your weapon before they arrive, and I can boost it to the demon tier level for you." It was the first time Leo had heard Sarah make such an offer. He didn't know it was possible for him to boost other weapons other than the ones he was using, yet here he had learned that he could. "Then here is my second offer to you. I haven't met someone that I have liked in a very, very long time, and I like you, Leo. If you choose to be my subordinate and follow me, then I will give you the power you need to defeat whoever you wish. I can promise you that on my name as God of War." Hearing the second offer, Leo turned his head away immediately. "I'm afraid I can't. It's not that I dislike you, and perhaps in another world, in another time, if the 2 of us were to meet, I would have accepted your offer, but my loyalty is only to one person, and that is Quinn Talon. So I am afraid I will have to decline your offer." "I thought as much." Sarah smiled as he laid by the rock and stopped his flying knife from attacking. It went back to where Sarah was, and he had caught it in his hand, placing it back down. The whole time while talking, Leo was deflecting the blade. His concentration was beyond normal people. "But think about the first offer. I know you wish to do this with your own power, but everything we use, even our very existence, is borrowed from something, even if that is the energy of the universe itself. Although Leo hadn't planned to take any of the offers that had been made by Sarah, his words did get him thinking. Leo had been training, in many ways the same way as he had always done. He felt that it was because it allowed him to improve, but maybe there was a better way, and a way to increase other aspects. Sitting down on the sand, Leo started to meditate. He started to focus on the energy inside his body. He could see the yellow chi energy swirling around, and also the red energy in its body, but it looked a little unstable. It has felt this way for a while now, as if the blood energy is too much for this body to handle. But is there something I can do? Focusing, Leo sat there for a while. An hour went past, and eventually a loud grunt was heard from the sand. Immediately, Sarah got up from his rocks and jumped over, landing in front of Leo. He could see his face, the veins running through his neck, and the flask that contained human blood in it had been consumed. "Are you okay?" Sarah asked. "Yes. I am better than okay," Leo said, lifting his head. The worst part was already over, and he had been enduring the pain for a while now. Leo could feel it. His whole body felt better, stronger, faster. "I have evolved." Leo had successfully evolved from a vampire knight, and had finally, after a long wait, become a vampire lord. He was ready for Zero and Chris if they were to step foot on the island. For vampires, there were mainly 3 different types of evolutions they could have: a regular vampire, a vampire noble, and a vampire lord. Most vampires would remain vampires. They could train hard, try to improve, yet could never get their body to evolve to the noble level. It was similar to humans that had just a limited amount of MC cells, or remained at a certain ability level for so long. Then there were the vampire nobles. At times there would be those that would be born with such bodies. However, in other cases, there would be those that evolved into vampire nobles. At times, there was a little help needed from the leaders. There were rituals and techniques that could bring out the energy that was stuck in their body that would allow them to move on to the next level of a vampire noble. Of course, this wouldn't work if they were just never destined to be at the vampire noble level to begin with. The very best vampire nobles were usually selected to become vampire knights for their family. Vampires respected power greatly and found it hard to take orders from those that they saw below them. However, if one became a vampire knight, according to tradition, it meant that they were unable to become a successor to the family. They were unable to become the leader. When a leader picked their vampire knights, they would usually have this in mind, and at the same time they would be training a successor. This would usually be a direct son or daughter of the current leader, but this wasn't just due to family ties. There was a reason for this. All of the vampire leaders had evolved to the stage of vampire lord. Since vampires wouldn't like to serve someone weaker than them, this had become somewhat of a minimum requirement, although not an official requirement. Being a direct descendant meant, in most cases, that they had the ability to evolve their body to the final stage of a vampire lord. In some cases, they also had rituals to summon forth the power as well. But doing so too early would be a mistake. It was always best for a vampire to reach the peak of the evolution they were at before doing any forced rituals for evolution. Otherwise, it would greatly affect their growth. Of course, leaders at times would train more than one successor in case anything happened to one of them, and all of these successors would have the potential to evolve to the vampire lord stage. This had brought on the thought that the vampire knights were unable to evolve to the vampire lord level. This was not true. It was just that if a good leader saw that one could turn into a vampire lord, they would raise them as one of the successors. Which was why, when Quinn was creating his family, he had thrown all of that tradition and logic out of the window. On top of that, no one knew why, but those that he had turned, or those that became special vampire subclasses, pretty much disregarded the normal rules that they knew before. In fact, no one really knew what Quinn was right now because it was clear he was no longer a vampire lord, and no one before him had ever been able to surpass that level. Leo, all on his own, had activated the red aura in his body to allow his body to evolve. He had done what the ritual usually would have done in its place. Immediately, he grabbed the blade and struck the air. Sarah was expecting to hear the constant ring he had heard before, but there was no sound this time, not even when the sword had gone through the air. "I have to thank you for your advice," Leo smiled as he placed his sword away. I have to admit, I was considering your other offer of improving my weapon, but I don't think I will be needing it anymore, and besides, victory earned through one's own struggles is far more rewarding. The night was spent quietly for the two of them, and it looked like even Sarah was setting something up. He had told Leo he would be exploring the island as he looked at the shape of the landscape for the entire area. Since Leo had been taking this fight seriously, Sarah, who respected Leo, had decided to take it seriously as well. Then, when the sun rose, it was finally the next day. The two of them waited, walking around the island and looking out at the sea to see if they could spot anyone or anything. It wasn't yet noon or the meeting time, but it was the only thing they could do. Time felt like it was moving at a snail's pace. Whenever they would check the time thinking 30 minutes had passed, it had only been 10. Then finally, exactly when it was midday, at 12 o'clock on the dot, Sarah spotted something coming out of the water. It was a small-sized submarine that had a large clear outer glass front. It broke through the waves and stopped short of the island by about 20 meters out in the sea. The lid of it opened up, and jumping out of it and standing now on the body of the submarine were two people. One with scars covering his whole body, he had no shirt on at all, but had two katana-looking blades on his back. And then there was Zero, with a single katana-style blade by his side exactly like Leo. The second Leo saw the two, his heart started to thump louder, stronger, and a strange feeling was rushing all over him. So it really was you this whole time. You were really Zero, Master Kasu, Leo stated. You look different compared to that time. The time we both decided to part ways from each other, many years ago. Kasu looked like a middle-aged man in his 40s. There were no significant details that would make him stand out. Unlike the mountain of man that was next to him, he had a scruffy beard on his face, a fierce look and long hair, although it was tied up in a ponytail. As for what Leo meant by different, it was because his master was already a relatively old man when Leo knew him, and now he looked younger. However, without a shadow of a doubt, this was him. After meeting Chris and learning that all of Pure knew how to use chi, for a while now Leo had assumed that the leader, the man named Zero, was actually his master. However, he felt like there was a chance that it wouldn't be true. It was just someone else who looked like him, but that wasn't the case at all. Leo had heard from Quinn about what he had seen. He had witnessed himself how far Pure were willing to go, experimenting with those from the Bree family and more. The man that he used to know, the one he used to call master, would have never gone so far. I can see you're upset, Kasu shouted. Why though? Your appearance has also drastically changed from when I last saw you as well. You look younger and stronger. Isn't it for the same reasons as me? Leo didn't know what to say. The words wouldn't form in his mind. Why have you done all of this? Couldn't you have just passed on in peace? You would have been able to rest with the others. Zero started to laugh out loud. You really believe that? Because let me tell you now, I know that's not true at all. I have learned how the world works, Leo. Unlike you, we are nothing in this entire world. Nothing. Our lives mean nothing, but I am the one that is going to make it so our lives truly mean something in this entire universe. And that includes you as well. Leo just shook his head. The tone of voice, the anger, and power behind his words wasn't how his master used to speak. I understand the loss for you was great back then, and it is hard to move on. But in this life you can't always be looking for someone to blame. In the end, there was nothing we could do, and those loved ones have moved on. We should focus on the new lives that are in front of us. Taking out his blade from his side, Zero pointed it toward Leo. You using those words truly means your eyes have yet to be opened. You can't even realize that the man next to you is like them. He is one of them. I am afraid you have gone to the other side and it's too late. I agreed to your terms, and the one that will be fighting you, Leo, is the one that I have raised from the beginning. The new me, raising one that can't die to those fools like the Dalki. Chris, take him out. It looked like Zero was done with talking, as he no longer said any words and instead drew out his sword from his strange colored sheath. The sheath itself was white in color with several purple spots scattered all over it, and when pulling out the blade itself, it had a similar design. Random purple spots were all over the sword, but both Sarah and Leo weren't able to see it for long. because Zero had used it instantly to throw out a large strike of energy. Unlike usual chi strikes, where one would see a line of aura leave the sword, with Zero there was none of this. Following his sword, the part of the sea that was in front of him looked to have split in half. Two large walls of water had been created and the land leading up to the island could be seen. Even though the strike couldn't be seen, Sarah was ready as he pulled out a round shield, one that looked fairly ancient and beaten up with several dents and brown in color. He stood there and dug the shield into the ground. It changed shape, turning into what looked like a door, covering both him and Leo behind him. The attack clashed against the shield and a large dent was made, but the attack didn't go through. His attack dented this thing. Oh well, I have plenty more shields that I can use, but you were right about this not being an easy fight, Sarah said, sensing that something was now above them. Leo had his blade drawn out and spun around, swinging it, clashing against another weapon. Two hooks looked to be gripping underneath his sword, and before he knew it, his whole body was being lifted into the air. It was a sudden great strike that Leo was unprepared for, to even fight against. When using his ability and sensing the energies, he could tell that Zero had just landed on the beach, which meant the one that had attacked him right now, and was in the air with him, was Chris. I'm sorry, but it looks like this time, we're actually going to have to fight against each other, Chris shouted, as he lifted his two shark-tooth-looking weapons that could extend and retract. They were similar to the ones that Chris had before, although these looked different as they were blue in color, and the ends looked sharper and stronger as well. Lifting both his arms, Leo was dragged through the air, and then thrown like a whip, back down to the island. Of course Leo could have let go, but he refused to let go of his weapon. A loud crash was heard on the island and a few trees were seen falling. Throwing out one of his weapons again and extending it, the shark tooth end had touched the ground. Next, retracting the weapon and shortening it, Chris was able to safely pull himself to the ground. The second he had landed though, a large slash of red aura had hit Chris. It had come out too fast for him to defend against and landed right across his chest, pushing him back. Using the weapons, he stopped himself from being blown away. Now that's some power, Chris commented, looking at his chest, which had a shallow scar on it. It had been a long time since he had last been injured. More than anyone in Pure, Chris trained his body and his second stage chi to its limit. It was safe to say, in terms of chi, he had the strongest defense there was on his natural body, yet here he was getting hurt. You're not the one that I need to face, Leo shouted, walking on the ground, and swinging his sword again, creating another large red blood strike. This time, Chris was ready to block it with his weapons, using them to create an X shape with both of them. Feeling the strength of the attack from before, he knew he would need both, but something strange happened. Leo's weapon lit up red and the red strike had split. It went around him completely, joining together again into a large strike and had gone straight towards his back. It was a large hit that sent Chris toward Leo, who charged forward. Seeing this, Chris went to swing his weapon but could suddenly feel that his arms were being dragged a certain direction away from Leo. That was because he was using his soul weapon to redirect the attack. Swinging his red sword, the strike had hit Chris's shoulder and had gone a couple inches deep before it stopped. Leo could feel he was battling against an immense amount of chi, so he was unable to go deeper, but the great force and strength still sent Chris skidding across the ground. This is his best student? Leo asked. The best that Zero could teach, the best of the best? When Chris finally stopped, his entire body was starting to turn red. His skin, his face, everything. All of the power and strength inside him was coming out. This was Pure's secret weapon. The type of soul weapon that those from Pure had learned. I wouldn't have expected anything less from you, Chris said. I thought I had gotten good enough to beat you without using this, but it looks like I wasn't the only one that was improving. Charging in, Chris ran forward with both of his weapons over his head. He was faster than before, and the chi covering his body and being used in him was causing him to be beyond superhuman. It was then that Leo had done something that seemed strange. He had placed his blade back in its sheath. Chris took notice of this but didn't worry as he continued forward and swung both of his weapons down. At the right moment, Leo took one step forward and pulled with all his strength the blade out of his sheath as fast as he could. It came out with such a large force of red energy that the sword looked like it was getting wider as it went through the air. A solid red form of energy was following Leo's sword. It touched the weapons in Chris's hands, and had gone right through them like butter, breaking them in an instant. Parts of his blade fell to the floor, and as soon as Chris's body touched the red aura, he could feel it slicing through his skin right now. Warm blood was falling from his chest. Am I going to die? The fight didn't even last long. How did he manage to grow so strong so quickly? I still remember the last time I met him. What have you done that I haven't done? I trained. I trained every day, every second to improve myself and my body. So why is there such a large gap between us now compared to then? Am I weak? Chris thought. As he fell onto the ground, he saw Leo's face. No. I'm not weak. I should at least know that of all people. He is just that strong. Lying on the floor, Chris could tell that the wound across his chest was quite deep. But with chi he could use it to activate his cells in order to heal himself a bit more, and he had plenty of it. However, for him the fight was over. He knew he was outmatched. It looks like you won after all this time. You were the better student after all, Chris said, his voice a bit shaky. Before he knew it, his eyes were tearing up. He was crying, but he didn't know why. I'm at least happy that I lost to you, and that you are the one that gets to finish me off, Chris said, closing his eyes, accepting death. You are just a lost person, Leo stated. And I can also tell that you are someone who doesn't have a bad bone in his body. I may be blind, but that allows me to see more than the person who is actually in front of me. There is a lot I can tell from the way you speak and how your aura reacts. You can still change, you can still make a difference. Leo then looked over in another direction. Unfortunately for him, it's a lost cause. Chris continued to lay on the ground, even though he was now much better. The wound on his body had somewhat healed to the point where it wouldn't cause him any more discomfort or harm. There would be a scar left there, but that was just another of the many to add to his collection, and he actually wished to keep this one. Leo had departed shortly after defeating Chris and telling him with those words. So now Chris was left with his own thoughts, thinking back at the whole situation and what had happened. I lost. From how Master talked about this, I always thought that if the two of us fought, it would be to the death. Chris thought. The hatred Master felt when he talked about his past, he had attempted to pass it on to me. However, I never did feel the same hatred as he did. It was hard for me to relate, but I was in his debt. So, of course, I would do as he told me, and if it was to just defeat one person, then so be it. It was just, I was expecting Leo to carry the same hatred as his master, but it looks like he doesn't. Either way, I've lost now. So what does that mean for me? Chris pulled his upper body up but was still on the ground. Once in a while he would feel the whole island shake. Without a doubt, this was the power of Chris Master. It seemed like their fight was still going on as well. If Master hasn't beaten his opponent now, it must mean the person he's fighting against is strong as well, Chris thought. These people, they are incredibly strong, and they're the ones that are saving the humans and the planet. When thinking about it more and the pure skull, Chris thought it was all pointless. Humans were weak creatures. Even if they taught everyone the power of chi, there were only so few people that could amount to what he and his master could do. At the end of the day, even then, Chris had lost his battle against Leo because the latter was a vampire who also knew how to use chi as well. And alongside those with abilities, the humans were also able to survive the First War. If they truly got rid of all the abilities in the world and replaced them with chi, then can they beat the Dalki if the latter were to return? Could they have defeated the vampires as well? Right now, perhaps it was just due to his recent defeat, but in his head, the answer was no. The chi was still far off compared to the power of abilities, and he felt removing the abilities would only weaken the whole race against external threats. After all, they wouldn't be on the losing end right now otherwise. Letting out a big sigh, Chris was on the verge of giving up. Whatever happened to him, he would let it be. If that meant the ants on this island and other insects were to eat his body, then that would be fine as well. Look at me. Without any goal. I feel completely lost, Chris thought as he heard the whole island rumble again, and a rise in power was felt coming from a certain direction. I should at least see this through to the end. This could be the last time I see him. I should at least thank him for giving me the life that I have now. Chris stood up and started to head toward the direction of the fight. On his way there, the entire jungle was ruined and burnt. This continued for more than a kilometer, and he still hadn't reached the fighting yet, but moving the chi to his ears, he could hear in the distance people conversing. "You're a fool," a voice exclaimed. "You have no idea who that marking belongs to. How can you trust the words of someone like that? You say you understand us, but if you did, you would have never agreed to let him mark you. Every one of us just does things for our own gain, and it's true even for me right now. Whatever he's promised you, you will never get it. Do not believe him." The context of the conversation made no sense to Chris, and suddenly, everything went silent. The voice died out, the sound of fighting stopped, and the energy he felt earlier dispersed as well. Upon getting closer, Chris came across a large slash made across the whole island. Water had filled the deep cut, making a strange type of stream of seawater. It was unnatural, to say the least, and was clearly a result of the battle that had taken place. After a few more minutes of walking ahead, Chris finally reached the beach. He could see several of these cuts on the island, now filled with water, and what surprised him even more were the corpses of fishes and other sea creatures floating on the water's surface. On the largest crack on the island, which Chris had followed, he could see Leo staring outward. Looking to his left and then to his right, Chris was expecting to find Zero somewhere on the beach, dead and blood to be spilt everywhere, but the latter was nowhere to be seen at all. "Where is he? Where is my master's body?" Chris asked. "Master," Sarah said, gripping his broken sword. It was a regular sword which most likely broke into half during the fight. Although he had plenty more on his body that he could use, Sarah looked reactively tired as well. He shook his head and replied, "That so-called master of yours decided to run away." Chris's heart sank when he heard those words. He didn't expect this. He ran away. But why? It made no sense in his head. The two of them went everywhere together, and before coming to the island, they knew that this was possibly their final stint. If they were to lose this, then the two of them had done what they could. They would fight to the death, yet his master had run away and, on top of that, had done so without him. "I told you, that man has changed," Leo added. "I don't know if he was different when you first met him. Perhaps he was softer and closer to the man that I remember. But now he is a man who is willing to abandon someone who has been by his side for so long. No, wait. Even calling him a man would insult all of us." Chris fell to his knees because, in his head, he had lost two things on this day. The only person he ever really knew, someone like a father to him, and the whole purpose of his life. That damned slimy bastard. Sarah threw the broken sword onto the ground in frustration. He already had a lot of power, and then he must have borrowed an enormous amount from that sicko, and who would have thought, huh? The person who has secretly been running pure, the very top of the whole organization, has an ability himself. He certainly left that one till the end. Sarah let out his frustration and felt speechless at Zero's hypocrisy. Leo had come at the tail end just to see a few slashes of their battle. He was unsure if Zero had decided to leave just because he had turned up, but it certainly did make the latter act differently. Perhaps Zero even thought that Chris was dead after seeing Leo leaving him to make his final decision. "I'm beat," Sarah sighed, lying in the sand. "I'm tired of chasing after these guys. We got one of them, so that should be enough, right? Besides, all the shelters are now back in the Earthborn group's control, and the vampire soldiers are doing well. The people seem to have taken a liking to them after saving their backside. Who would have thought?" Leo was unsure if this was the right decision. Seeing Zero's action upon meeting the latter today, he felt that he would come back someday regardless. Still, the only reason why Leo decided not to give chase was that he would continue to train with his body, and if he met Zero in the future, or if the latter were to appear, he would be ready to take him on. "Anyway, I don't plan to stay here for long, so let's deal with the elephant in the room." Sarah got up and brushed the sand off his armor and clothes. "Now, what should we do with this guy?" Both Leo and Sarah were now looking toward Chris. Inside a prominent shelter on Earth, everything felt peaceful. But, to the people inside, peace felt strange. It was something they hadn't perceived in a long time. At the center of the shelter was a huge military base, and the shelter itself had walls around it for protection against the outside. Although some thought it was unnecessary now. Many of those currently on Earth hadn't been to this place in a long time. They were enjoying every moment they spent on the land. They were now feeling peaceful with the dread of powerful enemies not hanging over their heads since the Dalkey War ended and Graham, leader of the Dalkey, was defeated by Quintalon. Pure, the group that had caused terror in the upper management of the military, had been cleansed and taken out, and now things could operate how they should. However, there was still much discussion in the streets, as political undercurrents were now igniting with questions like what would happen with the vampires and more. Currently, however, most of them were just happy that there was no longer an enemy that they needed to be scared of, and they were enjoying this time of peace. Houses and other buildings were being rebuilt in the shelter from good materials. People no longer had to live in cramped apartments or makeshift places built just from Earth abilities anymore because they earlier feared enemy attacks would destroy them again. Gardens, forest patches, and even parks were now in the shelters. It was all there, including a busy marketplace, in the high shopping street, and there were smiles on the people's faces as they shopped. "Sorry, sir. If you're not going to buy anything, can you please move?" A woman who was selling fresh fruit from her stall requested. A figure in robes was standing in front of the shop, and seeing that he had a sword by his side, she felt a bit nervous. Few people nowadays carry weapons in the open, especially in the middle of the day like this. "Sorry, I was just waiting for someone. I will move out of your way," the robed man replied as he stepped a little ahead and soon found the person he had been waiting for with the help of his ability, as a large ball of energy was now in front of him. "Did you get everything you wanted?" he asked. When the lamp lights fell on his face, it was revealed he was Leo. "Yes, I got food that should last me for a few days at least. I tried looking for something that would suit you, as I heard there is a black market for it, but I still haven't been able to find a good lead," Chris replied. "I told you not to worry about that. Come on, we have work to do," Leo said, walking away. Chris and Leo had been traveling together for around a year now. It had been a year since that day, and Chris could still remember everything that happened as if it were yesterday. After the fight between Zero, Sarah, Leo and him, Chris was left there on the beach, and Sarah drew out his sword and pointed at Chris, asking him, "What do you plan to do now?" Chris didn't react to this and even somewhat accepted the imminent death because he felt like he had lost everything. It was a question he had been thinking about as soon as he lost the fight. What would he do now? "You're a free man from today," Leo said. "You can do whatever you want, but if you plan to cause trouble for us, or continue to get in our way, then I am afraid I will have to end your life now." It was then that a sudden thought came into Chris's head. There was one other person he knew about, one he knew about quite well other than Zero, and that was Leo. I wish for you to take me in. I want to follow you and help you." Chris then placed his head in the sand as he begged. "No, please let me help you. Then at least I might be able to atone for some of the sins that I have committed." After that day, he and Leo traveled together, searching for two people. The first person was Zero, the leader of Pure. With Chris, they knew all the back routes and their doings from the past. So far, they had even found some bases that were still operating, and Leo had taken it upon himself to get rid of them. Then there was another person who he felt was his responsibility for a while now, and that was Erin. However, there had been no news or sightings of her for a while. It seemed like she had just disappeared from the face of the earth, but Leo would keep looking and keep going until he found these two people. While walking through the streets, there were some things that Leo thought about. For one, the cursed faction. They were still operating and going, traveling from planet to planet, trying to sort out the world's problems. As for Leo, he had cut communication with all of them. They didn't need his help or his involvement, and he didn't need to bother them with his troubles. Earth was a good place to live now. He felt bad that they might be searching for him and whatnot, but was sure that they would all understand. The one thing that Lee was truly upset about was Quinn. He wished he would have been there to talk to Quinn in the latter's final moments. He imagined the whole thing must have been scary for Quinn, and there were many things that Leo wanted to say. After all, There was so much weight on such a young boy's shoulders that it was unbelievable. But the world continued to put pressure on him and his name because he was the only one that could have saved them. When heading through the streets, Leo suddenly smelt blood. He used his ability to spread out the vision of the place and could tell that there was a vampire in sight. Now that more vampires were living among the living, there were more cases where they would act out and attack the local people. But, of course, Leo didn't agree with this, so he would put a stop to it. The only thing was, Leo would often just set off on his own, running to the crime scene just like he had done now. Man, that guy really never rests or takes a break. Does he? He seemed to forget that I don't have a good nose like him either. How am I supposed to know where he went? Chris grumbled but was used to it by now. As he continued to walk down the street, he knew the two would meet up eventually anyway. They always did. He decided to use this time to go through the stalls. I still haven't found a replacement for my weapons that Leo broke. Maybe we should get off Earth. I mean, Pure had bases on other planets that Zero could have gone to. It will be an excuse to go hunting as well, and then I can get a new weapon. Chris thought. He went past a few rare weapon stalls. The traveler profession still existed in this time, but it was rare to see them on Earth since there were no beasts to hunt on this planet. The strong travelers on Earth mainly came here to take a break or a vacation. Which was why, when Chris saw the choice of weapons, he couldn't help but let out a large sigh in disappointment. I might have something you like. Just then, a voice said by his side. Chris waved it off as these crummy people would often appear, trying to sell fakes to people who didn't know any better. Turning around, Chris was ready to walk away when the person suddenly appeared in front of him. He was wearing a thick black mask that looked like a fox. My, you have changed a lot in a short time. You don't even show any respect anymore, the man said, lifting his mask and revealing his face. Zero. Chris frowned, not delighted to see him. It has been more than a year since the fight on that island and the last time Chris saw Zero. In fact, Chris had come to somewhat enjoy his life while traveling with Leo. Although he had just been helping the latter and going along with him with no real purpose of his own, there was also no pressure from the latter unlike it used to be from the person who was now standing in front of him, Zero. In recent months, Chris also enjoyed using his powers to help others. In each shelter or new location they went to, or came across, there was always someone in need, and Chris was able to help them on a personal level using his strength, and the reaction on their face when he had helped them never failed to warm his heart. It was much better than the days when he had to order around a bunch of subordinates to handle everything and only stepped on the field when they needed his strength. However, in the past year he never forgot about Zero. Those many years he had spent training under him were impossible to put behind and forget, and he knew that this day would come when he would stand in front of his old master once again. It was just that he didn't expect to meet the latter out of nowhere, in the middle of this street. Can you spare some time and have a chat with me? I was waiting until you separated from him. Zero asked, not looking in his direction and pretending he was going through the items displayed in the street stall. When you say him, I'm assuming you are talking about Leo, Chris replied. He too wasn't looking at Zero, and was fumbling through the shop stuff. I thought when we meet again next time you will challenge him yourself. And what do you have to do with me? I thought you didn't even know I was alive. Zero scoffed at that comment like Chris was a fool. You really think that was the case? I could sense your energy, your fights, and I know there is a lot in you. Besides, I also know Leo better than anyone. He would have never done anything like that. Anyway, I would like to talk to you in private. Would you at least give me that? It's important to me. You're important to me. Although Chris thought he had managed to get rid of all attachment to this person, these words seemed to draw him in. He wanted to believe it was true, even though he was pretty sure they weren't. However, in the end, Chris agreed to go off with Zero and both of them left the busy street. He wasn't too worried either since there was a trick that Chris could do that would always bring Leo to him, and it was to just extend his chi aura. The only problem was that others who could sense chi tended to react to it as well. Nevertheless, it was a good backup. Leaving the market, they walked through a large meadow of green grass, and not far into the meadow was a large hill with a tree at the top. They soon reached there, and Chris sat down. Then Zero did the same while looking out. I'm sorry, Chris. Zero's first words came out as a big surprise. You might be surprised by these words, but the reason why I am saying this is that I haven't exactly been telling you the truth. But I think it's because I have realized that I never wanted you to kill Leo. For a second, Chris wondered if the person next to him was really Zero. It felt like he was talking to two completely different people because the Zero he knew before would have never said anything like this. I realized that I was lying to myself, and even when I got the power to fight, I still relied on you, and the truth is, it was because I couldn't do it. I couldn't kill one of my own students. Not when I had already lost them all. So you're saying I was just raised to do your dirty work? Chris asked, clenching the grass blades. He had activated a bit of his chi, and the grass around it had been pushed away, slicing and floating off in the wind. The goal has changed, Chris, from what it originally was, and I'm more determined than before to see its end. Zero spoke with determination. The members of Pure, the high-ranking numbers, I have been gathering them again, teaching them the ways of the chi and making them stronger than before. We still have the info on how to make the hybrid beasts. We still have information that has been gathered from other places and more. We can not only make others better but you as well. We can still complete this all together. Zero then put out his hand as if he was looking for a handshake. Chris glanced at it for a second, but his whole body was shaking. He didn't even know what the current goal was. If it wasn't to get rid of Leo, then what was it? Either way, to go back to the life he had before or keep the current one. To Chris, the answer was a no-brainer with what he wanted to do. Zero, you're not the only one in my life anymore. I have a lot more choices to make and my own life that I now follow. With that said, Chris stood up and began walking away. What? You think that's it? Zero said out loud. Did you forget everything I had done for you? You stay with another person for just 1 year, and this is how you repay me? Well, fine, but I know when Leo is gone, and you have no one else, that you will come back to me and listen to me again. There were a lot of questions that Chris had in his head as he walked away. First, to ask Zero about his current goal, why he had changed his stance on Leo and what he wanted to do with him. Regardless, if he asked these questions, he would only be dragged deeper into Zero's plans and trap, which he wanted to avoid. It didn't take long for Chris to get back to the busy street he once was at. Every once in a while, Chris would check to see if Zero was following him, but the latter was nowhere to be found. Honestly, he was quite surprised that Zero could come out of the blue like that already, without him noticing. Although Chris didn't have the same ability as Leo, sensing chi was still something he could do, just not to the same level of detail. Your mind seems full, a voice said. Turning around, Chris could see he had just walked straight past Leo. I guess you're right. Chris scratched the top of his head. Sorry. I'm just thinking about a lot of things. And seriously, I'm still confused about how you can see better than everyone out there who has eyes. What did you do? Leo asked. I just went to get some fresh air. I was thinking about the past again. You know how I get when that happens. Chris gave an excuse and wanted to quickly change the subject. Anyway, what about you? Did you solve your little vampire problem? Leo smiled. I did one better. I have a lead on one of our targets. Chris inwardly gulped upon hearing this, wondering if Leo had caught onto the fact that Zero was in this shelter. What would they do then? Chris just wanted to avoid a confrontation between the two from ever happening again. It leads to the infamous vampire slayer, Leo added. Chris let out a large sigh of relief. He was worried there for a second. He did think of telling Leo the truth, but knowing how obsessive Leo was, he would have stopped everything they were doing just to chase down Zero, and currently they couldn't do that. It looks like our luck is turning around. Chris then replied, So what are we going to do now? We are waiting for someone. She will join us on the rest of the trip and take us to the last location the vampire slayer was seen, and we will go from there. Leo explained. Oh, she's here. Looking up, Chris saw one of the most beautiful women he had ever seen. He had never seen a face so stunning. She stood there next to Leo, confirming they had the right person. Chris, I would like you to meet Silver. During the time that Leo had spent in the vampire settlement, he had only gotten along and close to a few people, but he didn't know how most of them were. Sometimes he would wonder how those from the 10th family were after the war and what was left of them, at least. Years ago, he and Aaron had trained them well to make them the chi powerhouses in the vampire race. As for the people from other families, he didn't particularly mingle with them much. At the time, when he was a vampire knight, the other vampires looked down on him because he was an outsider. However, there was an exception to all of that, and that was Silver. He really didn't know why, but the two of them got on well with each other after their first misunderstanding. Perhaps it was because they were both straightforward with each other. At the same time, although in the past it didn't look so much since Leo looked more like an old man, the two were actually closer in age than one might think. There was still a large age gap, just not from the side most people would think at first glance of the two. "You actually contacted someone?" Chris was surprised. "I don't actually recognize this one. I thought you had lost all contact with those from the Cursed faction, so how did the two of you meet? This someone has a name, and he just told you it's Silver." She glared at Chris. Her first impressions of him weren't the best. Then again, she didn't really know who he was either. The run-ins with Pure and vampires were practically non-existent most of the time since Pure's agenda was on the current government and ability users. Another thing to note was that the world had only found out about vampires recently, so it was hard to tell how different groups of people would treat them. It was a coincidence, honestly. I have not only been helping people from attacks by vampires, but also vampires that have been attacked by humans. I don't believe in one side more than the other. Rather, I look at the individual case where I see one side has treated the other wrongly. One of them belonged to the 13th family, of which Silver is in charge. I had asked them if Silver was okay and to pass on a message. Since then, we have communicated quite frequently through members of the 13th family and eventually also got onto the subject of Aaron. After saying this name, Silver's whole demeanor turned uneasy. She looked around her as if saying the name itself would bring bad luck. And after talking for a while, the three of them decided to move and get to a more open area. When heading to a large meadow-like field, Chris noticed the hill where he and Zero had talked not too long ago. Maybe we should go to that hill? It looks better. I will race you there," Chris said as he ran to a slightly smaller different hill that didn't have as nice of a view. "Since when did you agree to take on a child?" Silver frowned. "He's not a child, and even if he is acting strange today, he is actually a good-hearted guy. Although one day, I would like to have a child of my own," Leo said as he walked towards the hill where Chris had run up to. "Oh really? Well then I have to ask. Is there anyone you have in mind? You do know that dating a human would be impossible for you, and besides, even if you could make it work, you would outlive her. It would be more beneficial for you to date a vampire." Silver smirked as she walked ahead of Leo and brushed her hair against the sun. "Perhaps a beauty like me." Hearing this, Leo smiled. "You forgot I am blind. Women to me look similar, just wireframes and balls of energy with only a few variations. Sure, I can tell girls apart based on the difference in their wireframes, but it is hard for me to beautify that. Instead, I will prefer someone I get along with. Of course, a vampire would be preferable since I wish to have a family. And yeah, maybe someone like you would be nice." After saying these words, Silver stopped in her tracks. She turned around, and although Leo couldn't see it, her face had turned slightly red, blushing ever so slightly. She was glad at this point that Leo couldn't see. "Then, how about me?" Silver asked. The two of them had an inkling for a while, a connection that the two of them felt from when they first met. The only thing was, it was hard to say what that feeling was. This conversation had cleared up the feeling she had, making her take the plunge. Being a vampire was strange. They had a lot of time on this planet, which made them view it differently compared to humans. It wasn't rare for vampires to have multiple partners as well because of this. However, Silver was always occupied with her responsibilities, and never once, when meeting a person, she had felt this way. This odd feeling in her stomach she was feeling at this moment was new. She had an urge to tiptoe around the other person and keep herself in check to make sure he never saw the other side of her. The thing was, there were many times where Silver had shown both the good and ugly sides of herself to Leo, and still, she felt no different and he acted indifferently. Before, She had felt like a person who would always have to do things on her own to protect herself and those in her family, but with Leo around, she was happy for him to do that. She wanted Leo's seriousness in his tasks, the mission and more to be used and channeled into being with her. The image in her head was a beautiful one. I can't. Leo's words pulled her out of her thoughts. At least I can't yet. I would love to, but there are things that I still need to do, and you know that. Once I have accomplished them, though, I will happily come and seek you out wherever you are, and we can enjoy our time together. It wasn't the answer Silver was expecting after pouring her heart out like that, but it was one that she liked. Without turning back, she ran off, heading straight to Chris' side right up the hill. Are you a baboon? Silver remarked as soon as she reached the top. The hill over there is far larger and taller. It has a better view for us to talk about matters. Do you really think that matters? Don't you know that Leo is blind? We just needed to get away from the other people. Chris replied. The two were suddenly having a little argument, but it was because, for one, Silver was acting a bit shy while Chris was being protective over his new friend, the one he saw as his brother. Both of them were jealous of the other. All right, Leo said, reaching the top. Tell us what you know about Aaron. The argument soon stopped, and Silver instantly switched to work mode. Before I tell you this, I want to let you know it's a soft lead, but I know that you are grasping at straws here, and this could work. It's more of a trap than anything rather than information. Silver explained. Fex and Samantha have been doing their best to take care of the vampire soldiers that settled on Earth. Since Samantha is in a high position in the Earthborn group, she has sway over them. Because of this, trial runs were being conducted, and small groups of vampires were being introduced into communities or different human shelters. Earlier, they didn't face any significant problems, and the number of vampires was also increasing, but recently, there have been reports of vampire murders. Their heads were cut off. And now, every time a new trial has been initiated, the same thing happens. I don't believe this is a human's doing. Instead, I believe that it's the work of our little friend. To start a fight with the current government after everything they had been through wasn't a smart move. And Leo knew that unless one was simply just acting to the will of their body, something like this wouldn't transpire. And based on this hypothesis, it had to be Aaron. Just to let you know, another trial is about to begin, and it's in a shelter not too far from here. I believe that, if we bide our time, she will definitely turn up, Silver suggested. Due to the methods that Silver and Leo used to communicate, it meant that at times their messages would take several days to arrive. Leo wasn't exactly going out searching for these vampires. They would just pass messages along to each other if they happened to meet. Only this time, based on where Leo had been in the past, Silver had done well to guess where he would be next, and she was right, relaying the message personally to him. Because of this, it meant that there was little time left to act. They needed to leave immediately, and that was what they had done. Currently, the three of them were traveling via ship. It was sleek, fast, and quite cozy on the inside. The ship itself belonged to Silver, and she had used it to get to Earth. Although teleporters still existed, there were restrictions at the moment. Since enemies and more were frequently using them to attack, there were talks of a blanket ban on all of them. According to the latest news, Logan was trying to create a device that would intercept all of the teleporters in a certain area. I contacted the vampire soldier who is part of the current expansion plan. Of course, since Fex is the one that is leading this whole thing, it was easy for me to pull some strings. Silver explained. We will be meeting the vampires as bodyguards, although to the outside we will just be teachers. Both me and you have experience in that field, so it shouldn't be too hard to pull that off. Although I'm unsure about your large friend. It was clearly a dig towards him. The whole journey so far Silver had been taking digs at Chris because she didn't really know his past or why he was with Leo, and to her he was kind of just getting in the way of time that the two of them could be spending together. However, Chris didn't say anything. He didn't reply back at all, and just continued to look outside of the window. Anyway, Silver continued. Please make note that these vampires will be nervous. They know what happened to the last lot. At the same time, there is a lot of uneasiness with humans in the first place as well. These vampires are committing to a brave task, just because Fex has asked them. Telling them all it was what Quinn would have wanted. Quinn, Chris reaped head. That young lad has become quite the hero, huh? It's strange how, at one point I thought the two of us were quite alike. Yet, look at how far he has come now. When did I go down the wrong path? Hearing the tone in Cher's voice, Leo started to walk over to him. He sat down on the bench that was built into part of the ship, that had a long rectangular window to look at the sky outside. Worry, guilt, anxiousness, pain. I can hear that there are many mixed emotions in your voice, and see it in your aura. It hasn't settled down since we left the planet. On top of that, you have been more silent than usual. Usually I can't get you to keep your mouth shut. You don't have to tell me what is wrong, but if your concern is about what others have done, well, look at where Quinn is now and look at where you are now. At the moment, I would say you are in a better position than him. You still have time to change things, to make your own history and set your own mark, whereas for him it's impossible now. Chris couldn't help but smile, because he knew that Leo was trying to cheer him up, and for some reason he always knew the right words to say. Although, ever since traveling with Leo, there was one thing that hadn't come back, and that was his passion for training and fighting. He had remained at a plateau. He did just enough to maintain his current body and powers, but had done nothing to improve, because still in his mind he had no goal to accomplish. The ship had finally arrived at the shelter, which was placed right by the sea. It was a port shelter. These days goods were rarely delivered via sea. However, many humans still enjoyed living near the water even though there was plenty of it. There were still ships and more as well, but more so for activities than anything else. It was a joy to see people enjoying their time for once. It also was one of the few shelters that didn't have a complete wall all around it. The wall only covered the back of the shelter while anyone could access the place via the sea. At the same time, the landing section for spaceships was out into the sea from the shelter. Similar to a pier, there was a large metallic bridge that went into the sea. Then, there was a large rectangular building sticking upwards. A large place for multiple people to store their vehicles, spaceships, and more. For today though, one of the floors of the landing building had been reserved for them, to get on with what they needed to do. The spaceship landed on a rectangle-shaped square that had a red outline. There were many, so it didn't matter which one would pick. After that, one had to give their handprint, and then a type of elevator would take the spaceship to a specific spot in the spaceship park. Taking an elevator down, they went from the 120th floor to the 19th, where the entire place had been cleared of ships, and there were a group of 10 people standing there waiting for them, and by their side stood a man in military uniform, but he was a vampire soldier, not a human. "It's a pleasure to meet you, Vampire Knight Silver, and her two honored guests," the vampire soldier said, bowing down. Both Leo and Chris were wearing masks that would cover their faces. Both of them had become somewhat well known either in the human space or in the vampire space. The 10 vampires behind them were a mix of men and women of all sorts of ages. Although most of them looked to be in their mid-20s, it probably meant they were around 100 to 200 years old. They seemed nervous about the whole thing, but at the same time excited. They had also settled down when they could smell that one of the two behind the masks was also a vampire. Everything has been set up for them by Samantha and Fex. All of the vampires will live in the same apartment building next to each other for support. Their rent has been paid for a year, and if all goes well, that should be enough to get them on their own 2 feet. The task for you and your bodyguards is to protect them from attackers and to defuse the situation if there are problems, at least for the first month. After that, we will send someone to check with them once a week to see how they are doing. If all goes well, then we will continue this in the same fashion with a similar size group, eventually increasing the sizes. At times, we also hope have events that will bring vampires and humans together, but you won't have to worry about that for now, the vampire soldier explained. A month of bodyguard duty sounded like a long and tiring task, but with no other leads this would have to do. At least Leo could continue to train for whatever would come his way. A month in the same place, it means there is a chance that Zero will approach me again. I wonder if he followed us. Maybe he already knows that we are here. I know I declined his offer, but I imagine he won't take a no that easy. I know he won't take a no that easy. While in the middle of their thoughts, and while the vampire soldier was explaining things to the vampires and Silver, the elevator for the spaceships could be heard moving. It was constant as it always was this whole time as people moved and more and toward the center of the floor one could see the mechanism moving, the spaceships dropping down and then being shifted into the right place. A spaceship had dropped down, and a strange energy had been noticed by Leo's ability. "Silver, Chris, they're here," Leo shouted, drawing his sword. When the ship passed through the 19th floor, down from where only the ships should be, 3 individuals rolled off the platform and onto the 19th floor. Standing up, a blonde figure stood in front of them all. "I have been looking all over for you, Leo," Aaron said. Rolling off from the platform, there were 3 in total. 2 females, one of them being Aaron, and 1 male. All of them were holding swords, katana-like blades that were similar to what Leo would use. How was I unable to sense them until now? Were they able to suppress it? Has Aaron finally been able to master how to suppress her aura, even that of the urge inside her? Leo thought. For a second, there was hope, but that hope was quickly dashed when he started to use his head more, rather than his heart. For one, there were 3 of them. If Aaron wished to talk, she would have just had a one-to-one with him. Sure, she had done unforgivable things, but he believed that the relationship between the 2 of them was strong enough that she could reach out to him. The next fact was that she had appeared here in front of the vampires, and it could mean that she had to be after them. Lastly, the biggest thing and the most hurtful fact was that the 2 that were by Aaron's side had the same energy as her. They were Dampiers. "Take the vampires and get them out of here," Leo ordered, taking charge. The vampire soldier nodded, as he agreed and asked everyone to follow him. It was at that moment that Aaron used her large sword, the demon tier weapon that she had on her, and pointed it toward the group of people. One of the rings on the sword started to light up, and the next second a large ice tunnel was shot their way. Leo knew the strength of the demon tier weapon well, and even though he had evolved, he wasn't sure with his chi and vampire aura it was enough to stop such an attack. Instead, looking up, Leo had slashed his blade at the ceiling a few times, and a large chunk of it fell. The ice tunnel hit the giant metal rectangle and had frozen it completely. However, in doing so, it had stopped the tunnel from getting any longer. "Aaron, we don't have to do this, we can talk," Leo shouted and charged forward. He had to be on the move. He knew this fight wouldn't, most likely, be stopped by talking, at least not until one of them was beaten. At the same time, since the ice tunnel skill had been used by the sword, it meant the skill was now on cooldown before it could be used again. It was his chance to attack. While Leo had run forward, jumping over the large ice block that had been created was another female with blonde hair. She landed on her feet and without wasting any time charged forward. Silver saw this, and threw needles towards the ground in all different areas. As she did, strings were attached to them and had caused small cuts to appear on the back of the girl's leg. Then pulling out her own blade, Silver stood there. It looked like her attacker had stopped, as she now realized that she was trapped in a web of strings. If she was to move forward, back, or to the side, then cuts would appear all over her body, and forcing herself through was a risky move. "I will get rid of the threats that are harming my people," Silver shouted, as she threw her sword forward, filled with red aura, making the end bigger and sharper than it surely would have normally been. As the sword was about to reach her, her eyes started to glow in a bright yellow color. The strings were vibrating due to the energy they could feel from the female. Using her sword, she spun and sliced at all the strings around her, hitting them at the perfect time and only receiving a small cut along her cheek in the process. After doing a 360-degree spin, from above her head she swung down, her blade hitting Silver's sword head-on. It was then that the red aura started to break. Naturally, a damper's aura was stronger than a vampire's. Her sword was flung back, but it was attached with a piece of string, so Silver was able to move it about and swing it so it was now attacking the damper from another angle. "I will not give up just because I know what you are," Silver shouted as she continued her relentless attack. By now the vampire soldier and the rest of the vampires had escaped, allowing everyone to fight with a peaceful mind. Standing in front of Chris was the third damper, the male damper. Now that the others were gone, Chris had taken off his mask and thrown it on the floor. No longer did he need to hide his identity, because the ones they were looking for were right here. "You are not a vampire, so I do not wish to hurt you," the male damper claimed. "Oh really?" Chris replied. Do you see that one over there that is fighting? I plan to help him, so if I plan to help him, do you plan to stop me? The man seemed hesitant for a while, until he had finally given his answer. Yes. The second he had given his answer, Chris was in front of him and had used his large hand to grab the damper by his head. I'm afraid. I can't let that happen. With Chris touching his opponent using the third stage of chi and his chi control, he summoned it up in his body and into the person he was holding. The next step was easy after that, directing all of his power straight to his head. Blood dripped from his nose, his ears, and his eyeballs. Dropping him, he fell to the floor and Chris had killed him in seconds. I don't want to lose the only person I have now, Chris stated, as he looked at Leo. Erin had switched from her large blade to her small katana blade, and began swinging it, releasing yellow lines of aura straight toward Leo. Rather than using his own blood strikes to try and attack, he covered his sword in the second stage of chi, mixing it with the blood aura as well. Although the two substances didn't mix well, one could find a sweet spot, a perfect balance to make it far stronger than if one was to use one or the other. Leo had actually learned this from a student of his own. Leo swung his blade, destroying the slashes of aura coming his way one after another. A strike diagonally, a strike above, a spinning strike taking out two of them at the same time, inching his way closer and closer. Every time Leo's sword would hit the yellow aura, it would break it in seconds. What has happened to you? Leo said. Your power has grown stronger, I can feel it, but now all you're doing is relying on your power and not your skill. It seems like I didn't teach you well enough. Noticing that her attacks weren't working, it was time for a change of tactics. The sword was placed back in her sheath and the large demon tier weapon was brought out again. One of the rings lit up, and a high-pitched shriek was heard coming from the weapon. Leo could see that his weapon was starting to freeze over. Concentrating, he needed to make sure that his second stage of chi was strong enough to fight off the demon tier's power. However, that was only the first part in Erin's attack. Twisting the hilt, the sword started to emit heat rather than cold. The three rings on the weapon were able to be used again. Her sword was pointed straight towards Leo and was ready to burn him to a crisp. Knowing what her plan was, Leo threw out a large single strike, a large slash of red aura. However, Erin could see that it wasn't on target and was a desperate move. Due to the freezing of the weapon, it was hard for Leo to aim properly and she knew that, but she knew nothing about his new weapon. Spitting out from his mouth, a strange red liquid went over his sword, and it began to glow red. The blood in Leo's mouth was human blood, a hidden capsule to pop when he needed it. With the blood weapon activated, Leo could use it to control his strike. It broke up into several pieces and moved straight towards Erin's blade just before the attack had been activated. It had hit the sword as the fire tunnel was to be fired, but of course it missed Leo completely and burned the entire floor as it went off the spaceship park. I guess it's time for the teacher to show his pupil why they still need him, Leo stated. After saying those words, Leo looked like he was ready to kick it up another gear, and that was exactly what he was doing. Swinging his sword several times, he created several blood swipes in the air, all headed towards Erin. The next moment all of them had split, one strike becoming 10 smaller ones, and each of them were being controlled by Leo. Independently, Leo was able to control them well as he attacked from different angles in different areas all at once. Seeing how moving the large blade would make it harder for her to defend herself, Erin changed to her own katana blade. While doing so, several strikes were coming from one direction. Throwing out her free hand, an invisible strike of chi came out, destroying them and causing them to disintegrate. This was stage 3 chi and Erin was quite skilled at using it. She soon turned to face the next set of attacks that were coming from behind in midair. She slashed her sword against a few more, destroying them, but in the end, the attacks that were coming her way were just too many for her to handle. Several strikes from the side had hit her. They grazed her skin, but using the strong energy that she had from within, she emitted her yellow aura in a similar way that she would have with the second stage of chi. It caused all of the attacks to just give her a few scratches, but for Erin it was the first time in a long time she had been injured. The feats that Leo was accomplishing with his sword was something that not just anyone could do. Although Leo's blood weapon allowed him complete blood control of his attack, that was all it did. Vampires, who had good blood control, could give orders or instructions to their blood to do as they wished. For Leo it was the same, yet at the same time very different. With his ability and his mind, he was able to know where each of his blood strikes were at any point in time. Even when breaking up his single blood strike with the sword's ability to create 10 more, with his vision, he knew where each one was going to move. He could predict and act accordingly, allowing him 99% of the time to be successful with his attack. "Try again," Leo shouted, as he swung his sword the same amount of times as he did in the air before. 5 strikes broke into 10, causing 50 strikes that she had to deal with. Erin was doing similar things, moving away, using her 3rd stage of chi and her damper energy to stop the attacks that were hitting her, but she was still ending up being hit. "You have gotten worse after leaving me," Leo shouted. "Didn't my discipline teach you anything? I know exactly what you are thinking. If only I could draw out more energy, then I could get rid of all of these attacks. And although that might be true, it is not true for the situation you are in now. You need to do what you can to get out of this bind." Erin was frustrated, and even more so because Leo was right. She was thinking exactly his thoughts. A lot of the damper's strength came from the vampires she was facing. She could tell Leo was strong because her damper powers responded. At the same time, during her time hunting vampires, she realized how much strength a vampire truly had based on how much strength she would get in return. In a way, this always made Erin at least equal when it came to whoever she was fighting. However, there were more pros to Erin than that. For one, if she was fighting against a vampire as well, although the energy and strength was equal, it also truly wasn't, because damper energy had an effect on vampire energy. It was like pitting water against fire. Then there were all the other strengths that Erin had. Her chi, the demon tier weapons that improved her even if she wasn't using them, and her fighting skills. With all of this, fighting against any vampire, no matter how strong they were, she should win. Which was why she was struggling. The energy she was getting back wasn't that strong. It indicated that Leo wasn't such a strong vampire. Of course, he had great energy, but not compared to that of the vampire leaders, not even that of Nico, who she had killed. Yet why was this then proving to be such a difficult fight? That was clearly one-sided. She even had the same ability as Leo. "Since you aren't improving, then let's try something else. Trying the same thing again and again is madness, so I will try something else." Leo sprinted in with his sword glowing red, and threw out a strike towards her. Erin had barely managed to block it in time. When the two swords connected though, she could feel her energy was stronger. It gave her confidence. Regardless, she realized that wouldn't matter soon, as attack after attack was coming from Leo at hard and odd angles. That was making Erin turn and twist herself in odd ways so that she was unable to get stable footing for herself. Chris was watching everything from the side. He could see that Leo was doing well, incredibly well, and better than he thought he would against this apparently big threat. Still, if he needed to, then he would come in and help Leo, so he was ready to jump in at any second. "Leave him be," a voice said. The voice was heard from behind, and it sent shivers all around Chris's body. He didn't want to turn around because he knew exactly who it was. "So you followed me after all," Chris answered. "Are you going to get involved? Because if you do, I'm afraid to say, I'm going to have to stop you." In the end, Chris couldn't avoid it and had to turn around, and there he could see that Zero was in sight. Seemingly out of nowhere he had appeared, and this time it was in front of Leo as well. Whether Leo knew he was here or not, Chris was unaware, but he didn't want him to distract him from the fight. "Move away," Chris said. "You are not getting involved in this." "Don't worry, I won't be," Zero replied. While the two were having their conversation, Silver was also having a tough fight on her own. But in the end, she started to win out. The use of her strings had done her well, and at the same time, due to a certain someone, she had gotten better with the sword. It looked like their battle was soon to come to an end, as the damper was on the floor, and Silver stood above her. "How is Leo doing?" Silver thought. When she looked up, she could see that Leo was pushing and pushing, and then for the first time a sword strike looked like it was going to hit Erin, but it slowed down, allowing Erin to block in time, and Silver wasn't the only one that noticed. Are you not even trying to attack me?" Erin replied. She had done so with such anger that she placed the blade away on her side and took out the demon tear sword once more, striking down with flames being dragged behind the weapon and crashing it into the floor. Why are you doing this? Erin shouted as she started to swing her sword wildly attacking, as flames followed behind it. Now Leo was on the defensive, but it was easy for him to avoid each of the attacks. Are you pitying me, you of all people? You don't get to do that. I will take everything away from you, just like you did to me. Erin screamed at the top of her lungs and ran forward. Leo leapt back, and then the second his feet touched the ground, he leapt to the side, because he knew what she was going to do next. The ring on the sword started to light up and a tunnel of fire came shooting out from the weapon, but it was twice the size of the last attack. Erin's emotions and powers from her damper aura seemed to also affect the demon tier weapon, making the attack stronger. The flame had only missed Leo by a small margin. Now, it's time for you to lose something as well. Erin smiled, as the flames of the tunnel were heading straight towards Silver, and it was too quick for her to move out of the way. This time, the tunnel of flames which Erin had produced was massive. It touched the ground, the ceiling, and the side and was almost like a huge wall that was coming forward to swallow Silver. And because of this, she knew she had nowhere to run. At the same time, although the attack was called a tunnel strike, it wasn't that at all. It was more like a solid pillar of flames was coming right towards her, and there was no escaping this. Ultimately, she did what she could, gathered all her aura, and hoped for the best. Seeing this, Leo didn't hesitate, and while his mind raced with several thoughts, he moved immediately from his spot, straight towards the flames. What have I done? I don't usually act like this, Leo thought. I know the risks. I knew what Erin could have possibly become, so then why didn't I just finish her off when I had the chance? Why did I try to teach her like it was a lesson? Why was I foolish to think she could still return to the way she was? And now, because of that, someone I deeply care about as well is about to get hurt. But I will not let this happen. Immediately, Leo gathered all the chi on his right leg. It was too much for his leg to handle, but he didn't care. And the moment his leg touched the ground again, it burst with power and broke part of the surface beneath him. At the same time, the skin over his entire calf muscles ripped apart, and blood trickled out. The balance that Leo had previously perfected, he ignored all his own rules at this point. He didn't care if he couldn't walk after this. He just needed to reach the flames before they reached Silver. And in the next moment, Leo's chest began to slow as he summoned his soul weapon. I haven't been able to perfect this just yet, and I certainly have never used this on an attack this powerful, but it has to work. Using his ability and soul weapon, Leo could change the flow of his opponent's energy to or change the direction of their attack to deflect it. The stronger the enemy's attack, the more MC cells he needed to use his ability. However, he had recently been trying to not just change the direction of certain attacks, such as movements, but also the flow of energy in the MC cells as well. Using everything he could, Leo now was planning to do just that. Move to the right, he shouted. Silver did as she was told and ran as fast as she could. It was then that Leo drew the fire and could see it deflect slightly, but it wouldn't be enough. Moving it away in a different direction will take too many MC cells, and then I won't have any left. But if I move it toward myself, that requires less and less control. So I just have to do that, Leo thought. He continued to move towards the flames and changed it toward himself rather than away. And as he did, the tunnel had a drastic change. Leo then thrust his sword forward and gathered his blood aura, his chi, and everything he had to clash against the attack. He was twirling the flames around his sword while using every ounce of energy to get rid of the flames as much as possible. However, this didn't seem like it would be enough, but he soon started to get some outside help, as Chris was choking out his third stage of chi, as much as possible to help Leo get rid of the flames. It finally looked like his plan was working out, as the flames from the demon tier weapon were decreasing with every passing moment, and eventually the tunnel was about to come to a halt. You fool! Suddenly, a voice in Leo's head shouted. It was Avnik, Leo's familiar. You used up all of your chi. I told you we need that. Now I'm afraid I can't help you stop this one. Leo was confused about what the familiar was talking about when he soon felt a sharp pain right through his back. The flames were no more, but looking down, he saw a tip of a katana-like blade, covered in his blood coming out of his stomach. Erin had attacked him from behind. At the same time, she had also inserted chi into this attack since Leo had used it all on his soul weapon to get rid of the flames when he ran as fast as he could to where Silver was, meaning his vampiric healing ability was now ineffective. Pulling the blade out, Erin jumped back and switched to her demon tier weapon. Leo! Two people screamed at the same time. They were Chris and Silver, and both of them panicked when they saw the destroyed leg that Leo could barely stand on. A severe wound that wouldn't stop bleeding. It was the weakest that either of them had ever seen Leo at, and of course the two of them would help no matter how they could. But just then, the third ring on Erin's demon tier weapon lit up. This was a skill she had yet to use. With the click of her weapon, a giant ice wall instantly formed, blocking the side that Chris and Silver were on. She then twisted the handle and activated the other demon tier weapons trait, and instantly the attachment type changed her blade to now have flame properties, and each of the skills was on a different cooldown compared to the ice part of the weapon. The third ring lit up again, and as soon as she slashed out her sword once again, a large flame wall appeared. Chris didn't care and was ready to throw a punch at the ice wall to break through. "Don't!" Zero shouted. "I do not want to lose you as well in this fight. This wall will redirect any attack you use. The only thing you can do is to wait for it to disappear. Then we can charge in and attack." "You think this wall can hold me back?" Chris shouted as he went to throw out a fist again. However, this time, Zero stood in front of Chris and used his own chi to grab his fist before it could hit the wall. Just then, Leo shouted from the other side of the wall. "Don't you dare die. I am saying this to both of you. You both must get away from here and live." Just when he had finished his words, Erin charged forward and once again stabbed Leo in the stomach. He grunted in pain as his hands felt weak, and he dropped the blade to the ground. "Run. Please, I wish both of you. Live a good life." Leo tried to get a hold of himself and grabbed the sword with both hands, stopping it from going in any further. "Don't make the same mistake I did." He sensed he could still use a flicker of his ability, and he could see the energy in front of him had not flickered for even a moment as she tried to kill him. In his last moments, this showed that even after all the time that they had spent together, Erin didn't care for him a single bit. She used her strength to pull the blade and instantly sliced Leo's hands up. Blood sprinkled on the ground, and he fell to his knees. "With this, I have finally completed my revenge. But this is only the beginning," Erin shouted. At that moment, both the walls went down the flames and the ice. And when Chris and Silver saw Leo's state, they were too stunned to even act. "Obey Leo's wishes. Get out of here and live. His death hurts me just as much as it does you. But I promise, if all works out, we will see Leo once again someday," Zero vowed. At that moment, Chris was hesitant. He could see Leo right there, and with the help of third stage chi, maybe he could do something, but how will he stop her? Erin looked in a powerful state, and as for Leo, he was on his dying breath. Chris was conflicted with all the thoughts he had in his head. But it was too late by the time he made up his mind as he saw Erin stab her blade right through the top of his head, and it pierced right through Leo's heart. After a moment, Silver's face paled as she could no longer hear his heartbeat.